side both in the national as well as the international arena. Ever since its inception in 1995, DCP has conducted many studies in collaboration with governmental agencies such as ICMR, CDRI, and DBT, as well as obtained number of national and multinational pharmaceutical industries. DCP has now further advanced to work in research studies with foreign governmental agencies such as UK Medical Research Council and the European Commission. Today, we practice evidence-based medicine rather than experience-based practices. This evidence is generated through extensive research, both basic and clinical, throughout the world. This research is not only limited to invention of new drugs, but also repurposing of older drugs. This repurposing of older drugs had been a great help in the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, good research not only helps clinicians in getting publication of papers, but also betterment of patient care. Last but not the least, research helps in personal growth of clinician and also researcher. Before proceeding to start today's workshop, I would like to mention that this workshop was only possible with the vision and support of our Dean, Dr. Sangeeta Rawat Madam, and our Academic Dean, Dr. Shenvi Madam. Both madams were keen on attending this workshop, however, was not able to do due to her busy schedule. Both madams have sent their good wishes to the delegates and for the success of this workshop. The faculty for today's session will be speaking to you from their experience and not merely from their theoretical knowledge. Before starting today's session, I wish to announce some ground rules for everyone. The delegates should mute their microphone. Any queries you have, it should be posted only in the chat box and you should not unmute yourself to ask the question. At the end of the talk, the queries will be moderated with the faculty. Kindly assure secure internet connection throughout the duration of the workshop. If you get disconnected, kindly reconnect with the link. All delegates will be able to see a link for the Google form for the pre-test in the chat box. Kindly click on the link and fill your responses and submit the form. You will have 20 minutes to fill the pre-test. At the end of the workshop, you will receive another link for the post-test. In the post-test, you have to get at least 50% marks for certification. The certificates will be emailed to you and my email ID will be posted in the chat box. If you don't get your certificate, then you can email it to me. The names of the delegates who are attending this workshop has already been sent to the MUHS. Now we will start today's session. First, I am posting the link for the pre-test.
So it is 9:05 in my watch. You have 20 minutes to the participants. So we'll stop exactly at 9:25. Yeah? Shruti has posted the link. I request all the participants to kindly start answering.
Kindly start answering and your time starts now.
Shruti and Jeffrey, just check your internet. Huh? It's like going off and on.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, it is clear most of the times, but participants, please start answering the questions. 20 minutes. We stop at 9:25. Jeffrey and Shruti, could one of you just call me on the cell phone, please? No, there are some devices that have logged in without names. Everybody should please name themselves. It's not possible for us to figure out whose device belongs to whom. Please name the device that you've logged in from. Please.
For those who have joined late, I have posted the link for pretest again in the chat box. Kindly start answering the pretest.
Not me. Hello.
Yeah.
Video is not coming, or pretest is not coming.
You cannot submit multiple forms. You can submit only a single form, single response.
No, but response is not seen.
Dr. Saurav, you are not audible.
Screen is only blank. Nothing is visible. No test is available. Hello.
Just check your network. Check your network,
Yeah,
and
network is.
Your voice is also breaking. Just check your network and click on the link again. We have received 38 responses till now. You have 5 more minutes. It's 9:20 now. You have time till 9:25.
See, for the award of your certificates now, we need these responses, please, both pre and post test responses. I sincerely request all the participants to complete their responses in time by 9:25. We have received 66 responses till now. You have 1 more minute to submit your responses.
Everyone, time is up. We have already given you extra 2 minutes. Please submit the responses. Thank you for submitting your responses. We have received about 80 responses, but since time is up, we will start today's session. We will start our session with introduction to health research and conceptualizing a research question. Dr. Nitya Gupte ma'am will deliver this talk. She is the professor and head of Department of Clinical Pharmacology, and she is well known in the field of clinical research, both nationally and internationally, and has experience of over 30 years. She is also identified as top 2% researcher worldwide by Stanford University. She has over 275 publications in national and international peer-reviewed journals, 2 books, and 10 book chapters. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shruti. Good morning to everybody. Since we are running behind time, I'll try and keep this lecture shorter than envisaged originally. Somebody's mic is unmuted. If you could just mute yourself, please, I'll be grateful and I can proceed with my talk. Please stay muted till I finish. Jeffrey, Shruti, could you just check that everybody is muted? It's very disrupting otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Let me start with early publication. This was an early clinical trial. In the late 18th century, King Gustav III of Sweden decided that coffee was poison and he ordered a clinical trial. Right? Now, this was the study design. The king condemned a convicted murderer to drink coffee every day, and the control was another murderer who was condemned to drink tea every day, and these were identical twins. The outcome of interest was death, and 2 physicians were appointed to determine the outcome. Now, if you look at the results of the study, the 2 doctors, they died first. The king was murdered. Both the convicts enjoyed a long life. The tea drinker died at the age of 83, while the age of death of the coffee drinker was unknown. So, what is the summary of this particular story? This was actually published in 1991 in the Journal of Internal Medicine, that kings should not mess with research questions. Now, what I'm going to do basically is tell you how one formulates a research question, because in my opinion, if you formulate a right research question, right, then you will have a very good chance of answering the research question, poorly formulated research questions are actually a waste of time, waste of science, bad ethics, and a lot of other things. So we'll first start by defining what is a research question. Now, it's essentially the uncertainty about a health issue that the researcher wishes to address, wishes to resolve. All of you who have tuned in today, all of us in the last 2.5 years, now nearing 3 years, we've been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, which is the uncertainty. But we found vaccines, we found drugs, we have repurposed drugs. So the uncertainty about the COVID-19 pandemic became the research question in the last 2.5 or 3 years. Why are research questions important? Like I said, well-crafted questions guide the systematic planning of research, and formulating your research question precisely enables you to design a study with a good chance of answering the question itself. So it is very, very, very important to have a good research question. Otherwise, everything actually falls flat at the end of your study. I'll just quickly go through how research questions can be formulated. And the first thing is to be alert to new ideas. This is the photograph some of you may recognize of Alexander Fleming, the person who discovered penicillin. In 1928, Alexander Fleming actually left a culture open, that was at the windowsill, and he went on vacation. And when he came back, he found that there was a mold growing which inhibited the growth of staphylococci. All of us know that he was eventually awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine, which he shared with two other people, Florey and Chain. What happened was Alexander Fleming actually published his work in a very obscure journal. Nobody picked it up, and he actually forgot about penicillin. And when Florey and Chain read his paper, they used penicillin in the Second World War, 1938. And eventually in 1945, the Nobel Prize was awarded to Florey, Chain, and Fleming, right? So what is the research question here which Fleming asked? Can the mold which killed the staphylococci in culture be used to treat patients with staphylococcal infection, and probably saved a lot of lives in Second World War? To my mind, the learning points here is to have a prepared mind and persist with your problem. So like Albert Einstein said, it's not that I'm so smart, it is just that I stay with problems longer. The second way is what a lot of us can actually do, and that is systematic research. This is the photograph of Selman Waksman, who discovered streptomycin. Now, Selman Waksman realized that tubercle bacilli were destroyed in soil, and he knew that actinomycetes were found in soil. So he asked himself a question: could an antimicrobial be found in the soil which could be used against the TB bacilli, leading to the discovery of Streptomyces graeceus in 1915. And when Fleming's work was published, he was energized, and he isolated streptomycin in 1944 and awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology in 1952. So his research question was about discovery of soil organisms similar to penicillin. And what I would like you all to take back home is to draw inspiration from other researchers and exploit similar ideas rather than embarking on completely novel ones. Serendipity doesn't happen to all of us, but we could be inspired from another researcher. The third thing what we all Indians are very good at, is to repeat or reproduce what somebody else has already done. Now, this is my teacher, Dr. Adityan from Pondicherry, who looked at the polymorphism of this particular liver enzyme, CYP2C19, in South Indian population, and classified the entire South Indian population into extensive metabolizers of omeprazole, which is the drug which is metabolized by CYP2C19, and poor metabolizers. Now, the research question that we asked in Bombay was that, are Maharashtrians and Gujaratis different from South Indians? Are the Mumbaikars different from the South Indians? And this was done by an undergraduate student who worked with us, and we eventually went on to publish his paper, and we found that at least for CYP2C19, whether you're a Maharashtrian or a Gujarati or an Assamese, you're just the same. About 15% of the population is essentially poor metabolizers, whereas the rest of the population is extensive metabolizers. Now, in this country, we have a lot of infectious diseases burden. So, one of the ways to formulate a research question is actually to study the same topic a little later. This was work which I did with my mentor, Dr. Shirsagar. Benzathine penicillin prophylaxis for rheumatic fever is actually recommended in the World Health Organization guidelines for developed countries to be given every 4 weeks, but it was also recommended to be given every 3 weeks in areas which were highly endemic. And we found that the MICs at the end of 2 weeks were lower than what they should be. And therefore, we showed that 10% of patients in India, this was in 1995, may actually require a 2 weekly benzathine penicillin regimen, right? So, what is the take home message here? That in infectious diseases, particularly, the efficacy of drugs is not sustained as resistance builds. And therefore, if you have a research question in the area of infectious diseases, you can identify potential problems and actually contribute to policy decisions for your country. This is what I find most exciting, and I think it requires a lot of courage to challenge existing dogma. Okay, now this is an article, it's a newspaper article. The title is "The Doctor Who Drank Infectious Broth and Gave Himself an Ulcer and Solved a Medical Mystery." This is the discovery of Campylobacter pylori or Helicobacter pylori, and another Nobel Prize winning discovery. So, what happened was, I'll just read out this because it's a very interesting read. For years, an obscure doctor hailing from Australia's West Coast watched in horror as ulcer patients fell ill, and many of them had their stomachs removed because they were bleeding. And that physician, along with an internist, Barry Marshall, were tormented because they knew that there was a simple treatment for ulcers, and they isolated these corkscrew bacteria, Helicobacter pylori. So what they did was what any researcher would do, they sent it for a conference. Now, this was the Gastroenterological Society of Australia. Now, when they sent it to the conference organizers rejected the paper, and this was the reply: "I regret that your research paper was not accepted for publication, blah, blah, blah. The number of abstracts we receive continues to increase, and therefore we were able to accept only 56 out of 67 abstracts." So people were very, very scared, right? They didn't want to change their thinking and say that a corkscrew bacteria could actually be responsible for stomach ulcers. So what did these people do? They drank the broth. One of them drank the broth, right? And Cox postulates, if you remember, he actually isolated Helicobacter pylori from his stomach and eventually went on to win the Nobel Prize. Now, what's important here is you all are listening from KEM, you all are from Nair, you're from JJ. So these are hospitals that are chaotic hospitals, correct? So Marshall and Warren's achievement is made more extraordinary by the fact that they performed their groundbreaking work not in well endowed institutes but in the orderly chaos of hospitals. So, hospitals similar to where you all work, right? So, there is a lot that can be achieved in your own places. The sixth way I think one can identify a research question is actually to identify an area of importance to your own country. This is my mentor, Dr. Dilip Karnad, who headed the intensive care unit at KEM for a long time. And Sir always felt passionately about improving outcomes in ICUs, particularly in hospitals like KEM or Nair or JJ. So, what he did was he looked at the quality, the cost, and the outcome of intensive care in a public hospital using these two scores, and he evaluated approximately 1,000 patients in the ICU over a 16-month period. What he found was that the ICU care is cheaper in India, but the mortality is higher, twice as much as developed countries, because of a lower nurse to patient ratio and a higher workload per nurse, right? Which means you actually can talk to the policymakers about nurses' appointments to reduce the mortality. So find an area of importance to your own country in your own specialty. And the last way I think one can formulate a research question, and this is the benzene ring. This is Frederick Kekule, who actually discovered the structure of the benzene ring. It's believed that he was sitting in front of the fireplace and dozing off, and the structure of the benzene ring had been very difficult to find. And he dreamt that a serpent, a snake, had actually coiled upon itself. And he realized that the thinking of the benzene ring as being two-dimensional was wrong, and it's actually a three-dimensional ring. So keep dreaming, yeah. Don't let your dreams don't kill your dreams, and keep dreaming whatever you may be doing, right? And again, to quote Albert Einstein, the intellect has very little to do on the road to discovery. There comes a leap in consciousness, call it intuition or what you will. The solution comes to you and you don't know how and why, right? So keep thinking. Okay. The next thing that we go to is characteristics of a good research question, and this is the finer criteria. Those of you who are listening in, this is going to be a question in your post test, so you might want to pay attention. F stands for feasible, I stands for interesting, N stands for novel, E stands for ethical, and make sure that whatever you do is relevant. Very quickly, make sure that whatever you do is feasible, right? It's otherwise difficult for you working in these hospitals to make sure that your thesis or your research projects are completed on time. Make sure that it is interesting. Don't do it because it is a logical step to your in your career or because you get financial support. Do it because you want to find out something. Do it because you want to make sure that your patients have better quality of lives. Try and see if it can be novel. Remember, novelty doesn't mean discovering something brand new. It could also be something that is repurposed. The classical examples are drugs like remdesivir or baricitinib, which found their way into COVID-19 simply by virtue of repurposing. Make sure that everything that you do is ethical. Your last talk for today is on ethics by Dr. Renuka. So don't de-link ethics from science. Good science automatically means good ethics. And finally, make sure that whatever you do ultimately is relevant to the patient that you're treating, right? In research questions, it's very important. Again, this is a post test. I think it was also there in your pre-test. Start with a broad topic, but ultimately narrow and focus your research topic. So for example, let's say you want to do your dissertation or your thesis on adverse drug reactions, okay? You then narrow it down and say that because it's such a broad topic, I will talk about patients who come to KEM hospital with adverse drug reactions. Then you say that is also too much. So let me look at patients who come to the emergency medical services with adverse drug reactions. And finally, your research question is incidence of adverse drug reactions in patients who present to the emergency medical services of a tertiary referral center. Start with a broad topic, but ultimately narrow and focus your topic. You could have more than one research question in the broad question. You could have a primary question, which is the incidence of adverse reactions, and you could have a secondary question wherein you look at the cost of these adverse reactions or their economic burden. You could have descriptive questions. For example, what is the proportion of patients in a particular village who develop chikungunya? Or you could have an analytical question. Does age affect chikungunya? Does gender impact chikungunya? So what are the predictors of developing chikungunya? And finally, I'll end my talk with focusing analytical questions. And this is very, very, very important for you all. The way you focus it is by writing out what is called as a PICO or a PICOT, right? P stands for the patient or the problem or the population that you're dealing with. And here I've given you an example of epilepsy. Now you can measure anti-epileptic drug levels in plasma. You could also measure anti-epileptic drug levels in saliva, as sometimes we do in children. So what would be your research question in the PICO format? P stands for patient or problem. I stands for intervention. C stands for comparison or control or comparator. O stands for outcome. And T stands for the timeline or the time frame. So in this particular research question, The P is in adult and pediatric patients with epilepsy. Would estimating anti-epileptics in saliva, which is your intervention, as compared to estimating anti-epileptics in plasma, that is your control. O, help in better optimization of therapy. T, over a 6-month time period. So population, intervention, controller comparator, outcome, and time frame or timeline. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll just stop by saying that if you have a setback in research, what you did is actually 10%, but how you bounce back is actually 90%, right? And that's true for much of life. The most important thing in a research question, focus, focus, and focus, right? So to summarize, finally, my last 2 slides, be alert. If people who are unmuted could please mute themselves, I'm finishing. I'll be grateful. To summarize, be alert to new ideas. I gave you the example of Alexander Fleming. Systematic search, improving on work done by others. I gave you the example of the discovery of streptomycin and Waxman. Repeating what somebody else has done, reproducing, that's not a bad thing. In infectious diseases, studying the same topic later, challenging existing dogma, that takes a lot of courage, identifying areas of importance to your own country, and keep dreaming, yeah, and move forward with courage. And finally, all research questions have to be put into this particular slot. Have a patient or a population, have an intervention, control, an outcome, and a time frame or timeline. And again, my last slide, and this is again from Albert Einstein, that when we do research or whatever we do in life, no, never regard it as duty, but as the enviable opportunity to learn the liberating influence in the realm of spirit for your own personal joy. I have found that doing research or patient care, the limited patient care that we do, or clinical research that we do, it brings a lot of joy. Yeah. So find joy in what you do, but always remember that whatever you do, it is for the profit of the community, right? We are physicians at the end of the day. So whatever we do, our work, I think I'll stop here. Yeah. Thank you, Shruti. If there are any questions, you can type them in the chat box. The lecture is over. Yeah. Otherwise, we can go to the next speaker.
Any questions, anyone? If we don't have any questions, we will move on. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful talk. Now we will move to the next talk, conceptualizing a research study by Vasumati Sriganesh madam. She is a librarian by training and has worked in 2 medical libraries in the 1990s. She has set up QMed Knowledge Foundation in 2007, a trust registered with the Charity Commissioner Mumbai. She has conducted over 240 workshops and delivered around 470 lectures on this topic. Madam has also assisted authors of systematic reviews for in-depth literature searching and referencing. She has also been recognized speaker by the NUHS and MMC. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. And let me start by sharing my screen.
Vasumati, just a minute.
Sure.
I request all the participants to please stay muted. It's very disruptive for the speakers. Please mute your mics, and any questions that you have, please put it in the chat box. Yeah, over to you, Vasumati. Yeah, thank you for accepting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have put my title as literature search because that's the main focus that I'll be speaking about. Dr. Nitya just gave a wonderful set of examples of how you could plan your research topic, and she emphasized on how it is important to focus it, because if you don't focus, you'd probably be writing a textbook instead of a research report out of it. So in order to do this, while you're planning your question, the PICO, etc., getting focused, with all that, you've got to find out what else somebody has worked on. And that is the area that I'm going to focus on because it's really taking up where Dr. Nitya left. So this is my brief biodata, which I was just introduced with by Dr. Shruti. So I'll not go further here. And let's go to how to do a literature search in order to do your literature review. Literature review is something you're going to do to say that you have studied other papers on the topic and you're going to give a brief comment on some of them, refer them here and there. But the real key is how to find the most important papers in order to do your research. And generally, I call this the neglected area of the research process because you are told that it's important to do it, and it's assumed that everybody just knows how to Google or search PubMed or search some other resources and know what to do. But in reality, there's just so much out there on the net, and everything that you search gives you huge numbers, and then you struggle for the full text, while there's a great likelihood that a lot of them are actually available in your library, but most of us have forgotten that one has to check there. And even if it's not available in your library, the librarians have a network through which a lot of stuff can be procured for you. So when are we doing literature search? Today, UG students are doing various projects, postgraduate, super specialty, PhD. Everybody has to do research and report that. Then you could be writing articles or book chapters. But apart from all this academics and writing, this part of research is really as important in practice as well, because there's no secret that you've got to stay updated throughout and offer evidence-based care for patients. So how do you quickly find evidence in order to treat patients? Everything requires literature searching. So when we need literature or updates, our levels of need can be general to specific. So I put 3 questions here. You can see the first is extremely generic. The second is more specific. You want to find out something about poliomyelitis. And the third is super specific. You want to find out which of the interventions of the polio vaccine would be more effective. You might want this for patient care. You might want this to create a guideline, or you might want to do it just to improve existing research, question the research, etc. Okay? But it's a very, very focused need. So here is really an example how you focus your research question more and more. Let's map very quickly the available body of information resources to each of these needs. So my first question was, what is poliomyelitis? It is answered by all these kinds of resources that we are already aware of. Second was, what is the current epidemiological status? So obviously, everybody is reading journals, and journals keep on writing more and more about what is more recent about the status. But today, we also have to look at gray literature, not yet published literature, in the form of thesis, conference presentations, clinical trial registries, and more. And still more recent, we have the evolution, especially in the COVID time, of preprints. Preprints are actually a very old form of publication, but in medicine, it's now that it's more or less accepted that that is something to check out. Of course, now what are preprints? An author has written and just uploaded it somewhere. The most recent accepted site for this is medRxiv, spelled MEDRXIV. And here people just write something, their first draft of research, and put it up, mainly to set a claim that they are doing it, and the date is there. So even if anybody else starts later, they can claim they've done it. But from that, ideally, it has to go into a journal article at the end. But this is the gamut of update information available, and that goes into millions really. But when we want a very focused answer, like which of the two vaccine interventions is better, we really need to look at publications that have analyzed or synthesized all these research resources. And what are these kinds of publications? Systematic reviews are the publications that give us evidence, because authors of a systematic review have browsed and searched all available publications here in the second space, then taken the data, meta-analyzed them, and created what is called a systematic review. From the evidence available in systematic reviews emerge what is useful for practitioners, guidelines, and summaries. Guidelines are very specific, usually for the management of a patient with ABCD. Summaries are exactly that, summaries on different diseases and different drugs. So these are the most useful resources in practice. These are useful for constantly studying a topic, and right on top are basic learning or basic reference resources. Remember that a website could have a combination of 1, 2, 3, 4, any of all these. We've got to learn to know that when we go to a website, are we going to read a journal? Are we going to look for a systematic review? Are we looking at some basic meaning? And go to that portion of the website accordingly. Some websites like PubMed are purely type 2. It's PubMed is an index to journal article. So what is published in journals and so on. We've got to get the clarity of every possible website. Research papers can be formulated into what is called an evidence pyramid. If we divide this pyramid into 3, the papers right at the bottom are very basic research. The ones in the middle are all primary research done on patient populations. Right on top are systematic reviews, meta-analysis, which are done on the randomized controlled trials and sometimes cohort studies. So these are secondary research papers. Evidence is maximized right at the top, next at RCTs, next at cohort studies, and so on. So as we go lower and lower, the evidence is weaker and weaker because the population studies is less and less. And here the key word is systematic, systematically analyzing the results of RCTs. What are the resources that give you these secondary research papers? Systematic reviews are available in CochraneLibrary.com, in journals as well, but Cochrane Library has a database of only systematic reviews, a database of only clinical trials, and a couple of others. So the systematic review database gives you only systematic reviews. Guidelines are available in this US-based site and the UK-based site. There are others as well, but these are the 2 top well-known ones. 2 well-known summary websites are uptodate.com and dynamed.com. So in practice, these are the ones that are really required for making decisions for patient care and so on. One last interesting resource on the internet is TRIP database, which has a combination of evidence-based studies from different, like Cochrane Library, from UpToDate, from PubMed, and so on. From PubMed, it takes only the large trials and so on. So it's a combination of different evidence products. So with that brief on the kinds of resources and how to make sense of them, let's go into actually searching a database like PubMed, which today has over 30 odd million journal records. So what are the two fundamentals of searching? The first is we are always told use keywords to search, not a proper sentence. Okay, if we use keywords, what we must remember is every result item will contain our keywords, may be about them, but may not be about them as well. For example, if I search asthma and COPD patients, I'm looking for asthma, I'm looking for COPD, I get many results like this, but I will also get results like this where it contains asthma, COPD. The search engine hasn't understood that excluding means it doesn't really talk about it. So the search engine only understands that as long as the words are there, let's get the results out. Second fundamental is we can do a specialized search, instructing the search engine that the results should contain our search terms in specific parts or areas of the result. What do we mean by this? Let's take a typical journal article in PubMed. I think all of us are familiar with all these areas. So we can say, I want my search term to be in one or more of these areas. How do we do that? We specify by tagging our search term. So in PubMed, if I search the term asthma, tag it with TI. How do I tag it? I put TI, which is short for title, in square brackets. Or I search the word white, tag it with AU for author. Then I get a result like this, where asthma is in the title area, white is in the author area. So it's as simple as this. In almost every database or even a search engine like Google, there are basic tags that can be used like this, except the way you put in the tag is different. So that's a quick recap of the two fundamentals. Let's move on to 4 principles of searching, which are based on these two fundamentals. Context being PubMed, and any resource we search, we need to know it very clearly, what it contains, what it doesn't contain, what are the specified methods of searching. So first, what exactly is PubMed? PubMed is not a collection of journal articles. You don't say PubMed is a search engine, but PubMed is an index to articles published in approximately 5,000 journals. What does it contain? It contains only bibliographic details of every article that is there in a journal, plus abstract where available. What does it not contain? It does not contain the full text articles. So for example, if this is one PubMed record, it mentions free article, but the free article is not inside PubMed. If you click the title, there is a link that takes you to the journal website or the PubMed Central Archive, and that is where the article is available. So it's a link to the article. And in this case, it says no abstract available. So even if you click this title, you're not going to see an abstract. So it is marked free, but the full text is in the journal website or in the PubMed Central Archive. So based on this knowledge about PubMed, let's go through the 4 principles. The first is anything we type and search, the result contains our keywords. Second is our keywords could be descriptors describing the article. If we tag it correctly, we'll learn that. The third is our keywords could be describing facts like who is the author, what is the name of the journal, etc. And that also we'll learn how to tag and search. So the second and third are based on tagging. The last is how do we combine more than one term, more than one tag, etc. So there are correct methods of combining one or more keywords. Let's learn all these in some more detail. First, word or keyword search. Results contain our keywords somewhere in the result. Here, we've got to remember what exactly PubMed is. So in PubMed, the results contain our terms in the bibliographic details abstract. The PubMed search engine does not go out into the whole of the internet and search the full text article looking for the words there. It is only searching the contents of PubMed. Second principle, our keywords could be descriptors describing the article. For this, the results should contain our term in the description area. Till now, we didn't talk about a description area. So where is the description area? Now just let's see this title for a moment. An ancient scourge triggers a modern emergency. You can see there's no abstract. Reading the title, there's no way we are going to figure out what this ancient scourge is and what is the modern emergency. The journal is Eastern Mediterranean Health. That doesn't give us any. It's not something like Journal of Asthma and Allergy or something which might give you a clue. So if we click this title, as I said, there's no abstract here. If on this right side under page navigation, we see something called mesh terms. This is the description area for this article. What do? We click that mesh terms. We are actually taken further below, but for convenience, I'll bring that further below area called mesh up here. So these descriptor terms, which are here below, are added to most PubMed records to describe the entire article. So this article is about preschool children, humans, incidents, leadership, etc. It's about epidemiology of poliomyelitis, prevention and control of poliomyelitis, isolation and purification of the polio virus. So it's completely talking about polio. That we understand from mesh terms. Now, who has done this describing and reading? Let's learn about that. And before that, we'll ask, how should we ask that our search term must appear in this area? So we saw earlier that if we typed TI, we meant title. If we typed AU, it meant author area. So here it's very simple. We tag the keyword with mesh. We type poliomyelitis, which is what we want references about, and we tag it with mesh. When we do this, we are telling the search engine, please find this term in the list of mesh terms. We are not saying author, title, etc. We are saying we want it in the list of mesh terms. So the search engine understands that it has to look for poliomyelitis here, and it finds it available in this list and fetches it for us. It does this across the 30 million plus records in PubMed. Wherever poliomyelitis is in the list of mesh term, it brings it out. Now, these descriptive terms, they are added by people who are specialist indexers. They are subject experts and indexing experts employed by the NLM where PubMed is created, and they describe the whole article. The subject indexers have access to the entire article. They are assigned articles from every journal as and when the NLM receives the latest issue. So if it is peptic ulcer, it goes to so-and-so. If it is asthma, it goes to so-and-so, etc. And each indexer will add these terms based on their training in indexing in addition to their subject specialization. Not all databases have a descriptor thesaurus like mesh. We'll be learning about this thesaurus. Many use the mesh thesaurus. Some have other thesauri, like there's a database called Embase, which is not free even to type in search terms. But if you're lucky to work in an organization that has it, then in Embase, there's a separate thesaurus called M3. There's a separate way of adding your terms. For those who nurses have a database called Sinal, which has a thesaurus called Sinal headings. So we'll learn more about the mesh thesaurus in the next coming few minutes. But let's go to the third principle. Our keywords could be describing facts like who is the author, the name of the journal in which the article is, and so on. And the results contain our terms in specific areas which we tag and search. So let's learn some of the most popular tags. I'm using the word drugs. If I tag it with TI, the PubMed search engine will look for the term in the title of all the 30 million plus records. If I search TIAB, it's going to look in the title as well as in the abstract. JOUR, it will look for articles published in the journal Drugs. White, AU, we learned it earlier. It will look for the word white in the list of authors. Drugs, AD, means the word drugs in the author's affiliation or address. For example, an author could be from Department of Drugs and Pharmaceuticals or something like that. Drugs mesh, we learned it. It has to be in the list of mesh terms. If we type just the keyword drugs, the search engine will look for it in all these areas, but it will not go look in the full text. Numbers can also be tagged. If I want an article which appears on page 143, I type 143, tag it with page. If I want articles published in the year 2016, I tag it with PDAT, which is publication date, or DP, which is date of publication. There are still more complex tags and all that for advanced expert searching, but these are the most commonly used tags. Last principle, how do we combine search terms with or without tags in order to search? And when we search, results contain our terms in the combinations we specify. So now let's understand that typing a search query like this in a database like PubMed or Embase or Web of Science is not the best way to do it. In PubMed, we combine search terms with and, or, not. These three have to be typed in capitals, and these are called Boolean operators. So let's understand first how they work. If I type asthma and let's say I get 100 results just for the purpose of this exercise, and I type bronchitis and get 70 results. So I put up the numbers here. If I type asthma and bronchitis, humans, we are programmed in such a way we'll automatically like to say 170 results. But what the search engine understands, it is based on the concept of containing the terms. So how many records in that 30 million contain asthma and bronchitis together? So obviously, theoretically, the maximum could be 70, but that would happen only if whoever wrote about bronchitis also wrote about asthma. So very logically, it would be less than 70. Let's assume that there were some 45 results. Asthma or bronchitis. Now we say, oh, now we know it all. It has to be 170. The query is how many records contain at least one term. So again, logically, we think it's 170. But the search engine does something more useful for us. It says, yes, it is 100 plus 70, 170. But it also is quick to note that these 45 are available in this set and also in this set. It knows very well that we don't want to deal with two sets of 45, which are identical. So it removes one set of 45 and gives us 125. So OR will give a number between these two, the total of these two. Asthma, not bronchitis, again is not 100 minus 70, but how many contain asthma but not bronchitis? So 100 minus 45 bronchitis, that is here, that is 55. So this is something which we have to know deep inside. If we are awoken from our sleep and asked this question, we should know how exactly it will work. What we also need to remember is the order. Asthma and bronchitis, bronchitis and asthma will give you the same results. Bronchitis or asthma will give you same results, but bronchitis not asthma would give you 70 minus 45. This much is for 2 terms. Very rarely do we do a search with just 2 terms. Very often it's at least 3, 4, 5 terms. At that time, the way in which we combine has to be very, very careful. For example, if I want asthma, not bronchitis, simple. If I want asthma and from that I want to eliminate bronchitis and also pneumonia, then I'll have to type it as asthma not. In round bracket, I'll have to put bronchitis or pneumonia, neither bronchitis nor pneumonia. If I do asthma, not bronchitis, not pneumonia, first I would get this 55 from asthma, not bronchitis. From that 55, it will remove pneumonia. But there could be asthma where there is no bronchitis, but pneumonia is there. So that's why we'll have to put it as asthma, not in round brackets, which is for grouping. We say bronchitis or pneumonia, neither bronchitis nor pneumonia. So if we summarize principle 4, and if we use, every result item contains every search item, so it's less results, or minimum 1 term, more results, not, does not contain the first, then, does not contain the second, and so on, so less results. So a recap of the 4 principles. If we do a plain word or keyword search, results contain our term anywhere in the bibliographic record. And now I will add, it also searches the list of mesh terms. So if I just type the word pneumonia, it's searching in the title, in the abstract, in a whole lot of other areas like author affiliation and also the mesh terms. So you might wonder, anyway, it's searching mesh, why don't I search? But remember, if it's not in mesh and it's somewhere else, your article is not about pneumonia. That's a wasted result. Mesh search in the list of mesh terms. So whatever else you absorb from this 1-hour lecture, remember, mesh means about. I want articles about pneumonia. It will have to be pneumonia tagged with mesh, not pneumonia tagged with TI or TIAB. Because the word pneumonia in the title, very likely it could be about pneumonia, but remember, it could be excluding pneumonia. So then it's not. Pneumonia tagged with mesh is the only guaranteed way of getting results about pneumonia. Field search, all the other fields that we talked about. If you combine search using Boolean operators, we get results in the combinations we specify, which means we have to put our and or not correctly. So how do we input search terms? We put in a search term, tag it, put in a Boolean operator, second terms, tag it, and so on. So it's not, you don't put in 3 terms and then put your tag unless it's a recognized phrase like retinopathy of prematurity. Then you can put retinopathy of prematurity mesh, but you cannot put asthma, bronchitis, pneumonia, and then say mesh. Each one is a separate mesh term. So you put in your search term like this, diabetes TI or hypertension TI. I want to read articles where either of these words comes in the title. I will choose a handful that I want. I want articles about stem cell transplantation published in the year 2016. So this and 2016 DP. Search term first, tag in square brackets, Boolean operator, search term, tag. Let's do a few such exercises. I remember reading an article about asthma appearing on page 143. So about asthma is asthma mesh, 143 page. Both I want to be together in my result. So asthma mesh and 143 page. My HOD told me to read up articles by N.D. Mishra in the journal Neurosurgery. sorry, Mishra NKND, that's a typo error here. The initials come after the author name, AU, and neurosurgery, JOUR. Just note that in my search term and tags, I put in all kinds of cases, capital, small, but the Boolean operator has to be in capital. Search term and tags, any case, any mix is all right. I want to quickly read up something on role of C-reactive protein and also of procalcitonin in neonatal sepsis. So this is a topic search. You need to plan it out carefully. So first, always, any topic search you do, think the way I'm explaining it here. Every result item must contain neonatal sepsis 100%, either CRP or procalcitonin or both together. So some of your results will be like this, some will be like this, some will be with all three, and all these will come together in one set to you. So we know these are the three terms we are searching. Let's first add Boolean operators. So it will have to be neonatal sepsis and CRP or procalcitonin, either one of these. Next, we need to put it in the correct order, because if we search in this order, first PubMed will pull out every item that has these two together. And then it sees, okay, or procalcitonin. So it will search that separately, mix the two and get it to us. So we need to change this order. We first put CRP or procalcitonin. So first it's going to pull out every item that has either of these. Then when it sees and neonatal sepsis, it understands neonatal sepsis has to be inside this set, not the rest of neonatal sepsis. So automatically you'll get this with this, this with this with both. Okay, we've got it. Now we have to tag our search terms. What was the purpose of my search? I just want to quickly read up a handful of articles. For this, I could do a TI search, because even if I see the excluding, I'll say, okay, I don't need this one. I'll read some of the others. So when you want to do a quick read on something, you want to explore a topic, do a TI search, very quickly you can choose a handful. If you get a good number, you can click the free full text filter in PubMed, read up whatever is there. If you have too few, let's say you got just 2 or 3, then you could try TI-AB, browse through the abstracts. But when you're actually doing your topic, it has to be tagged with mesh so that you get all articles about it. Remember, some articles may not have one or more of these words in the title. It may not have an abstract, but because these terms are listed in the mesh terms, you're guaranteed that your result is about this. So what did we do till now? Fundamentals, results contain our terms. We have to tag our terms to say where. In PubMed, the 4 principles we learned: word search, descriptive tag search, which is mesh, factual tag search, AUTI, JOUR, page, etc. Combination searches with and or not. Boolean operators, tags in square brackets. These 2 are specifically for PubMed. Other data are different. In some, it could be AU:white. In some, it could be white and in round bracket AU. The methods may be different, but the word and the tag principle is same. Now that we learned these principles, let's learn a little more about the mesh thesaurus. What is mesh? The full form is medical subject headings. It is a collection of standard terms. That's very, very important. Terms from this collection are used to tag or describe every record. Those indexers that we talked about, they refer the mesh thesaurus, and only from there they will choose standard terms and tag every article they are reading. I'll stop for a minute there. What do I mean by standard terms? 4 different people could write articles on MI, myocardial infarction. One could use the term, one could use heart attack, one could use cardiac arrest, different terms. The indexer reads all of them, knows all of them are about MI. So irrespective of what the authors used, they will use myocardial infarction, which is a term from the mesh thesaurus. So when we search, we need to find the right mesh term that an indexer would have used and search using that. Where is the mesh thesaurus? On the PubMed home page, it's at the bottom right. If you use it on your mobile, you'll have to come scrolling right down and find this mesh database. When you click there, you're taken to the mesh database. Let's say I want literature on pregnancy-induced diabetes. I click search. I'm told that the standard term is diabetes gestational. There's a small note here which tells us this term means diabetes induced by pregnancy and resolved at the end. To an indexer, it means if he or she is reading a paper like this, they must use this term. For us, we know this is the term we use, tagging with mesh. It does not include previously diagnosed diabetics who become pregnant. Such papers should be described with pregnancy in diabetics. Again, for the indexer, that's the way they must describe. For us, this is the way we search. Let's take our topic, which we had just earlier discussed, and see how we can find the mesh terms and do a search straight from the mesh database. We don't have to note it down, come back to PubMed, type it again, tag it with mesh and all that. So first I'm typing C-reactive protein. Here it's important that we have the order correctly. That's why we remember it was CRP or procalcitonin and neonatal sepsis. So C-reactive protein, we click search. We find this term, we select it. We need to click add to search builder. There's a box called PubMed search builder. This is where we build up our search. So when we click add to search builder, it puts in C-reactive protein mesh. Next, we search our second term, procalcitonin. Click search. This time, there's no choosing to do. It is only one such term. We change the and to or and then click add to search builder. It puts in C-reactive protein mesh or procalcitonin mesh. Then we type neonatal sepsis, click search. Again, there's a single term. This time we need the default and we click add to search builder. It puts in the entire thing and we click search PubMed. Here. We have this with 110 results. Every one of them will be on neonatal sepsis. It could be either CRP or procalcitonin or both discussed together. So clean list of results. So the mesh database, we find the mesh term, add to search builder, search PubMed. For 2 or more terms, we need to plan the order correctly, choose the Boolean operators correctly, and search. If you want aspects of a term, example, epidemiology of malaria, we find a mesh term, we click it and choose the subheading. So if I searched malaria, clicked malaria, I get a whole lot of choices here. If I want epidemiology, I choose this. If I want more than that, I can choose more than that. I click add to search builder. It puts in malaria/epidemiology mesh. Then I click search PubMed and run a search. Finally, in PubMed, there is a wonderful feature for verifying incomplete or incorrect references. Let's say you went for a talk at a conference or some event. There is this slide that the speaker put up with this incomplete reference. If in PubMed, you scroll down once again, there is a tool called single citation matcher. Click there. You get a screen like this, and this is your query. We put in Kumar V, forecasting malaria, 2014. Click search, and PubMed interprets your search the way we did exercises earlier, tagging our search terms, and there's one single result. Sometimes there could be 3, 4, sometimes more than that, depends on what we put in. Here, the probability of Kumar V in the year 2014 using these words in the title can't be far too many articles, happens to be only one. We find it is free in the journal website as well as in PubMed Central, which is an archive. We read the article and we want to cite it in our paper. Click cite, it opens a button. You can see it is here, click copy, and we can paste it in our list of references. So with all these techniques, one can save hours. Finally, we'll do a complete recap. We first saw 3 types of information resources. For basic learning, we had textbooks, manuals, handbooks, etc. And for basic references, we had dictionaries, encyclopedia, Wikipedia, etc. Research, we saw about journals, grey literature like conference presentations, thesis, clinical trial registries. More recently is the evolution of preprints, whatever is not yet finalized as a paper. So you have preprint archives like medRxiv. Finally, you have synthesis resources where research papers are synthesized to give you evidence or guidelines or summaries. In PubMed, we learned about the 4 principles: word search, mesh search, which I'll again strongly emphasize. You want articles about something. First, check the mesh database, find the correct term, search that term with mesh. Field search for all other generic searches like articles by an author in this journal, etc. Boolean operators and or not, and the single citation matcher. What I'd like to emphasize is whatever I talked about, they are the absolute basics that one has to know. And then when you go to search, there's lots more to learn about mesh. There's lots more to learn about how do you combine different search terms. And one very important point, PubMed, when I described mesh, I had said that most records are indexed with mesh terms. An indexer goes through it, adds those terms from the mesh database. But approximately 20% of PubMed articles do not get mesh terms. Why? Some of them are from journals that will never get mesh terms. They got added to PubMed much later, just as a service, but the NLM does not include them for mesh indexing. The journals which do get mesh terms, like our JAMA, NEJM, or so many others, the latest articles are just added as they are, the bibliographic details. Then the indexer is given the paper to go through and add mesh terms. So the latest also don't have mesh terms. If you are doing a research where you want to ensure that you do not miss any, then you've got to search with mesh as well as a TIAB, the words coming in the TIAB. Now, who's writing the title and abstract? It's the author. The author could use different terms. I had just explained that one author could use cardiac arrest, one could use heart attack, one could use heart arrest. So you've got to think of all those synonyms. And for that one concept, you have to search it as myocardial infarction mesh, or cardiac arrest TIAB, or heart arrest TIAB, or whatever different terms, so that you ensure you don't miss any. You will get junk, but that's inevitable. So There are times when you're going to, especially systematic review authors, there's so many different terms that you have to think of. That itself is an art of how do you search, find all the available synonyms, make sure you use all of them. So there is a lot more to learn this way. And that's where we come in, QMed.NGO. Ours is a trust where we focus on teaching these skills. If you go to this link called online courses, there's a page that describes how you could enroll for these courses, learn at your pace, and get help from us. The courses we have: information resources and literature searching. This one covers a little more than what I talked about today. It is free to search. Introduction to referencing, that's also free to learn from. Then there's a mastering PubMed, which is in very great detail. And there's a reference management with Mendeley, which is also in great detail, plus a library of resources here. So please do explore, and I strongly recommend joining us, taking all the help available from us at a very low cost. These are my contact details. You could write to me at info@qmed.ngo so that it is tracked by me and my colleagues till we give you an answer. And I think there's time for a few questions, if at all. So I'll stop with this. Okay, there's a question. Are the American and British spellings adjusted for the search engine algorithms, pediatrics? So if you are not tagging your search term, then it is automatically taken. If you're tagging with TI, TIAB, etc., then the variations are not taken. So you'll have to search with both terms. And each tagging and not tagging has its advantage and disadvantage. So if I don't tag it, then it's going to get a lot of additional all kinds of references. Depending on the purpose of my search, I'll decide about tagging or not tagging.
Any other questions?
Basumati, would you just want to quickly tell them maybe some pointers about how a systematic review search actually differs from a regular PubMed search that they may do for their thesis?
Sure. I'll do that. What I'll do is I'll just go on to PubMed and do it. Just a very quick thing.
Thanks.
So I'm on PubMed. If I want to do, let me just take something like bronchodilators for asthma bronchitis. So I find the term bronchodilator agents. I know asthma and bronchitis are mesh terms. So with this knowledge, okay, if I want to do it for a general search, I would do asthma. I'd click this, add to search builder. Then I'd search bronchitis. I would select this, change this to OR. I would select this, add 9,628. That's a big number. I will make do with it. I would add any kind of filters that I want here and run my search. But if I want to do this for a systematic review, I might not take as broad a topic as this. I might choose more specific ones. That's one way. But in the interest of demonstrating it here, I would, I'd go to advanced. First, I will delete what I already did. So each term, let's say I choose asthma. I know it's a mesh term. I add it here in the history. This is my first. Now I want the term in the title abstract also. I put asthma with a star so that if the author has used asthma, asthmas, asthmatic, asthmatics, asthmaticus, I'll find all of them. And remember here, I'm actually wanting items that I miss here from the journals whose articles have not been given mesh terms. Now, I would also think of other synonyms for asthma. For example, how I would do it, I'm just going to the mesh page again. So here, all the synonyms they've mentioned are just with the word asthma, so that's okay. But just again, I have different ways in which I sit and find whole lot of synonyms. Just to give an example, it's not the best example, but in case wheezing or wheeze or wheezes. So like this, I will think of various synonyms. So just for this thing, I've put 3 here. So I'll do #1 or #2 or #3. So this number represents my search for asthma. I'll do the same thing for bronchitis. Let's say 5, 6, 7, and number 8 will be 5 or 6 or 7. So that will be representing bronchitis. Then I will take bronchodilator agents. I will search that in the mesh. When I search this, I got bronchodilator agents. I also have bronchodilator agents pharmacological action. If I just check this, it gives you so many different bronchodilators. So all this we explain to people whom we are mentoring or for doing systematic reviews. I would take both these options. I would probably choose this. I would, of course, as a person who's an expert in searching but not on the topic, I would discuss with you, who's the researcher, to read through this and decide which of these terms I must take, must not take. Combine all these with or. So that would become my term for bronchodilator. So my final search will be for asthma, it will be number 4, or say number 8 for bronchitis, and number 13 or something for the bronchodilator agents. And that will be my final search. So that's how this goes. What is here seems very small and sweet, but very often this would be something like 1 or 2 up to 30 terms. Medical, hardcore medical are easier. You're doing a more generic search like importance of nutrition in preschool children and adolescents or something. Very, very broad terms. So you'll have to think of so many synonyms for nutrition and things like that. So that's why some search strategies could go very, very.
Thank you, Vasumati. Are there any other questions?
I think we are done for time as well. Anyone has a question, you could write to my email address.
Over to you, Shruti.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your wisdom with us. Every time I listen to you, I learn something new from you. We will skip our short break and we will move on to our next session. I request Dr. Ananya to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, Ananya.
A very good morning to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Raj. He is assistant professor in Department of Clinical Pharmacology, State GS Medical College, KEM. He is experienced, he has got an experience of 10 years of clinical research. He has got around 50 publications in international and national index peer review journals. His area of interest are clinical trials, biostatistics, and bioethics. With this brief introduction, I would like to welcome you, sir.
Good morning, and thank you, Ananya, for this introduction. So today's talk now will be on epidemiological considerations in designing a research study. So the next 30 to 40 minutes, we'll be covering the various topics as follows. First, we'll have the measures of disease frequency. Then we'll have the classification of study designs. Under that, we'll see descriptive study designs, analytical study designs, experimental study designs, followed by a brief note on validity of epidemiological studies, and we'll end with qualitative research methods. Under measures of disease frequency, we'll look at prevalence, incidence, and case fatality. So before we look at these measures, there's one term which I would like to introduce, which is the population at risk. So what is population at risk? It is the proportion of population that is susceptible to a disease of interest. So for example, if we look at long COVID, so what is the population at risk for developing long COVID? They are nothing but patients who are being diagnosed with COVID-19 infection in the past. Now, if we say population at risk for COVID-19, it will be each and every human being will be the population at risk. So population at risk can be defined based on demographic or environmental factors. If the population at risk is unknown, then the total population is used as an approximation. So let me give this analogy for prevalence and incidence before we speak the actual epidemiological terms. So this is a bathtub. So the water in this bathtub can be considered as the prevalence. So prevalence is nothing but the disease which is present or the number of cases that is present at a particular point in time. And this bathtub is being filled by water from a tap, that is new water which falls in, which will be the incidence or the new cases. Now the prevalence here depends on your water which gets drained. Okay, so the disease can either be cured or the patient can die. So this is the relation between incidence and prevalence. So how do we define prevalence? It measures the existing cases of disease at a specified point in time. It is expressed as a proportion. So these are the regular cross-sectional studies which we do. So we do a survey and we find out what is the prevalence of, say, diabetes at a particular point in time. So it is given by the expression number of people with disease at the specified time divided by the population at risk at the same time. So there are two types of prevalence. We have point prevalence and period prevalence. So what do we mean by point prevalence? That's similar to the example which I gave you. It is a proportion with disease at a given time, and it applies when data is collected at a single time point. Like say today, if I do it in a village, say there is 150 children, and if 15 children require eyeglasses, then the prevalence of refractive error will be 0.10 or 10%, which is given by the expression number of people with disease at the given time divided by the population size at the same time, or the population at risk. So what is period prevalence? So many a times when the population is larger, we will not be able to do it at a single time point. Say, let's take it for example, a census. So to cover an entire country, we do it over a longer period of time. So period prevalence is nothing but a proportion with disease over a time interval or a time period. And this is given by the formula: number of people with the disease at start of time period plus the new cases that develop during the given period divided by the population size at the same time into 100. So let's say the same village, 150 children. So at the start of the study, 15 children required eyeglasses. At the end of 1 year, 3 more required eyeglasses. So your period prevalence over 1 year is 15 plus 3 divided by 150, which is 12%. So what are the factors that affect prevalence? So the factors that increase prevalence are the diseases of long duration. Let's say diabetes mellitus. We know that it has a low cure rate and it has also a low fatality rate. Therefore, when compared to an acute illness like say common cold versus a chronic illness like diabetes, diabetes has greater prevalence than common cold. Now, if there is an improved detection of cases, we always have a common analogy for non-communicable diseases, which is the iceberg. We always say it is the tip of the iceberg which is being found. Now, if there is a better test which finds the greater portion of the hidden iceberg, then your prevalence will automatically increase. Third, if there is an actual increase in the number of cases. Fourth, in a given place, if there is an immigration of the actual patients. Fourth, fifth is if the healthy people in that area move out. Moving on to incidence. As we saw earlier, incidence is the new cases that develop during a specified time period. It is important to mention the time period. Let me tell you why. Let's say we take COVID-19 as an example. Now, if I say the incidence of COVID-19 was 10, okay, it makes a big difference if I say the incidence of COVID-19 was 10 in a day versus incidence of COVID-19 was 10 over a month. It makes a lot of difference. Okay, so it is important that you say, mention the time period along with incidence. So it gives the rapidity at which new cases develop. It can be expressed in 3 ways. Like I said, absolute numbers, which just gives, okay, there were 10 cases. And the remaining 2 are cumulated incidence and incidence density, which we looked in the subsequent slides. So what is cumulated incidence? It is also called as the attack rate or the risk. It is the probability that an individual will experience a health status change over a specified follow-up period. Here we have a few assumptions. The individual has no disease at the beginning. And secondly, the individual did not die from other causes during follow-up. So this is given by the formula: number of new cases in the given time period divided by the population at risk at the beginning multiplied by 100. So what is incidence density? It is also called as incidence rate. So it is given by the formula number of new cases in the given time period, but the denominator is slightly different, which is total person time of observation. So what do I mean by total person time of observation? Which is the time at risk for the population. So in a dynamic population, individuals may have been at risk for different lengths of time. For example, if we take diabetes mellitus, someone may develop the disease at 25 years of age, someone may develop disease at 50 years of age. So actually, the risk period was different because after they have developed the disease, they are not at risk anymore because they already have the disease. So instead of counting the total number of individuals in the population at the start of the study, we only count the duration of risk. So the time each individual spends in the study before developing the outcome of interest is estimated, and this forms your denominator. So this is your incidence density. So I've already explained the relationship between your prevalence and incidence. Okay, so now giving a mathematical formula to it. So the prevalence here depends on your incidence and the duration of the disease. Okay, so prevalence will increase if your incidence increases or your disease duration increases. So there are two patterns that exist. Say chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes mellitus, they have a high prevalence and low incidence. Or when you take acute diseases like COVID-19, they have a high incidence or low prevalence because either people die or they get cured quickly. What is case fatality? It gives a perspective about the number of deaths from a particular disease. It is a marker of disease severity. Now, if the case fatality is high, we consider the disease to be severe. It is expressed as a proportion or ratio, and note that it is not expressed as a rate because it does not have a time component, although we often call it a case fatality rate. Okay, so it is a proportion or a ratio. Moving on to the next section, which is the study designs. So we'll be covering very briefly on the study designs. Most of you may already know this, so this will be a summary of what we've already known. Okay, so we have epidemiological studies. Now, how do we classify them? So the first question we ask is, was an exposure assigned? Was there an intervention? If it is an S, then it was an experimental study. If there was no intervention assigned, we call it an observational study. By intervention, we mean you may give a drug or you may give a behavioral intervention, say washing hands. Okay, so it can be an intervention. Now, once it is an experimental study, you ask if there was a randomization. I'll explain what randomization is at a later stage. So if there was a randomization, we call it as a randomized control trial. These are the usual clinical trials which we follow. If not, then it becomes a non-randomized trial. Moving on to observational study, once you decide it is an observational study, now the next question you ask is whether there was a comparison group, whether there were two groups. If yes, then they were analytical studies. If there was no comparative group, then you call it as descriptive studies. Further, analytical studies based on the direction of the study can be cohort, case control, or cross-sectional. In a cohort, you start with the exposure and you follow up till the outcome has occurred. A classic example is you start with the exposure to smoking and you follow up till the outcome of lung cancer has occurred. So this is a cohort study. In case control, it is opposite of cohort, where you start with the outcome and look back for exposure. So you have a set of people who have been diagnosed with lung cancer and you look back and ask for history of exposure to smoking. So this will be your case control design. Cross-sectional is nothing but similar to surveys. At one point in time, you ask for both presence of the disease as well as history of exposure. In descriptive studies, it can be at the level of population, which are called as ecological studies, or it can be at an individual level, like case reports, case series, or surveys. So we look at these designs in a little bit more detailed manner. Okay. So epidemiological studies can be experimental study or observational study. Experimental studies can be RCTs or non-randomized studies. And observational studies can be analytical studies, which can be further classified as cohort, case control, or cross-sectional studies. And descriptive studies are ecological studies or case reports, case series, or surveys. So surveys are similar to or same as cross-sectional studies, just that they do not have the analytical component. They just describe what it is. Descriptive studies. So they are case reports, case series, and surveys. So case reports, okay, all of us might have come across case reports. They are nothing but description of a single case. It may be a new or an unfamiliar disease, or it may be on a familiar disease but with a rare presentation, or it may give insights or hypothesis on pathophysiological mechanism which was previously unknown. Case series is nothing but a collection of case reports. You have report of more than 2 or more individual patients. The drawback is that both of these do not have a comparison group. Surveys are nothing but the prevalence studies which we most often do. So observe population at a single time point. Say what is the prevalence of anemia in pregnant women visiting our hospital. So ecological studies, like I said, it is at the level of population. For example, you compare India as a country versus another country on COVID-19 disease burden and behavioral habits. Like when the disease started, when the pandemic started, there were a lot of things saying the prevalence in Japan was very, very less when compared to India because of the way their culture is. Okay, so this is an example or a crude example of how an ecological study would be. So moving on to analytical studies. So the first is the cohort design. So you choose a population which will be your cohort. So in this cohort, you will have some people who are exposed to a risk factor. At the same time, you may have some who are unexposed to a risk factor. You follow them up. In both these groups, subgroups, some develop disease, some do not develop the disease. Now you find the incidence of disease among the exposed and the incidence of the disease among the unexposed, and this ratio gives you a value which is called as the relative risk. As I mentioned earlier, so you start with the exposure, for example, smoking, you follow up over time and you look for outcome, that is the lung cancer. Depending on when you start the study, you have different types of cohort study. The example which I shared was the prospective cohort study. So the study started before both exposure and the disease occurred. The another cohort study is a retrospective cohort study where you start the study after both exposure and the disease have occurred. You go back to the medical records, okay, and then you choose a cohort and you look for both exposure and disease. Now the third one is ambispective. You start in between, okay. You have a history of exposure already, and then you follow up and you look for disease in the future. So some examples I'll give you for these designs. The prospective cohort, the famous cohort study, which is the Framingham Heart Study. So Framingham town, the population living there, the entire population was the cohort. So you have some having risk factor, which is the exposure group, and some who do not have the risk factor, who are the unexposed group. Okay. The objective was to identify risk factors for cardiovascular diseases. Then you followed up over time, and then you compared the incidence of cardiovascular diseases. So the start of the study was before the occurrence of exposure as well as the outcome. Now, what is retrospective study? Okay. The start of the study was here. Okay. In around 1950, they found that employees working in dye industry, okay, had more death due to bladder tumors. So in order to confirm this hypothesis, they looked back into medical records. They identified this cohort of 4622 employees. They noted the exposure to aniline dyes, and then they found out the proportion of people who died due to bladder tumors, and they compared it with the expected cases of bladder cancer who were among the unexposed people based on national statistics. So the start of the study occurred after both exposure and the outcome has happened. So this is a retrospective cohort. So the difference between a closed and open cohort. Okay, so closed cohort is once the enrollment is complete, no new member can be added in the cohort. The size of the cohort therefore decreases with time because of attrition. People can die or people can be lost to follow-up. For example, victims of Hiroshima, Nagasaki bombing. So after the exposure to the nuclear radiation, the population size has come down. Open cohort, members can be added in the cohort over time. So since it can be added, you can also have an increase in the size of the cohort over time. Example is a Framingham Heart Study. Currently, we have the third generation of people who are being enrolled in the Framingham Heart Study. So it is an example of open cohort. How do you choose the comparison group? There are two types. The comparison group can be within the group. For example, in the Framingham Heart Study, we saw in the population of Framingham, we had a comparator group which had no risk factor. On the other hand, that can be an external comparison group. In the aniline dye exposure study, we compared it with the people from the normal population. So that was an external comparison group. So how do we represent the results and how do we calculate the relative risk? So this is the contingency table or the 2x2 table. Okay. So on the column heads, we present the outcome, which is the disease, which is present or absent. And in the row heads, we have the exposure, which is present or absent. So if we interchange the rows and the columns, okay, we will have a different interpretation. So therefore, it is important that we follow this rule. The outcome is in the column and the exposure is always in the row. So we have A, B, C, and D. And we know the exposure status in a cohort study. So this part of the this table is already known at the start of the study, and at the end of the study, this will be known. So what is relative risk? This is calculated on the horizontal axis. It is given by the formula incidence among the exposed, which is A divided by A plus B, divided by incidence among the unexposed, which is C divided by C plus D. So let me repeat, the relative risk is given by the formula incidence among the exposed divided by incidence among the unexposed. So how do we interpret relative risk? So we will come across many papers that gives these values. Okay, so you can have a value which is equal to 1, which can be greater than 1, or which can be less than 1. So 1 here will mean that incidence in exposed and unexposed is the same. In other words, the exposure is not associated with the disease. The other second scenario is the relative risk is greater than 1. In this case, we interpret that the incidence in the exposed is higher than the incidence in the unexposed. Or in our example, smokers have a higher incidence of lung cancer than those who do not smoke. So the exposure is positively associated with the disease. If the relative risk is less than 1, the incidence in the exposed is lower than that incidence in unexposed. In other terms, the factor that we were looking at is protective of the disease. So let me give this with an example of how you will interpret. Let's take the condition diabetes mellitus. So let's take two factors. One is high carbohydrate diet and the second one is increased physical activity. So the relative risk I got with high carbohydrate diet, let's say, was 1.7. So how do we interpret this? Patients who have high carbohydrate diet have 1.7 times increased risk of having diabetes mellitus when compared to those who do not have high carbohydrate diet. Okay? So this 1.7 relative risk can be interpreted the way I said, 1.7 times or you can also say it as there is a 70% increased risk. If the relative risk was 2, you say there was a 200% increased risk, or 2 times the increased risk. Now, the second factor was increased physical activity. Let's say the relative risk we got was 0.8, which is less than 1. Now, how do I interpret this? We interpret this as those who have high physical activity have 20% decreased chance of developing diabetes mellitus. That is 1 minus 0.8. Okay, so or they are 20% protected from developing the disease when compared to those who do not have an increased physical activity. So this is how you interpret relative risk. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of cohort studies? This is quite logical. So it is good for investigating rare exposures. So if the exposure is rare, such as an aniline dye, where not many of us get exposed, then a cohort study is beneficial. You can examine multiple outcomes for a given exposure, and it gives you a clarity on the temporal sequence as to what all can occur after the exposure has happened. The disadvantage is that it is time consuming, it is expensive because you need to wait for the outcome to happen. It is not good for rare diseases. Let's say if the prevalence is 0.01, then you'll have to follow up 100,000 people to just get one outcome, which is not worth it. Or if it is a disease with long latency, let's say carcinoma cervix, then you'll have to follow up people for 30-40 years, which is also very expensive. And there is a risk of attrition. Therefore, there can be bias in your estimates. Moving on to the second part, which is the analytical studies, the case control studies. Like I mentioned earlier, you start with the outcome, that is patients who have lung cancer. You go back in time and you look at the history of exposure, which is smoking. So you have two groups. Cases are those who have lung cancer, and controls are those who do not have lung cancer at the start of the study. You go back and look at history of those who have a history of exposure. Okay, some may have exposure, some may not have exposure in both cases as well as controls. Now you calculate the odds in the exposure group and you calculate the odds in the unexposed group. Then you have something called the odds ratio. Same contingency table, similar principles. So you have the outcome in the column and in the row, you have the exposure. Here, you know this A plus C and B plus D is already known at the start of the study. Okay. So odds ratio is given by this formula, odds that the case was exposed divided by odds that the control was exposed. Odds itself has a formula, which is the probability. Okay, I will not go into details of this derivation, but just know that odds ratio is calculated by this. Okay, AD divided by B into C. The interpretation is very similar to relative risk. Okay, so in relative risk, you calculated horizontally. In odds ratio, your formula is like this, crisscross. Okay. What are the advantages and disadvantages of, this will be a control study, case control studies. So good for investigating rare diseases because you start with the disease and then you go back. It is relatively quick and you have less participants. So you have least expenses when compared to cohort studies. You can study multiple exposures or risk factors at the same time. The disadvantage is there is lack of temporal clarity because you look back at history, so there can be recall bias, and there is difficulty in selection of matching controls. A case control study always uses a matched controls. We match it usually for age and sex, or may also be for other known confounders. So there will be a difficulty in matching the controls. The third design is experimental study design, which is the clinical trials. So this is the definition from the NDCT rules. So the NBCT rules deals with drugs. So any systematic study of a drug in humans to generate data for discovering or verifying its clinical or pharmacological, which includes pharmacodynamics or pharmacokinetics or adverse effects, with the objective of determining the safety, efficacy, or tolerance of such drug can be defined as a clinical trial. So you do clinical trials to evaluate not only drugs, but also for medical devices. Okay. Like for example, your implants, your pacemakers. You have behavioral interventions like in psychiatry, delivery system or organization of healthcare, your health programs, methods of primary prevention, vaccination programs, or screening programs. Any of these can be tested in a clinical trial. So a schema of a regular clinical trial is that you start with the population that suffers from a disease. You take a sample, you randomize. So one group receives one treatment, the other group receives another treatment. Then you follow up over time after the intervention is given, and then you compare as to how many have been cured of the disease or whatever your outcome is. So you start at the initiation of your intervention and you follow up into a future time point. So what do we mean by randomization? It is a process that ensures that each participant in a clinical trial has an equal or a pre-decided chance or probability of receiving an intervention. Okay. So you may choose 1:1 ratio, that is half of the study population goes to treatment 1 and half goes to treatment 2, or you can even have a different ratio like 2:1. For every 2 patients who go into treatment 1 group, 1 patient goes into treatment 2 group. So that is why I've used the term pre-decided chance. It is different from random sampling. Randomization is in a clinical trial where it ensures that the subjects receiving different treatments are comparable by known as well as unknown factors. So both the groups are balanced to begin with. Now, what is blinding? We often see the term blinding. So it is just that you keep various stakeholders involved in a trial unaware of the group allocation for intervention. Who are these stakeholders? This can be the participant, this can be the investigator or the outcome assessor or the data analyst. So now if you say double blind, out of these categories, any 2 may be blinded, and it is usually the participant and the investigator. Why is blinding necessary? Let's say if it is a drug for pain, and if the participant knows that he or she has received a placebo, it is more likely that psychologically the participant may report to you saying, no, I did not get relieved of my pain. Okay? But if there is a blinding, the participant may not know whether he or she has received placebo or the intervention drug, so you're less likely to prevent this bias. So the aim of blinding is that it makes the treatments under comparison indistinguishable from each other. When there is no blinding, you call it open label. When there is blinding, you can have single, double, triple, or quadruple blinding, depend on how many of these stakeholders are blinded. So after all of these epidemiological studies are done, so what is the validity of your results? So this is usually given by this bullseye figure. These are explained by 2 terms, accuracy and precision. So what do we mean by accuracy? And accuracy is nothing but how far your sample estimate or the value that you have found out from your study is away from the true value in the real world situation. Now, if you take the bull's eye as a true value, how far is it from the true value that gives the accuracy of your estimate? Precision is when you repeat your study multiple times how close your estimates come out with each other. Okay? So that is precise. So a good estimate will be accurate and precise. It will be close to the real value, and on repeating, each of your estimates will be close to each other. So this will be your valid estimate. So you can have other scenarios which can be accurate. They are close to the bullseye, but they are imprecise. They are far away from each other. They may be precise, they are close to each other, but they are far away from the true value. They can be both inaccurate and imprecise. So a study must be designed to get both accurate and precise estimate. So how do you not get an accurate and precise estimate? Is because of something called these errors. So the study results show an altered association between exposure and outcome when compared to reality. There are two types, which is the random error, which occurs by chance, or systematic error, we call it as bias. So what is a random error? It is a variability in estimation due to an unknown or uncontrollable causes. It is a one of a case error. Like for example, there is a hemolysis in a single sample, which gives you a falsely elevated potassium value. On the other hand, there is a systematically deviation from the actual truth. For example, you have a faulty electrolyte analyzer, which gives you a consistently elevated potassium value in all the analyzed samples. So this is chance, this is bias. The last part, which is your qualitative research methods, a brief overview. So what is a qualitative data? It is any data that cannot take a numerical form. It deals with words, descriptions, concepts, or ideas. It can also include videos or images. No numbers and statistics are involved usually, but there are also certain qualitative designs which can use a little bit of statistics. What are the source of this data? They can be open-ended survey questions, transcript of interviews or conversations, the documents, say newspapers or your medical records, observations of investigators, and so on. What are the three main data collection methods in qualitative studies? They are in-depth interviews, focus group discussions, and participant observation. What is an in-depth interview? An interview guide is prepared. That is, a priori, you decide an outline as to what questions you will ask. Then you go on like a conversation with a participant and you try and get more information. This interview guide is prepared with something called open-ended questions. So what is an open-ended question versus a closed question? An example is, let's say the question is, what are your thoughts about how our vaccinations were approved for COVID-19 during the pandemic? Versus, do you think our vaccination approval process was done in a hasty manner during the COVID-19 pandemic? The first was open-ended. The second was sort of leading, where I was trying to, influence the respondent, saying that it was sort of hasty. Okay. So this is the difference between open-ended and closed. So in open-ended questions, when we give open-ended questions, it is likely that the participants stop after, they become reserved and just say yes or no, yeah. So then you go on with something called probes, where you probe them further with certain questions. So this gives a rich, in-depth, contextualized, and unrestricted information. For example, if you have a questionnaire in a quantitative study, you will have four options. Participant cannot choose beyond the four options, so it is restricted. But in an in-depth interview, they are free to say whatever they want to say. Focus group discussions. It is a group discussion. You again have an interview guide, but you have more than one participant, usually 6 to 8 similar participants with a moderator, usually the investigator, and a scribe to note down important points. The important information here is that it allows group interaction and it is dynamic. Third is participant observation, where the investigator observes a social event and records the observations. So there are two important types of data analysis in qualitative study, which is the first one is the grounded theory, also known as the hypothesis generating data analysis. So you develop new themes which may later be subjected to hypothesis testing using quantitative techniques. For example, the question right now is, what are Indians thinking about a vaccination program for monkeypox now? At this point of time, none of us have any idea what is our population thinking about. What is a layman thinking about monkeypox vaccination? Do they think it is important? Will they take it? We don't know. Okay, so when we do an interview, we may be able to come up with a hypothesis which may later be tested using a questionnaire or a survey. And what is a conceptual framework? It summarizes the theoretical framework. It merely classifies text and summarizes to give an overall picture in a nutshell. For example, what were the steps taken by various state governments in India to reduce infection rate during a COVID-19 wave? There is nothing new or hypothesis generating here. We all know what everyone did, what different governments did. All this study will do is summarize in a nutshell and give you a concise result of what every state government did. So this is not hypothesis generating, it summarizes. Okay? So grounded theory and conceptual framework are the two main types of qualitative data analysis. There are more types, but these are the two main types. In summary, so we first saw the key measures of disease frequency, which is incidence, that is the emergent new cases, and prevalence, which is the sum of old and new cases. Then we saw descriptive study design. It can be at the individual level or population level. At the individual level, it is case reports, case series, surveys, and at population level, we have comparison of different populations, which is ecological studies. We saw the different analytical study designs, which is cohort and case control. In cohort, we calculate the relative risk, and in case control, we calculate the odds ratio. We have experimental studies, that is clinical trials. They can be randomized or non-randomized. We saw the two types of errors that may be due to chance, which is one of a kind, one which occurs randomly, or a bias which occurs systematically. And finally, qualitative data analysis. We saw two main types, which is the grounded theory or the hypothesis generating, and the second one is conceptual framework. It summarizes the theoretical framework. Are there any questions? Okay, so there's a question called the interpretation of odds ratio with an example. So the odds ratio we typically get in a case control study, and again the odds ratio an example is that the odds of developing lung cancer in an exposed group among smokers is 2 times than those who do not smoke. So what is the difference here between odds and the relative risk? Okay, relative risk is similar to probability. Okay, probability just says that if you throw a dice, what is the probability that you will get a 1? Okay, odds ratio on the other hand is the ratio of probabilities. Okay, so it gives you the odds of disease occurring in the exposed group and the odds of disease occurring in the unexposed group. So the odds ratio interpretation is similar to relative risk. Okay, but in relative risk, you say it is the risk is 2 times. In odds ratio, you say the odds is 2 times. What is the difference between retrospective cohort versus case control? In case control studies, you define cases and you define controls. Cases is defined as the occurrence of cases you define as the presence of a disease of your interest, and control you define as those who do not have that. And then you look back for history. In a retrospective cohort, okay, you do not start with the definition of a case or a control. You do not have 2 groups at the start of the disease, but you go back in time in history itself. You identify a cohort, a single group, and then find out the exposed and unexposed, and say you are in 2022 now, you start in the records of 1920 and you go forward in the medical records up till 1950 or 2000. So that will be your retrospective cohort. In case control, what you say, you start at 2022. Today I have lung cancer, and then you look back and see whenever there was an exposure to smoking. Are there any more questions? No more questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey, sir. It was a wonderful, informative lecture by you, sir. Now I would like to introduce with great pleasure, and it's an honor for me to introduce my faculty from Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Bhavnagar. And currently he is working as an ICMR scientist in National Institute of Traditional Medicine in Belagavi, Karnataka. He is the head of the Department of Health System and Research Unit. He has 52 publications in international and national index peer-reviewed journals. With this brief introduction, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ananya. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
And is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Let me just put it into presentation mode. Slides are moving.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Ananya, for my wonderful introduction. And I would like to thank Dr. Nitya Gupte, Professor and Head Department of Clinical Pharmacology, said GS Medical College in KEMH Hospital, Mumbai, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic, writing a research protocol. So good morning, one and all. I'm Dr. Manish Barwalia. Already 3 sessions have been completed. You have learned about research question, then how to do search, literature search, and how to compile literature. And then Dr. Jeffrey Raj wonderfully explained about the various parameters like as fatality ratio, risk ratio, odds ratio, and various study designs. So that made my work easy because I'm going to talk on research protocol. Research protocol is nothing but it is standard sets of statements which will describe our research question, hypothesis, need of the study, objectives of the study, detailed methodology, and expected benefits, and all these things. So few parts have been covered for this component, and few will be covered in our upcoming sessions. And in this, I will cover about concept note, what is concept note and how it should be written. Concept note is nothing but it is a mini version of protocol. Then based on concept note, how we develop full proposal or full research protocol, that I'm going to describe. And I'll also focus on the overviews of publication ethics, which we should also follow during writing the protocol and manuscript. What are the key components which we should keep in mind while writing for grant to funding agency, and also I will briefly cover about the manuscript writing in my entire session. So already Nitya madam has introduced you to the various scientists. Let me introduce you to another important discovery, and we are celebrating 100 years of insulin right now. And we must provide our tribute to the scientist Frederick Grant Banting. and the Charles Herbert Best. Those who have read the history of these two scientists must be knowing that how they have conducted the experiments on dogs and discover the insulin. So when this discovery was done, the Best was the postgraduate student in physiology, and he was assisting the Banting during his experiments. So why I'm talking about this insulin discovery, because history teaches us how the ideas are converted into concept note and research plan. That is very important in our professional life also. So I can say that on October 31st, before 100 years, 1920, Frederick Banting, a surgeon practicing in London, Canada, conceived an idea to isolate the internal secretion of pancreas. And you cannot imagine at what time he got that idea. It was early morning 2 a.m. Then at that time he got the idea, and immediately he wrote that idea into his diary. So this is the writing of Banting, mentioning diary noting of the Banting, which mentions about the ligating of pancreatic duct of the dog, and to keep the dog alive till the internal secretions or till the acini degenerate, and then he can isolate the internal secretion. So this is how he noted his idea. And following week, he met with noted scientist McLeod in Toronto, Canada, and then they develop a research plan. So this is how we actually work for making some projects. So based on that, uh, we prepare a research plan. So why we need a protocol? Okay, why we need a protocol? Because it will serve as a guiding document for our plan of action during our research study. So it will shows us the path how our study will be moving ahead. So it is guiding document. Then to review the project steps, if we have a protocol, we can have a review from ethics committee. We need to submit this protocol to ethics committee. Even for peer review, we can submit some document. To identify some collaborators, we require project plan. So protocol is very important, and even to get the funding from the various funding agencies, we need to submit sometimes concept note or full proposal. So that's why we need to prepare a protocol. It also communicates idea and plan to others, and it will also be helpful to document the standards of research study, because whenever external auditing or monitoring will be done for our study to assure the quality of the conduct of the study, then they must look into the protocol, and whether we are following that protocol during our study is not study or not, that will be verified. And most importantly, it will also be helpful for estimating the timeline for completion of the project, and also for preparing our budget for the study. So these are very important points why we need a protocol. There are 7 steps of a successful protocol writing. First, we have to identify topic, so where we need to work. Then we will have research question that already Nitya madam has covered. When our research questions may be descriptive kind of questions, or analytical kind of questions, or it will follow certain criteria like final criteria of research questions. So we will have now research question. Based on that research questions, we will prepare some objectives. Okay, so objectives here, we have to be very careful while preparing objective. It must be aligned with our research questions. Okay, many times I was a part of scientific review committee at Government Medical College Bhavnagar, and I found that many times students don't understand these things. Ki question is different and objectives are framed in a different way. So we have to be very careful that our research question, as our objectives must be aligned with the research question. Once we have identified research questions and we have prepared objectives, we can go with the concept note. Concept note is nothing but it is a mini version of protocol, where we will just have a brief idea about how our protocol will be developed. Okay, so I will be describing upon this concept note in our upcoming slides. Then once we have a concept note, we prepare the dummy tables. Dummy tables will help us to provide some insight regarding how our data will be collected and what kind of data we are going to collect. Already Dr. Jeffrey showed the table of that risk ratio and odds ratio. So that kind of dummy table based on our study design, how our data will be presented later on, that kind of dummy tables we can prepare. Then we will have now then idea about the study design we need to follow and what kind of data we need to collect. So then we can move ahead with the drafting of proposal. So we will write a first draft of proposal along with data collection tools, whether it is based on some interviews, then we need to prepare interview guides, whether it is a study questionnaire, whether it is case record form, that, and if any other tools we are going to use, that tools we need to have with us, and we can provide it them in annexures. Even annexures may have some other SOPs also, which we need to follow during the conduct of the studies. So once we are ready with the draft proposals and data collection tools, then we submit our proposal for peer review. Here in my institute, we start with the concept note, and we have a series of internal discussion based on that concept note and what should be included in the full proposal and how proposal should be made elaborative. That kind of discussions we are conducting among the scientists, and then we start writing the first draft of proposal. Then again we submit it to various in our internal group for peer review, and based on the comments from the peer review, we modify the proposal, and again it is submitted to review, submitted for review to some external experts, and based on the comments again we modify, and then we finalize the proposal. And then finally the proposal will be submitted for ethics review and maybe funding agency. So based on the requirement of our protocol, as you all are student, I'm in impression that you all are exam going students. After your completion of exam, you must be in your professional life. So during studentship, we write a protocol for dissertation requirement, but in professional life, we write protocol for submission to funding agencies or to generate some evidence. So that time requirement may be different according to the different perspective of the protocol. For example, if I need to submit my protocol for funding, then I have to prepare my protocol according to that guideline. Okay. So what is concept note? Concept note is a mini proposal, which is just a 1 to 3 page document, which will cover a summary of the important points which are going to be covered in our full proposal. So background and need, just we will mention the background and need of the study in 5 to 7 statements. For example, I will stick to one example here. That is, suppose my research question is whether exposure of ondansetron during pregnancy is associated with the teratogenicity or bad outcome, bad fetal-maternal outcome. So this is my research question based on which I will prepare my objectives, and then background will cover about the problem, why I should address this problem, and what is the knowledge gap that I will summarize in 5 to 7 statement. Okay. Objectives, I may be in concept note, it may be general, and then we can go ahead with the specific objectives, may be divided into primary and secondary even in concept notes. So then we will have just brief methodology, just bullet points, study design, study populations, data collection methods. Then if intervention study is there, then what kind of study design, or what kind of, whether we are going for randomization and blinding or not, what kind of follow-up we are going to do. So these brief information will be provided in methodology, just writing a summary of methodology. Then expected benefits of this study, how this study is having some translational values, how clinically it will be beneficial to the patients or participants. Then references, only 3 to 5 references are suffice in the concept note. We may have indicative budget in our concept note. Okay, just a summary of budget will be suffice. We will require this much amount of money for this project. Even we can provide some breakup also, like manpower, we will require this much amount. contingency, we may require this much amount. For equipment, we may require this much amount, and for another travel, we may require this much amount. So we can have just indicative budget in concept note, and then we can go ahead with the detailed proposal. So examples of concept note are mainly, many of you might have submitted your proposal for that ICM or STS program. That is nothing but that is a concept note, which is just giving the overview, because ICMR is receiving so many proposals in this program, and to review full proposals, it will take so much time. So that's why ICMR invites only concept proposals for STS program. Even in the area where more number of proposals are expected for the funding, ICMR invites the proposal in pre-proposal format. That is also a concept note. So these are some examples of concept note. Once exception is ICMR STS ICMR STS program, but once in pre-proposal format it has been accepted for funding agent by the reviewers, then if they decide to provide the funding to that particular project, then they will also ask to submit full length proposals. So for initial screening, the concept note is very useful. Okay. So detailed protocol, we must describe in details. It begin with summary and abstract. Again, whenever we are preparing detailed proposal, the first thing we need to do is we should be aware about the guidelines for the agency which we are submitting our proposal. So begin with summary and abstract. Our concept note will become our summary or abstract in detailed proposal. Then based on the background and need we have written in a concept note, now we will have some detailed sections. Now we will have thorough review of literature, and then we will prepare a detailed background which will cover the epidemiology of particular problem in particular region. Then what are the literature available to address our research question, and what is the research gap. So for again, I'm giving the same example, ondansetron exposure during pregnancy, whether it causes teratogenicity or not. So here I will describe about the epidemic, what is teratogenicity and what is the incidence or incidence of teratogenicity, and why ondansetron exposure is important, because it is used as an off-label drug for the treatment of morning sickness. Whether it leads to teratogenicity or not, that kind of information is having. So there are many papers available on that, but still the conclusion is not clear. So we can describe the strength and limitations of the available literature in background. So these are the limitations of already available literature that we can describe. Okay, so majority literature available for that particular problem is like registry-based studies like that. So validity is also questionable, because whether ondansetron exposure was really there or not, whether particular article has come from that or not. So that kind of limitations we can describe in background, and we can make our hypothesis, and same way we can have a different kind of methodology to test that hypothesis. Okay, so we have to write objectives as per SMART criteria. We have to be specific. Objective should be measurable, achievable, it should be relevant, and time bound. So then it can be divided into primary objectives. Based on our main hypothesis, we may have some primary objectives and secondary objectives which will support our hypothesis. So for example, here my primary objectives may be to determine whether an ondansetron exposure increases risk of teratogenicity as compared to other anti-emetic drugs during the pregnancy or not. Secondary objectives may be whether ondansetron exposure increases the risk of miscarriage and affects the other fetal outcome like neonatal ICU admissions and stillbirth, lower weight babies. So these are the secondary objectives. Then we will have detailed methodology, which can be divided into further parts: expected outcome and future plan based on our findings that many funding agencies ask for. So, but in student proposals, we generally don't include this section. Budget with breakup and justification. So in full proposal, we require full budget with breakup, all the breakups and justifications. Here, most of the time, we need to calculate budget on the actual assumptions. Okay, this many expenses we are expecting. So I will be covering that part later. Annexes may be required. So now we have concept note that can be converted into detailed proposals. So based on concept note prepared, we must have some discussions among our internal group, how to describe those parts, how to elaborate those parts. That can be practically done through internal discussions, and then the PI will prepare the first draft of proposals that will be again discussed. So that is how we move ahead with the concept note to detailed proposal. So already I have covered the importance of concept note. It will be helpful for organizing the ideas, to find the right words, right kind of study designs. Okay. Mainly it is required for competitions where we have large number of proposals to screen. So that way it will be helpful to screen rapidly, because it is a short document. So, and we may receive rapid and positive response. Many times as a students, you may find that your guide is busy with some other works, and that is true also. So once you are submitting your full proposals and large document, he or she may not be able to go rapidly to through that proposal. So at that time, this concept note would be very helpful to receive rapid and positive response. So let us have a few questions, rapid questions. Participants can write the answers in ABCD in chat box. Which of the following is component of concept paper? You can write your answer ABCD. I'm just giving you 30 seconds. Okay, so I'm receiving most of the responses like A and B. So still there is some confusion between A and B. Okay, concept note will have objectives and methods. Conclusion and discussion is not a part of even a protocol. That concept note will be converted into abstract while we will write a protocol. Okay, so objectives and methods is the correct answer. So don't get confused. Concept note is a mini document that so that we can use that document as an abstract or summary of our protocol. Okay. Another question is, the concept paper helps agencies for okay, I'm receiving some responses. Okay, nice. So here 100% correct. Okay, one response is B. Okay, so let me clarify. Concept note is a mini version of protocol. It will be helpful for rapid screening of the proposals, not for scientific committee approval, ethics committee approval, or publishing the manuscript. Concept proposal will be helpful for rapid screening purpose, but for scientific committee and ethics committee approval, we must need to submit the detailed protocol. Okay, so hope that is clarified. So concept proposal we are preparing just to begin with the proposal. Okay, so let us start with another section, research protocol. So hope you are clear about the concept note. Concept note to research protocol. Now research protocol is the detailed document which will have title, and we all know that title should be self-explanatory, and it should include about the study populations which we are studying. It should also include the severity of disease. It should include the intervention or intervention details, study design, etc. So it should be clear from title that what kind of study we are going to conduct, and what kind of study populations and what kind of intervention we are going to do in our study. Then it will be followed by abstract and summary. So here concept note, if you have prepared concept note, then it will be helpful. It will be very helpful to prepare the abstract or summary. Okay. Again, I need to clarify that concept note preparation is not mandatory to prepare a research protocol. But if we have prepared concept note, then it will definitely help us a lot for research protocol. So it is not a mandatory thing that before writing research protocol, we must need to write, or it is mandatory to write concept proposal. So it should be very clear. But some agencies ask for concept note first, then they ask for research protocol. So the purpose of concept note is totally different. We can have some keywords also, then background and needs, which I have already described based on that online sector exposure example. Should include the review of literature also. Sometimes some funding agencies ask for background and review of literature separately. So again, we need to separate the things. Objectives, primary and secondary objectives. Main objective, main hypothesis testing thing will become our primary objective, and secondary supporting kind of things will become secondary objectives. Methods I'm going to cover in detail. Expected outcome and benefit, some mainly asked by funding agencies at the time of submissions. So in this paragraph, by conducting this study, how the study participants and how study participants would be benefited, and how the findings of study will be relevant to particular clinical situation that we have to mention. Based on our findings, if we are planning short and crisp study, then based on the findings of that particular study, what will be the future plan, whether based on the findings we will plan out some further studies, or suppose if we are conducting some kind of surveys, that survey findings will be shared with some government agencies or planning commission, or that we can mention. Institutional support, many times funding agency mainly ask for institutional support. Sometimes they ask the mainly expertise available at the institute, equipments or facility available at the institute. So that kind of things we need to provide. And that's why whenever we are preparing our protocol, we must be clear that for which purpose we are preparing our protocol. For example, you are appointed as assistant professor in any medical college, and you are preparing a protocol for just generating an evidence, and as a part, okay, so you want to conduct some studies at medical college, then you must go through the requirements of that institute. Then if you are preparing your proposal for funding agencies, then you must go through the guidelines, formats given by them, so that you will be very clear. Otherwise, what will happen? You are preparing your protocol for funding agency submission, and at last moment you will realize that your format is entirely different, and you don't have supportive documents. Okay, so references, mainly we prefer 20 up to 20 references in the protocol. Then timeline and budget, how we are going to move ahead with the project, so we can prepare Gantt chart using some timelines, whether it will require total duration of project we can mention, and we can break up the duration in either into 3 months, 6 months, like that, and we can have certain milestones according to timeline. So that will help us to move ahead, and that will give us some targets with the timelines. Okay. And budget I will be covering separately. Annexures, I already discussed that. Even some SOPs, some study questionnaires, management plan, like at ADR management plan, then that can be given as annexures. Okay. So first draft of proposal, mainly concept note will be used as summary or abstract. We use the concept note outlines, and we try to elaborate that outlines as per the idea and plan. And it should not be, first draft should not be more than 2000 words, and we can have references up to 10. But based on the, again, based on the time requirement, suppose sometimes we have come across the call for proposals and we just have 7 days or 10 days, then we have to hurry it up. So we may prepare entire full length proposals and immediately, because we need to submit it immediately. So depending upon the circumstances, we may facilitate the process of drafting the proposal. So we have to write the methodology in detail. This is the heart of the proposal, because this is the part which actually provide the reviewers an idea that whether we have appropriate study design and study population to address our research question. So we have to mention a study design in detail. Already Dr. Jeffrey has covered various study design: descriptive, analytical study design, experimental study design. So whether it is case control cohort study, whether it is randomized control trial, we need to describe. Then study population and operational definitions. So on which kind of population, whether it is healthy volunteers, whether it is patient on which we are going to conduct our study, or whether we are going to perform our study in the community. Okay, so that we have to define along with some operational definitions. Like suppose, for example, if you are going to conduct some study in community related to anemia, then you must define anemia according to, if you are using standard definition also. So what guideline you're following for definition of anemia? For suppose if I have to follow the definition, then I will follow the Anemia Mukt Bharat project guideline for that anemia proposal. So we have to follow some standard sets of guidelines. Okay, so operational definitions we need to define in methodology. We must have to provide sampling procedure that will be covered, I think, later on in some upcoming sessions. Description of study procedure and data collection. So how we are going to collect the data that is needed in this elaborative mode. Okay, sample size and statistical analysis plan. This is also important. Quality control and implementation plan. So I'm going to cover all these things in detail. Study design, we have to mention whether it is retrospective record-based study, whether it is prospective cohort study, whether it is prospective cross-sectional study, whether it is randomized control trial, or whether it is qualitative type of study in which we are going to conduct some interviews. So case control study, already Dr. Jeffrey has described that we start with the definition of cases and control, and then we review the records, or we collect the data by taking history, and we try to search that whether exposure is present or not in the cases and control. Then in cohort studies, we start with again, there are 3 types of cohort studies which has been described. So I'm not going into the detail of this study design. But here, when we write a protocol, you must understand that if you are following case control kind of study design, then you must define your whom you are going to consider cases and whom you are going to consider control, and how the matching will be done between cases and control, that need to be described in study design. Same way, cohort study, whether it is prospective cohort, retrospective cohort, and how you are going to ensure exposure, how you are going to ensure disease, that we need to describe in detail. For example, here, suppose I am conducting cohort study for ondansetron exposure. So I will collect, I will select the pregnant ladies who have first trimester exposure of ondansetron or other anti-emetic drugs. So pregnant ladies with morning sickness, this will be my study population. So now whether ondansetron has been prescribed or other anti-emetic, based on that I will decide my exposure. So exposure, I will consider that during first trimester at least these many doses of ondansetron must be taken by participant. That will be my exposure. So that will be criteria. If not, then unexposed, I have to again for whom I consider unexposed participants, that again I have to describe in my methodology. So based on that, how I will confirm teratogenicity, whether after delivery I will observe the patient or gynecologist will observe the patient and they will record it. So like that we have to describe our first trimester. After first trimester sonography report, we are going to address that patient as a that fetus as a teratogenic fetus, right? So that things we need to describe in details during our protocol. Then how we are going to select the study sample from our study population. So population, for example, for first trimester pregnancy with morning sickness. Now, based on clinical criteria and demographic criteria, we may have target population. Okay, so here demographic, okay, if I have or clinical criteria, we can decide upon, okay, age should be less than this, because even a later age of pregnancy may have increased chance of teratogenicity or fetal abnormality. So I will also define some demographic criteria. Then clinical criteria also, I will set some clinical criteria. Then based on that, I will have some geographical criteria and temporal timelines that will lead to accessible population. So means from population to target population based on demographic and clinical criteria. And geographical means whether I'm going to study it in Mumbai, or I'm going to study it pan India. Then in India, how many states I am going to, or how many hospitals I'm going to cover. That kind of things we can mention about the geographical locations. Then temporal means ki, up to how much duration I am going to recruit the patients, or my study will be there. So pregnant ladies coming to KEM OPD with morning sickness, between this duration to this duration I will consider. So that will create accessible population, and from that population we will have subset of population based on certain exclusion criteria. Means if we are in this accessible populations, if we find that there will be still certain confounder factors that can affect our study outcome, that we are going to exclude. So suppose patients who are taking, or pregnant ladies who are taking some non-medications which can cause teratogenicity, that I will exclude because it can affect my study outcome. So that will become my exclusion criteria. Okay. Then some criteria which may affect the success of follow-up reports, quality of data, even acceptability of, sometimes in randomized treatment also, sometimes patients may have some allergic reactions or history of allergy to that particular treatment, or chances of development of side effect. That kind of things we can exclude. And finally, we have some study samples. So the thing is, we need to decide upon the various inclusion and exclusion criteria based on demographic, clinical, geographical, and temporal characteristics, and the factors which can affect the outcome, success of the follow-up efforts, quality of data, and acceptability of treatment can be our exclusion criteria. So now, based on that exclusion and inclusion and exclusion criteria, now we will have our study sample. Okay. So once we have our study sample subset of population, then we can have sampling technique, whether we are going to enroll all the patients who are meeting inclusion exclusion criteria on particular day, or whether we will have some sampling technique, like randomly we are going to select the participants. So there are two kinds of sampling methods. I think that will also be covered in detail in upcoming sessions. I'm not going into the detail of this sampling techniques. I will just briefly give you an idea about that. So operational definitions, which I have already mentioned, that we can mention it into study population, like some key terminologies we can define. Then we can define the exposures also, and what and outcomes, how we are going to or what should be considered as outcome in our study, that we can decide in clear, specific manner, and with references if possible. So if we are following certain guidelines, then we can provide the reference of those guidelines. Sampling procedures, again, we have to describe the detailed plan of sampling technique, which type of technique we are going to use. If possible, we can justify why we are using that technique and how we are implementing that technique, that we need to describe in detail. So sometimes in community settings, when we are conducting some community studies or community trials, we describe that suppose we have selected India, and from India we have selected some states zone wise, and in that selected states we are going to select some district based on randomization, because we have a list of states, we have a list of districts, and then we are going to select the zones in particular district, and then we can select household. So this is example of multi-stage sampling. So there are various sampling techniques: simple random sampling, stratified sampling. Based on certain characteristics, we are going to do sampling. systematic sampling, where we have some this sampling interval, and based on that we select the sample. Then cluster sampling, where rather than selecting individual, we are going to select the units. Multi-stage sampling, which just I described. Convenience sampling and voluntary samplings are mainly non-probability type of sampling, where, okay, so which are also used. Sometimes snowball technique is also there. So there are many techniques for sampling. I think it will be covered in detail in upcoming session. So in study procedure, how, when, what, and who are going to do data collection. Okay, so that is important in study procedure. Many times we just write down, okay, we will collect data, demographic data, clinical data, and outcome related data. But from where? So how you're going to collect the data, whether you're going to interview the participants or whether you're going to take those data from records, that you need to clarify. Okay, when you're going to collect the data. So once you are enrolling your participants, at what time you are, or when you are going to conduct interview. Suppose I have some studies where on myocardial infarction, then this is very important, because patient has come in critical condition to our emergency ward, and now I'm conducting interview, so that is not ethical. So that's why we need to describe all the things: how, when, what kind of informations we are going to collect, what kind of tools we are going to use, and who is going to collect the data is also important. Then if RCT is there, randomized control trial, we must need to describe the randomization and blinding methods in detail. How randomization will be done. So how we are generating random sequence. So randomization is having some steps. We have to generate random sequence. Then we have to have that allocation, concealment, and then random allocation. Okay, so which kind of randomizations we are going to use, then how we are going to generate random sequence, how we are going to conceal the allocation. So allocation concealment is nothing but when this PI would not know that next random code will be assigning to which group. Okay, so random allocation concealment is done mainly by generating the random sequence by another party who is not involved in the study. He will keep the random codes with him, and at the time of selection or recruitment of participant, PI will ask that person to provide the random code. So this is concealment, because PI is not knowing whether the next code would be in which group. Okay, so that is allocation concealment. Blinding, whether it is single blinding, double blinding, or triple blinding, we need to mention about that. And when we are mentioning blinding, we have to also mention how we are going to blind, to whom we are going to blind, and in which circumstances blinding will be decoded or blinding will be broken. Okay, so this much details need to be provided in study protocol. Details about intervention. If it is experimental study, then what intervention we are going to provide, whether it is drug related, whether it is device related, whether it is behavior related, that should be very clear. If it is drug, then how much amount of drug will be given, at what frequency it will be given, for how much duration it will be given, by which route it will be given, at what frequency it will be dispensed, and what are the other medications which will be permitted with the interventions, which will be restricted with the intervention. So these many details we need to provide during the RCT. Then we can have also description of study tools. For example, if you are using DSM-4 criteria, then you can provide some references, or you can describe in brief that study tools. Description of study tool is also important. Follow-up timelines with details about evaluation. So at what frequency we are going to evaluate, at what frequency we are going to follow up the patient. For example, whether it is after 1 month of the baseline, 2 months of the baseline, and at every follow-up, what kind of parameters we are going to evaluate. That details we need to provide. Then if we are going to intervene something, then we have to also provide monitoring plan to check the compliance of the intervention. How we are going to check the compliance, whether by simple pill count method or maintenance of diary, subject diaries, or we are going to collect blood samples and going to analyze those blood samples for plasma concentration of drug. That kind of things we need to mention according to our plan. Okay. Then in what circumstances participants may be withdrawn from this study by PI, that can also be mentioned in study procedure. Most of the things are based on the study design. So according to study designs, we can have the entire description. But the thing is, we need to provide detailed description in study procedure and whom we are going to consider loss to follow up. Okay. So whether and so we can have certain criteria for that also. Even for poor compliance, how we are going to categorize in this monitoring of compliance to the intervention, we can have certain criteria, whether poor compliance to whom we will consider it as poor compliance. And if this poor compliance will be found with the patients, then what you will do, that should also be mentioned. Because suppose you are providing your treatment, but patient is not taking it, then outcome will definitely affected. So this is very important step in any randomized control trial. We have to monitor the compliance. Okay. So quality control, another part is quality control in methodology or a project implementation plan, which mainly describes the quality control, how we are going to coordinate. If it is multi-centric trial, then how we are going to coordinate with each PI for the uniformity. Okay, that is important. How this coordination between manpower will be done. Then how quality will be assured at every stage of protocol, that we have to describe. Monitoring mechanisms, for example, compliance checking is also, it will also improve our data quality, because if we are missing that part, we are not ensuring that patient has taken the medicine or not, how our outcome will be proper. Okay, so that's why we have to describe all those things. Standardization techniques, for example, if you are going to have certain biomarkers, you are sending it to laboratories, then how standardization of laboratory procedures have been will be done, and how you are going to cross check the sample that processing. Okay, so you can have certain number of random samples which can be cross checked again with the same methods for the whether, and we can check whether we are getting same kind of results or not. So there are certain guidelines also which we can follow. For example, ICMR has prepared this national guidelines for data quality in surveys. So where if we have survey related studies, then we can follow this guideline for ensuring data quality during the survey procedure. So for example, if someone is going to conduct survey, then it is responsibility of field supervisor that after each survey, they should collect the survey forms from the field investigators, and they should check whether they have filled up the complete details or not. Sometimes it happens, field investigators go into field and they knock the door and they fill up the details by themselves. So we need to cross check whether they have actually visited the place and collected the data or not. So that's why audio, if we have provision of audio recording, we can check with the audio, cross check with the audio recording, and if any error is there, how this error can be rectified. That kind of plan we can give in our protocol. And we can also have some mechanisms related to good clinical practice, like auditing and not auditing, but monitoring the study related procedures by external monitors, whether we are conducting our study with the standard set of protocol and we are following guidelines or not. That study monitor can check. Sample size and analysis, the statistical analysis plan. So again, this will be a detailed lecture. So I'll just briefly provide the overview. Sample size calculation with justification and consideration of loss to follow-up we need to describe, because sample size for different kind of study design, different kinds of objectives will use the different kinds of formula. So based on that samples, how you decided certain determinants of sample size calculation, that you can mention what with reference. Okay, you have referred this article, and in this article they have mentioned that incidence of particular disease is like that. So that I have considered incidence from this article. Or if you are calculating your sample size based on mean difference, then you can again have a reference, and you can assume the mean difference for intervention and control, and you can calculate your sample size. So sample size calculation requires justification. Even we can mention software details and references if possible. Okay, with which software you have calculated the sample size. Description of variables, what are the different variables, then how we are going to ensure data entry and management. Okay, because data, and at the time of data entry there are many possibilities that many mistakes may occur. Data quality assurance, so whether your data is matching with the source document or not, that kind of things, we need to have certain mechanisms. And in pharma company trials, they have separate data management team, and when they receive some data, they go through it, and if they find that some data discrepancy is there, they will generate data clarification form. Okay, and you have to it will be submitted to PI for clarification, and we have to provide the clarification. Type of analysis we are going to perform, whether it is descriptive analysis or analytical analysis, whether it is what kind of populations we are going to analyze, whether it is per protocol analysis, whether it is intention to treat analysis, whether it is modified intention to treat analysis. So this kind of things we need to mention. Software use for what kind of software we are going to use for statistical calculations, that can also be mentioned in sample size and analysis plan. Then another section is ethical consideration, where we mention about ethics committee approval. Remember that now in India, we have two kinds of ethics committee which provides the approval. One is for regulatory trials and another is for biomedical and health research. For regulatory trial, we have to follow New Drug and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. And if you are a part of regulatory trial, then you must ensure that ethics committee must be registered with CDSCO. And if you are conducting some biomedical health research, then your ethics committee from which you are seeking approval must be registered with the DHR, Department of Health Research, Government of India. And in that case, we will be following this ICMR National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical and Health Research involving human participants. Then CTRI registration, it is mandatory for all the intervention trials since 2009. So we must ensure that protocol is registered on this Clinical Trial Registry of India. It is online procedure. Many of you might be aware about this procedure. So there is one portal through which you can register your trial, and remember that it should be registered prospectively. Once you have started your study, it cannot be registered. You can mention about consent, whether you're going to take written informed consent from whom. If it is pediatric population, you can mention about assent and consent from the parents also. Okay, so I think this ethical consideration part will also be covered in last session in detail. So consent waiver, if you are going to ask from ethics committee, you can also mention that in your protocol, because if you are going to do your study on retrospective study on some records, you may not be able to take consent from the participants. So record-based studies, you can clearly mention in your protocol that you will seek consent waiver from ethics committee. Okay, how you're going to maintain the confidentiality of the records, that you need to mention, whether you're going to code the documents and how you are going to keep the record, that you need to mention, and to whom this record will be available. Then compensation details can also be mentioned. That can be the part that can be mentioned in this participant information sheet. What kind of compensation we are going to give. Okay, insurance detail in case of regulatory trial is required. The participants are insured. Conflict of interest, if any, you can declare in protocol also. So based on study design, we have certain guidelines. For interventional trial, a spirit guideline is there for writing a protocol, but these are reporting guidelines. So later on, when you prepare your project report, you need to consider this guideline. So better you go through this guideline in advance and consider those parts which are mentioned in these guidelines in your protocol. So for example, RCT consort is the guideline. Systematic review, if you're planning, then quorum guideline and Prisma guidelines, they mention various sections which are mandatory for reporting. So that's why at the time of planning, you should include all those sections and you should cover those sections in your study also. Observational studies, STROP guideline. For case reports, CARE guideline. Animal experiments, ARRIVE guideline. And for qualitative studies, we need to follow this CORQ guideline. This is while we report the manuscript or project report. But it is better to go through these guidelines in advance while preparing for a particular study. So another important aspect is grant writing. Here, we may submit this proposals. Once now we are ready with the proposals, we have finalized our proposal, then we will submit this proposal to funding agency. At that time, we need to check certain things. We have to check whether our project is in scope of that funding agency or not, or particular call for proposal or not. Suppose call for proposal is for maternal and child health, and you have prepared protocol in an entirely different area, then chances will be nil. Know your funder, to whom you are submitting, whether it is ICMR, whether you are submitting it to DST DBT, whether you are submitting it to CCRS, whether you are submitting it to some private NGOs. You should go through guidelines and requirements, submission requirements, and then what are the other documents that can be required at the time of submission, whether submission is online or offline, or submission is, if it is online, then your all co-investigators are registered on that portal or not, that you have to ensure, because last moment these problems are there which avoids you or which restricts you from the submission of proposal. Budget calculation with justification. Here, particularly when we are preparing budget for manpower, we need to go through the guidelines of recruitment of various agencies, because here we should not give like a lump sum budget. Okay, we need to go through the guidelines. Suppose if you are preparing proposal for ICMR ad hoc call, then you have to go through guideline of ICMR recruitment. What kind of manpower we can have in our proposal based on that essential qualifications they have given. Okay, and what kind of salary they in guidelines they mention about the salary component also. So what salary we need to provide to which kind of post, that we need to see, and then we need to decide what kind of manpower we are going to include in our study, and according to that we need to calculate the budget. Okay, and so there are in budget there are some other components also. Manpower, along with manpower we can have equipment facility, we can have contingency or consumables, we can have travel facilities. Some agencies provide overhead budget, some agencies may not. So we have to go through requirement of budget also for various funding agencies. Then the most importantly for getting grant is we have to link our previous work with current proposal. Okay, if if our current proposal is based on our previous work, it will provide solid justification to the proposal, and funding agency will also get convinced, and chances of getting grant will also increase. Focus on expected benefits and future plan. So this part is also important while we are submitting our grant proposal for grant, because expected benefits, how this proposal will be helpful to community, and how much transnational value it will have. Based on that, only the funding agency will decide upon the sanctioning of that particular project. Suppose you are planning 1 crore project for just 100 participants with a very common condition, then chances are very less, because you are spending too much money for benefiting few participants, and even which is common problem and that addressed by many researchers. Okay, so another part I am going to cover is publication ethics. Just I will take brief. I will describe brief about this publication ethics. There are a few agencies which provide the guidelines. ICMR in India provides the policy on research integrity and publication ethics, and this Committee on Publication Ethics, which provides international guidelines for publication ethics. Mainly, there are a few components in publication ethics, which is ethics review, breach of confidentiality, where every research must be started after ethics committee permission. No data will be shared to any third party without the permission of PI or funding agency. Then fabrication and falsification, plagiarism, authorship related some ethics, manuscript submission related ethics, and conflict of interest. Okay. So fabrication and falsification, mainly if suppose some students goes to statistician with his data and he asks, okay, my data is not statistically significant, make that statistically significant. So manipulating data is the falsification. And some students who have taken data from seniors dissertation and without conducting study, he has generated data from seniors dissertation will be known as fabrication. So these are not permittable and they are this unethical practice may get authors may get punished also. Okay, ghost versus gift authorship. There are some criteria for giving authorship by this ICMG. Okay, so based on that criteria, only authorship should be decided. Sometimes we find that someone's name is omitted who has contributed enough in the manuscript generation, but his name is not there. That is known as ghost authorship. And sometimes gift authorship is also common, crediting someone who had not contributed in the manuscript. So these kind of things we need to avoid. Plagiarism, all of you must be aware about the plagiarism, presenting someone else's work or idea as your own with or without their consent, or by incorporating it into your work without full acknowledgement. So whenever we are stating someone else's work in our study, then we must acknowledge it by writing the reference. So there are a few types of plagiarism: direct plagiarism, complete or partial copying from others' work without acknowledgement; self-plagiarism, duplicates of previous work or sentences; salami publication, publishing same kind of manuscript based on same experiments. So based on same experiments, we divide certain parts and published in various journals. This is also not good practice. So there are few softwares also which detects the plagiarism. Now online checkers are available. So whenever you write proposal or even manuscript, you yourself should check the plagiarism. Okay, because UGC University Grant Commission guideline is also there to which classifies plagiarism into various levels, level 1, 2, and 3. If plagiarism is found between 10 to 40%, and if your manuscript is already published, then they may ask to withdraw your manuscript, and authors shall not be allowed to publish any work from minimum period of 1 year. If it is level 2, which is moderate kind of plagiarism, similarities between 40 to 60%, then withdrawal of manuscript and a restriction from the publication for a period of 2 years, and even increment can also be restricted. And they may not be allowed to be a supervisor of any UG, PG or PhD students for at least period of 2 years. So these are the punishments which has been given in UGC guidelines for plagiarism. Level 3, similarities more than 60%, then obviously punishment will also be more. Okay, so you can go through those guidelines. Submission related ethics, simultaneous submission, which is also not ethical practice, to submit same manuscript in different journal at same time. It is not permittable. Duplicate submission, submitting new manuscript with same hypothesis, methods, data, and conclusion should not be permitted. Even publishing in predatory journals, which publish without peer review, is also an unethical practice. So you will find some list of predatory journals on this UGC website, University Grant Commission website. They have prepared this UGC care, and there is around 71 active predatory journals list on that website. Okay, so because of time constraint, I am just omitting this question. Lastly, manuscript writing. This is my last slide. for once you have completed your study and you are planning to write your manuscript, the first thing you need to do is you need to select the journals, few journals, and you should go through the author's guidelines so that you can prepare your manuscript according to those guidelines. So you can prepare first draft of manuscript in embroidered structure or structure given by that particular journal. And then it should be discussed, it should be circulated for review, internal review, and then finalization of manuscript. You need to go, you need to check what kind of other documents will be required while submission of manuscript, and you need to prepare those documents, sometimes title page, conflict of interest declaration form, okay. And sometimes you need to provide data set of your experiments also, so that you need to provide. So other documents, which other documents are required, you need to go through it. Then after finalization, you can submit your manuscript, and then again it will go into the peer review, and if everything will be all right, then it will be accepted for publication. So these are my references for the presentation. I thank you all again for patient listening. Thank you all. If you have any question, you can ask.
Are there any questions for Dr. Manish? I think nothing, Dr. Manish, but thank you for a very nice talk, and thank you for sparing time
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
to
so
talk to
much.
our students. Yeah, Ananya, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. It is very wonderful to have you, sir, with us. It's an immense pleasure for me, especially, sir, and all of us. And like with this, we'd like to have a break of 10 minutes. Uh, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Adanya. Yeah.
So we will get back just after 10 minutes. So it's 12:38. We will be back at 12:48.
Welcome back. A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Nati Saxena, will introduce the speaker for the next session. So our next lecture for the workshop is on planning the research study. I welcome Dr. Saket Thakur. He is a senior medical advisor and a safety research India Southeast Asia Cluster at Sanofi. In his short yet illustrious career, Sir has been a former medical monitor at Roche Product and also had the position of senior manager at Dr. Reddy's. He is an alumnus of our institution and our department. Sir has 10 years of rich experience in research through academia and pharmaceutical industry. He has been a constant support and a source of inspiration for his juniors and follow his path. I welcome, sir.
Unnati, Saket is online, right?
Yes, ma'am, he is online.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Otherwise,
I'm calling him.
yeah, just call him. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, yeah, I'm online.
Yeah, so this is the speaker for the next session, Dr. Saket Thakur. Yeah.
Sorry for the technical issue. I again introduce our speaker for the next session. Our next lecture for the workshop is on planning a research study. I welcome Dr. Saket Thakur. He is a senior medical advisor and a safety lead clinical research India Southeast Asia Cluster at Sanofi. In his short yet illustrious career, Sir has been a former medical monitor at Roche Product and also had the position of senior manager at Dr. Reddy's. He is an alumnus of our institution and our department. Sir has 10 years of rich experience in research through academia and industry. He has been a constant support and a source of inspiration for all his juniors. So I welcome Sir for the lecture.
Saket, good afternoon. Are you set?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Sakit, I'm not able to hear you.
Okay, okay. Give me a moment.
Request the participants to please bear with us while we sort this out.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Excellent. Okay, great. Audible and visible. Great.
Saket, are you sorted?
Yes, I'm sorted. I'm so sorry, everyone, ma'am, and because I'm in my office now, and maybe there are some issues with the laptop Zoom. So I may have to figure out what's the problem. So I'm taking this from my mobile. Sincere apologies to everyone.
Saket, you want me to move your slides? I just saw that you've emailed them. Would that
Yes, yes, yes. Maybe, yeah, that would be great, ma'am.
just
Yeah.
hold on? Just hold on a second. Just hold on. Shruti, you're sharing?
Yes, ma'am, we are sharing.
All right, yeah. So Saket, maybe you can just say next slide, please, or something.
Yes, yes, sure. Yeah, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Saket, thank you for coming in and good to see you.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, ma'am, for invitation, and of course, it's always a pleasure to talk to a bunch of students.
Yeah. I think we are set, Saket. Yeah. Over to you.
Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies once again. So, I'll be taking you through the topic which is called as planning a research study. So, I think you all must be taught about the study design, designing a protocol, how you calculate a sample size, what you do in terms of writing a statistical analysis plan, how you analyze the data. So this is outline of my presentation. I'll be taking you up with a brief of background, how you plan a study. Then we'll move to defining the study population. Uh, then we'll see the inclusion exclusion criteria. We'll also understand and learn about data management, not in much details what we do in industry, but I'll give you a flavor of how you do and how you deal with the data and manage it properly so that it can be analyzed. And we'll also introduce you to some fundamentals of project management, because we all are in our capacity are managers of various projects, one project or multiple projects. So I'll give you a flavor and explain how you can manage your projects well. And lastly, I'll summarize my talk. Maybe next slide. So first we'll introduce to a topic which is widely known now to you is a research question. So any research cannot happen without a valid research question. So there are some criteria which will help us to define a research question and which we called as finer criteria or finer criteria, whatever we may pronounce. So it has to be feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. So your research question has to follow each and every one of this aspect about a research or a topic. It has to be feasible first, interesting to the audience and to you. It has to be novel. I mean, novel not in terms of complete novelty, but it has to address some unexplored or unidentified gaps in the practice. It has to be ethical for very important, and it has to be relevant for your time and fraternity or speciality, and to the audience to which it addresses. Next. So first, once you decide your research question, you have confirmed your research question, the next step comes to developing a blueprint. And a blueprint of a research is, in medical terms or scientific term, is called a protocol. So, I mean, you are all taught about protocol, elements of protocol, the framework, the standard guidelines to develop a protocol. But in essence, it has to have first is introduction, a robust introduction, which explains the background of the topic which we are going to address. So background includes the available data on any disease, any condition, any treatment. And the next part is comes to in the background comes the gap in the treatment or gap in understanding a disease, diagnostics, etc. And then comes a rationale is actually what are the gaps and how your research topic is going to address or fill the gaps in the current knowledge. So that completes your introduction. Then based on the introduction, you'll develop your objective. So objective is actually connecting your research question. So what is your research question and what you are going to achieve in your study. So that completes the objectives. There are ways to define your primary objectives, secondary objectives, but usually in any research, there is always a primary objective and there are some secondary objectives. But if you are doing some great research, for example, if you also want to explore something, then you can also mention some exploratory objectives which you may get the findings out of doing this your primary research. So there could be primary, secondary, or some people call it as tertiary or exploratory objective, depending on the nomenclature. You may name it either ways. Then comes the methods. The method is how you are going to achieve your objectives. So next. So first, there are some important elements to write a method section. So it has to define the design of the study. So study design, now you know, observational, interventional, and then subcategorization. The setting in which you are going to conduct a study, whether you are going to do it in a inpatients or whether you are going to do it in an outpatient setting, whether you are going to do in a hospital or you are going to do in a field. So field-based study, then or a hospital-based study likewise. Then your population. So what is going to be your population, whether you are going to do in mild disease population, moderate or severe, what is the age group or demographics of the population. So we'll see how you define your population in subsequent slides. Then you determine your intervention or control. Of course, if it is going to be the interventional study, you will determine whether you will be doing a single arm study or you will also do a control study, taking a control. And if you are doing an observational study, what is going to be the design? You are going to do a case control study or a cohort study or simple a cross-sectional study. So likewise, you determine your controls, or here in observational study, what we call as exposure and outcome. Then you determine your outcome variables that are nothing but called as endpoints in convention. So endpoints are the pathways or steps to which links to your objectives. And then of course determine the framework, time frameworks, how you are going to and what time frame you are going to achieve your objectives. So that actually completes your method section. So after that, the important element is data management and statistics. So how you are going to collect the data, what controls or quality assurance mechanisms which you are going to implement into the data collection. And once you collect the data, how you are going to do the statistics. So statistics also is divided into sample size and then sample size or statistical analysis plan, and how we are going to analyze your data. So when you analyze the data, you also determine your analysis population. So what population you are going to test your primary endpoint and what population you are going to test your secondary endpoints. How you are going to do your sensitivity analysis. I mean, just to check the robustness of your data, and how you are going to present your findings in terms of say table, listings, figures, etc. And this completes essentially your protocol. Also, the detailed protocol in industry, we also mentioned about publication plans, so how we are going to publish the data, who is the owner of the data, who is entitled to publish the data. These all aspects are defined into the protocol. Next important part, before approaching to actually determining the trial population, we understand the principle of population versus sample. I think this is explained to in much great details in the sample size calculation, but for a planning perspective, you also have to understand the difference between a population and a sample. So we all know that population is something which is called as a universe, in which I mean you have an entire universe out of which you derive a sample, and we are not able to study the entire population, and hence we take a sample. So this is the difference. So sample is a subgroup or subset of the entire population. So there are several classification subgroups of a population. So an entire population is a larger group from which you pool a target population. So target population is something which is called as a protocol eligible population, or you define in terms of say in eligibility criteria or a sampling criteria. Then it may not be feasible for you to access the entire target population. For example, you are doing a study in KEM, and the catchment area of KEM is limited to a certain geographical vicinity. So outside that geographic vicinity, the population, even if it is eligible to you, may not be accessible. So the subset of target population is an accessible population. And then out of accessible population, there are some restrictions. Say, for example, patients are not able to visit the site, or they are not willing to participate in the research, or they want to be treated with a different treatment or not as part of your study. So there are some exclusions applied to the protocol, and that becomes again a narrower subset of your population. Then again, you of course the patient consented to participate in the study, and you tested them, you are eligible to study, but they are not able to actually complete the study for some reasons. Maybe they become lost to follow up, they migrated, they lost interest in the study, or they got worsened, or they feel that they don't improve with this protocol and they want to switch to the standard of care. So that again becomes a further narrower population, and that becomes a completer or completed population. So once you come from external, your population to sample, the size narrows down. And this essentially is represented in terms of a funnel. So I'll show you the funnel which we typically see in any clinical trial or any clinical research. So on the right side of the dart wheel, you can see the typical uh, population versus sample criteria. So the population in this example was one Florida data. It's a trust population which has a size of around 15 million. So out of which the target population for them was patients with atopic dermatitis. So it became further narrow, around 1 lakh population. Then further narrow down criteria was effective target population. So they also determined assigned some criteria, that patients with atopic dermatitis and use the study drug for 24 weeks. So I mean, for those who completed the study for and stayed on a treatment for 24 weeks. Of course, some of the population of patients would have dropped out from the study, so it became very further narrowed down. And then lastly, patients who meet the clinical trial eligibility criteria. So later they also, I mean, they wanted patients who have been treated with background treatment for say 6 months, and then further qualifying to the eligibility criteria of the study. So again, if you see, it further narrowed down the population to 820 participants. If they would have further screened those participants for some diagnostics or lab parameters, they would have further excluded few patients, and few of the patients may have dropped out from the or opted out, or say refuse consent to participate in the study. So this how you narrow down in terms of your sample. Next slide. So if you see in a different way, so there is a population which is called your universe. You apply clinical and demographic criteria to your population, and that becomes your target population. Again, if you again apply say filter of geographical vicinity or temporal relationship, for example, those who are recently progressed, or those who have taken treatment for 6 months, those who are progressed on recent line of treatment, say in oncology studies. So this it becomes a temporal criteria. So that again applies a filter and makes the target population an accessible population. Then you apply some exclusion criteria, then then eventually that becomes your study sample. Next. So then we move to the specific topic of selecting your study population. So first and foremost, criteria to determine your study population is assigning a case definition. So for assigning a case definition or diagnosis to a condition, you have to use the most updated disease society guidelines or consensus statement. For example, if you are doing a study in asthma, you have to follow the latest GINA guidelines for diagnosis of asthma. For diabetes, you use American Diabetes Association or European Association of Study in Diabetes guidelines. If you are doing study in multiple sclerosis, you use McDonald's criteria, the latest one. And if you are doing a study in psychiatric condition, then you will use a diagnostic and statistical manual for uh, the latest DSM criteria for the particular condition. If you are doing an oncology study, then you will have to do confirm the diagnosis of a malignancy through histopathology and cytologically. And of course, you will do imaging to prove the presence of the disease. So this how you define the case definition or make a case definition of a target population. Then you also, as a researcher, you will determine the need for a broad or heterogeneous population or a narrow population, which is a homogeneous population. So this is very important and interesting aspects of determining your population. Are you going to keep your criteria very broad so that you allow all population into your study? So this also has a advantage because you are able to complete your research in a very quick time frame or very short time frame. And since you are all residents or DM or MCH students, you have a time frame to complete your thesis. So many a times you are got tempted to take a very broad population so that less number of patients get dropped out of a study and you complete your research very quickly. However, it comes with a caveat or a drawback. If your population becomes heterogeneous, your delta, the difference which you are going to find in a population, may become very narrow. So that has an impact on your sample size. I mean, you must have been talked about the relationship between your difference in your primary endpoint or parameter vis-a-vis your sample size. So the narrower the delta or difference, the larger population you need to study to find that difference. So you have to understand that if you take a narrow population, very homogeneous, it operationally it takes a longer time to complete the study because uh, in that process you end up excluding a lot of patients who are not fulfilling the criteria for your study. So you take long time to complete the project. But yes, the delta becomes wider because I mean whatever population you are including in the study is very homogeneous. So finding a difference or probability of finding a difference becomes higher, or there is high chance or likelihood that you end up getting some positive or successful outcome. In scientifically also this is called as internal validity and external validity. So internal validity is how your findings are robust. Whatever you wanted to achieve, did you achieve? That is called as internal validity. So a homogeneous population may assure you a good internal validity, and a heterogeneous population will ensure your external validity or generalizability of your findings. Your findings or your population is actually mimicking the real world population, which is there actually waiting for the new treatment. So this is again another scientific aspect of internal validity versus external validity or generalizability of the finding. You must have all published some literature. So when you write that statement or submit the article, they will the conso statement also assesses your research vis-a-vis the generalizability of the findings. If your findings are not generalizable, you may address as a limitation that these are the gaps, and because of this limitation, our findings cannot be generalized to the larger population. So this is something which has connection to your selection of the target population. You might have chosen a very homogeneous population, and because of that, there are several limitations and your findings are not generalizable. Next important aspect is assessing a setting. So whether you are going to do the study in your inpatients or you are going to do it in outpatient setting. Of course, by you are all clinicians, so we would understand based on the nature of the disease. If your disease is very severe and patients are debilitated, you would certainly need to do this study in a inpatients or say ICU for that matter. But if you are doing study in ambulatory patients, you can well do this, execute this project in a OPT setting. Next. And of course, some of the observational studies are also field-based. They might not need to be done in a hospital setting. So this is again a field-based or a hospital setting. For industry, I would give you a flavor that, for example, are you going to do this study in Asia, or you are going to do this study in entire world or various continents. So it becomes a single center or single country study versus multi-country or multinational study. So this is how we determine the settings also. I mean, further categorization. Then population. So are you going to do this study in a early disease or advanced disease? Say, for example, in oncology, there are various settings. So neoadjuvant setting, adjuvant setting, or metastatic setting. There are some condition which has relapsing, remitting tendency, and or a stable disease. So are you going to do a study in a relapse remitting patients, or you are going to do execute a study in a stable disease patient? So it depends. Again, everything is linked to your research question and objectives. Then comes the demographics. So age cutoffs. So of course, what is going to be the age of your population? Which patients are you going to include into the study? Again, it has connection with your heterogeneity versus homogeneous population. So if you allow all comers, then you may end up getting a heterogeneous population. If you restrict your patients to a narrow subgroup of population, then becomes a homogeneous population. So there are some parameters on which you can assess the age inclusion. So first of all, you have to understand the disease, that what is the median presentation of the condition. For example, if I talk about multiple sclerosis, the median presentation would be around 25 to 40 age. So I can expect that my population could be within this age group. But if I'm doing a study in multiple myeloma, then you know that median presentation is 60, above 60 years. So my population could be beyond 60 years. If I'm doing a study in, say, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, then I know that I have to include pediatric patients, because this is one of the most common condition in pediatrics. And in diabetes, it has multi years or multi-modal age, because now we would see a lot of youngs having diabetes. So I have to allow broad range group in my uh, cutoffs in the demographics. So this is how you determine the age cutoffs in the protocol. Age also has connection with the comorbidity. So elderly people are having multiple conditions associated. So for example, if you are doing study in multiple myeloma, but there are also patients who also have, say, hypertension, diabetes, uh, dementia, for that example. So comorbidities also has a associated comorbid treatment. So we also have to figure out that if you're doing testing a drug which has complex drug interaction, if you allow old age population who are on polypharmacy, then you may also have to expect a lot of interaction and change in PK, PD of your drug. So a lot of brainstorming also happens on that aspect as well. Some people don't like to brainstorm in great deal and just include uh, the standard cutoff which are mentioned in industry protocol, say allowing patients from 80 to 65 years. That can also happen, but I mean, you have to ensure that your patient becomes very truly representative of the target population. So you have to apply some further filters so that you approach the target population. In oncology protocols per se, you also have to figure out and take into consideration the performance status of the patients, because if you are doing a study in advanced disease in multiple lines of exposure to treatment in metastatic setting, then you will have to see that patient has to follow some performance status. So there are some standard test, ECOG or Karnofsky scale, which are the standards on which you assess performance status. So, and performance status also has linked to the survival. So patient has to have some predetermined survival so that your effects of the treatment can be assessed in a time frame. So that also has to be considered. So based on that brainstorming and assessment, you determine your inclusion and exclusion criteria. So what is essentially inclusion criteria? So inclusion criteria essentially depicts the demographics, age, geography, gender. Gender also, you have to also include whether you are going to include women of childbearing potential into the study. Are you allowing pregnant and lactating women into your study? If you are allowing women, how you are going to ensure that the risks are minimized to the women of childbearing potential, if in case if they become pregnant throughout the course of the study? How you are going to monitor the well-being of fetus and monitor the outcome of pregnancy? All these aspects have to be taken into consideration while you determine the eligibility of the population. Then becomes case definition, as we already seen, comorbidities and concomitant medications. You also include some of the checks and balances for a disease. For example, if you are doing a protocol in asthma, You, of course, the inclusion criteria are determined or your FEV1, FVC, etc. But you also rule out some conditions before including the patient. So that for that you have to exclude patients with some comorbidities or confounding indications. So for asthma, you have to include patients who have borderline COPD or asthma COPD or sarcoidosis or autoimmune conditions. So these are some confounding removals so that you make your population more homogeneous. You also eliminate some risk factors from your population. So say for example, if your treatment is depleting the, or say bone marrow depression, it produces bone marrow depression, then you have to have some cutoffs for absolute neutrophil counts, lymphocytes, HP, total leukocytes counts as a baseline. So and platelets of course. So you just do a baseline lab test and eliminate or exclude patients who have counts below certain range, so that the risk factors can be minimized. If your product acts on cardiac myocytes or it has an effect on heart muscles, then you do a baseline ECG and measure the various heart PR interval, QTC interval, and exclude patients who have range above some cutoffs. Also, you do some periodic ECG monitoring throughout the course of the study and eliminate patients who have who exceed some predetermined criteria for making them vulnerable to cardiac risks. Some of the molecules have tendency to reduce the ejection fraction. So you do echocardiogram at baseline and remove patients who have uh, LVEF function less than some NYHA2 or NYHA3 criteria. So these are the exclusions which ensures that you have minimized the risks to your patient population which are included into the study. In oncology conditions, if you are doing a study, then you eliminate patients who have multiple or uh, another secondary malignancy. So you eliminate patients with secondary malignancy into the from the study. So these are the cutoffs which ensures that your population becomes homogeneous and you minimize the risks, because there is an essential element in a protocol. So you have to eventually give a risk benefit assessment to regulators and ethics committee that how your protocol is minimizing the risks, if at all there are, and what are the benefits. So these are the aspects which will help you summarize your risk benefit assessment in the protocol. Then factors which are interfering with the outcome assessment and follow-up. So for example, if your visits are very frequent and patient stays far away from your clinic or hospital, then she or he may not be able to visit it frequently. So you have to figure out how you are going to minimize, whether you are going to minimize the visits or you remove the patients in entirety, that those who are staying within 50 kilometer or say 10 kilometers will only be included. So this you have to weigh risk versus benefit again. Ethics, are you going to include vulnerable populations such as children or pregnant women? And if yes, what are the minimization measures or risk mitigation measures which are there in the protocol and included? So even your ethics committee submission also has this section that is, if the protocol includes vulnerable population, mentions the risk mitigation measures in the study. And eventually your study population will follow this funnel. So when you actually start including these patients, out of 100 identifying patients, you will exclude some patients based on your screening test, lab test, or imaging, or LVEF or ECG, whatever that is included. So you will exclude some patients. Out of them, few will pass the screening test but may refuse consent eventually. Out of them, very few will get randomized or enrolled into the study. Out of them, few will drop out throughout the course of the study, and very few will actually complete the study. So this is how you typically represent a recruitment funnel. So just to give you an example, an article published in Clinical Infectious Disease Journal is evaluating ambulatory therapy for travelers diarrhea. It's a randomized controlled trial comparing 3 single-dose antibiotic regimens with loperamide. So how they determine the or specified the target population, that's the objective of this example. Next. So what this author mentioned is that eligible individuals in the study included. So included means inclusion criteria. So this is active duty military personnel. So they've determined that they are going to do this study in active duty military personnel or beneficiaries who are deployed to Afghanistan, Kenya, Honduras, who are aged 18 years and above, who presented with acute watery diarrhea and were ambulatory. So see the particular specifics about the definition. So they know their location, their geography, their age cutoff, the symptoms, and their performance status, that they don't want a bedridden or admitted patient, they want ambulatory patients. So the nature of the condition is not severe, requiring infusions or admission to a hospital. So this is how you determine the status of a patient. Then the disease definition. So subjects had to meet the definition of traveler's diarrhea. So what is the definition of traveler's diarrhea? So it is 3 and more number of loose stools in 24 hours and 2 and above loose stools in 24 hours with associated symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal cramps or tenesmus of less than or equal to 96 hours duration. They are able to comply with follow-up procedures and remain in country or be eligible for follow-up for more than or equal to 5 days after treatment. See, each and everything is very much specified. The number of stool, the duration of symptoms, and they also ensure that all the patients who are included in the study should be able to complete the follow-ups so that you end up having less number of dropouts. Subjects were excluded. So these are now going to be the exclusion criteria. So if they reported allergy to study drugs, took antibiotic therapy within 72 hours before presentation. So because they are evaluating antibiotics, they want to remove confounding effect of, or say carryover effect of previous antibiotics. So 72 hours is a standard duration for removing the or eliminating confounding effect of an antimicrobial. We're taking concomitant medications with known drug-drug interaction with study drugs. So again, if you remember, we saw this is again connection with your population. If you take patients who are on multiple treatments or polypharmacy, it has impact on your PK/PD of the study drug. Reported history of seizures, had a positive pregnancy test at presentation, used more than 4 mg of loperamide total or any amount of loperamide for more than 24 hours before enrollment, or had dysentery or documented fever. So dysentery is a confounding diagnosis. So if you recollect, for asthma diagnosis, we have to rule out or eliminate COPD or borderline asthma COPD. So this how they also made sure that whatever patients they include are actually TD patients and not other conditions. And your population becomes homogeneous. So once you determine your target population, then comes the choice of outcome variables or your endpoints. Again, it's very, very important aspects in developing a protocol. How you determine your endpoints, which will be your primary endpoint, which will be your secondary endpoint, what is the relationship between primary endpoint and secondary endpoint. Our endpoints are mutually related. What is going to be the hierarchy of your endpoints? Because hierarchy and representation of endpoints will determine your sample size and statistics. So everything is linked and connected. So first of all, whether you are going to select an objective endpoint or a subjective endpoint. Objective means one which is validated by some objective means. For example, lab test or clinical examination or imaging assessment. So objective endpoints could be a surrogate endpoint. Surrogate endpoint is nothing but a test or biomarker which actually predicts the clinical outcome and which has association with both the disease under assessment and your treatment. So surrogate endpoint is actually replacing or substituting your primary endpoint. In clinical trials, we use a lot of surrogate endpoints. The reason is that uh, if you take your clinical endpoint or hard endpoint, what we call as your primary endpoint, you may end up having less number of such events and you require larger population and broader time frame to complete the study. Whereas if you replace a primary endpoint, surrogate endpoints actually you reflect your clinical endpoint, but you end up recruiting your patients early and within a less number of or limited target population. So for that, you sometimes take surrogate endpoint as a primary endpoint, and you take clinical endpoint as a secondary endpoint for this reason. So your clinical endpoint could be mortality, hospital admission, disease worsening, or exacerbation. So give you an example, in oncology study, we take a lot of surrogate endpoints such as progression-free survival or objective response rate or overall response rate, ORR, tumor response rate, and that actually predicts the overall survival of the patient. So overall survival is usually your secondary endpoint. In diabetes, you take HbA1c as your primary endpoint, or change in HbA1c from baseline with control, because HbA1c change uh, has been shown to predict your cardiovascular benefits. Even FEV1 in asthma predicts your exacerbation and lung function decline. Cholesterol and systolic blood pressure uh, in respective indication will determine the cardiovascular and overall all-cause mortality. So this how you take or choose surrogate endpoint and clinical endpoint and arrange them in a particular order. Then if you take a subjective endpoints, then as a primary endpoint for that example, then you have to be very cautious. There are many protocols where subjective endpoints are actually primary endpoints. So this has to be addressed, especially this happens in uh, conditions which are dermatological indications. For example, psoriasis. Their PASI scale is sort of a very subjective assessment. There are some disease dermatological indications where physician's global assessment is taken as, for example, as a primary endpoint. Then you have to ensure that despite the endpoint being subjective, what are the measures in the study which ensures that outcomes are unbiased. So next. So you have to ensure some elements to your protocol which ensures that the results are unbiased. For example, there has to be randomization at baseline, so test versus control is equally distributed, so whatever risk factors or confounders are balanced between both the groups. Then you ensure blinding to the treatment, so assessment bias is minimized. You also ensure that of course, the physician is going to include the patient, but person who does the outcome assessment is independent from the study, so assessment bias can be minimized if blinding is not feasible for the convenience. If you do a questionnaire based endpoint or take a questionnaire based endpoint, you have to ensure that what is MCID, or minimum clinically important difference, for considering your results as clinically meaningful. So say zero 0.5 change in your uh, WOMAC or any other scale, it has to be considered as a clinically meaningful. So is your treatment giving that delta, and are these results your results address that clinical significance? Though findings may be statistically significant, but does that qualify MCID criteria? That also has to be tested. And maybe sometimes when you calculate your sample size in protocol, uh, with this subjective endpoints as primary endpoints, maybe you want to look at MCID first to consider the sample size. Then, of course, is there a cultural adaptability of the questionnaire that you are using? Because many a times you are just using the foreign questionnaire, but may not be applicable to Indian culture. So see the questions, the language of the questionnaire, and does it actually reflects the culture which we see in Indian patients? There is a nice article which Nitya ma'am has written about the cultural adaptation of WOMAC that is used in osteoarthritis. There are some questions they found that which are not actually culturally relevant to Indian population. So make sure that when you do see this questionnaire based study, you see the adaptation to your culture. You also see recall period of a questionnaire. Recall period has two connections. So the you administer a questionnaire now and do a follow-up next time. You have to ensure that patient actually remembers what happened in the previous uh, X number of days before the follow-up. So when you say, for example, if you are using a visual analog scale to assess the pain level, pain threshold of a patient, and you are testing an analgesic, your analgesic works on acute pain and not chronic pain. So acute pain, you know that the nature is around 7 days of duration, and your treatment addresses the acute pain, and you want to see the satisfaction of a patient with your new treatment. So when you develop a patient satisfaction questionnaire, you have to ensure two things. Your questions, the patient has to actually remember what happened in previous 7 days or X number of days, and that administration should also ensure that patient is actually reasonably capable to value the satisfaction with your treatment. So both aspects, from the recall perspective or remembrance perspective plus your effect of the treatment, both has to be considered when you design or administer a questionnaire. If you administer your questionnaire uh, in 3 months time frame, but patient doesn't actually remember what happened in last 3 months, then your results are invalid. And if you administer too close, say for example in 3 days, there will be a confounding effect of the previous visit. So your results are having actually a carryover effect, or your results are contaminated from the previous visit. So both has to be balanced, and that's why recall period is very important in questionnaire based study. Then of course, when we as a industry people, when we design a protocol, we also check for regulatory guidance documents for choice of disease specific endpoints. So I'd also suggest you to go through various guidance documents, for example USFDA, EMA, some disease society concession statement. DCGI has some guidance about choice of endpoints in particular condition. So just go through those guidance documents and see what you want to take into your study as a primary endpoint and secondary endpoint. FDA guidances are very granular. They also give you what can be your primary endpoint, what is the duration of assessment, what can be your secondary endpoint, and what is duration and frequency of assessment. So that's pretty much easier for you to take your endpoint. And of course, there is always a phenomenon called as competitive intelligence. You always do Google search what your competitors are doing, what other researchers are doing, and just try to imitate or just adapt their research into your proposal. Now, very important aspect. Many of you, resident in your residency, develop some endpoints or questionnaire or outcome measures, which are sort of being used for future students or future uh, generations to carry out the research. And you take this as your and one of the endpoints into your thesis or projects. So, choice of endpoint with subjective endpoints based on questionnaire. So you could take proportion of respondent to a particular item of a construct. So this becomes a proportion data or numerical data. So for example, if you are testing a satisfaction to treatment, you may want to take, say, percent of patients who are highly satisfied with my treatment. So that becomes your endpoint. Or you assign a scoring system to entire questionnaire. You take a overall numeric score. Say for example, your each item scores 1 point, and there are 10 questions, so the total maximum score is 10, and the greater the score, greater is higher is the effectiveness. And you calculate numerical score for each patient at each visit and calculate a mean or median for that visit for that particular patient. And this is how you can compare with means between two treatments in your proposal. So this is usually done for visual analog scale or numeric rating scale or WOMAC, where you calculate mean values and compare with treatment. So it depends on your, again, depends on your objective. If you want to see the effectiveness of treatment, say in pain, then you take mean scores. And if you want to see, do a qualitative research that how many of my patients actually got benefited, then you take proportion as an endpoint. And proportion, when you represent a value in proportion, it becomes descriptive study. So that is a descriptive nature of the finding. Again, both has value in terms of their presence in the research. Many of the research that we do, where we take such subjective endpoints as secondary or exploratory endpoints, we present it as a descriptive findings, because it's called as patient reported outcomes. That is its own value in the research. So both are very equally important, I would say, for any protocol. Then when you design a questionnaire, of course, you might have been taught about qualitative research. So you might develop a generic questionnaire which includes activities of daily living, or you develop a questionnaire which is very much disease specific. You develop a scale in asthma, depression, or schizophrenia, or if you are breast cancer questionnaire, etc. So it's up to you what you want to develop. Whether you want to develop a generic for evaluating a general health related quality of life, or you want to develop a disease specific questionnaire. You want to develop a close ended questionnaire, or just want a descriptive nature of findings where patients are allowed to write the symptoms or feeling or experience in their own language, and you want to make it binary, yes or no, or you want to make it a Likert scale, like very satisfied, less satisfied, or highly unsatisfied. Or it could be a mixed and match of all types of questions. Then you want to do overall scoring based on responses, or it could be qualitative or descriptive. Once you are done with your questionnaire, it cannot be directly uh, put to testing in your actual study. You have to run some pilot or a subgroup study to do it, what we call as validity assessment. So you might be knowing the phase validity, construct validity, criterion validity. So all sort of validity test and statistics have to be calculated. There are some standard cutoffs also for validity parameters. Then you do a reliability assessment, and you do internal consistency. So there are some statistic measures or statistic, what we call. So or you have ICC, in correlation coefficient, or intra-class correlation coefficient for validity. For internal consistency, you have Cronpex alpha, which shows that how your items are actually related. So uh, then convergent validity, divergent discordant validity. So there are some standard guidance which are there for questionnaire based assessment. And of course, lastly, once your question is ready to be implemented, you will also do translations in the local language. And make sure that you don't do literal translation. You do adapt to the assessment and understanding of the target population. Next. And yes, if once you are done with your pilot, or you do one basic research or one study with your research, you may also want to determine a step further, the MCID and recall period, so that other researchers could take your questionnaire into their study. And there is also revenue attached to it, because what you can get is copyright, and each copyright is valuable for in terms of money, of course. So once you are done with everything, you have done your protocol, you designed your protocol, and you submitted it into the ethics committee. But in parallel, we'd also do a preparation of the data collection strategy. So how we are going to collect your data? So of course, CRF, case report form, is the standard term which we use in uh, your basic research as well as industry or advanced research. So case report form is basic means to collect the data. Uh, Generally, in academic settings, it could be a paper-based CRF. In industry, what we use now is eCRF. So electronic case report form. Essentially, both has the same principle. One is electronic, the other is paper-based. Once you prepare a case report form, you also prepare a collection guideline, how you are going to collect the data. So what we call as CRF completion guidelines. You also develop various manuals for assessment, lab manuals, pharmacy manual if your product requires some peculiar administration technique, and it requires intervention of a nurse, that how to administer the product properly, how to prepare infusion, what is the infusion rate, what is the diluent which is to be used to administer the product, And if you are doing an imaging based study, for example, in oncology, we have a lot of imaging techniques which is used. So what criteria you follow to assess the image for clinical imaging, and of course to assess the tumor response, that we call as RECIST criteria. So you develop this parallel ancillary documents also for running the program smoothly. And yes, once everything is done, you determine your team or and allocate responsibility to each and everyone. So that's a very important aspect. You determine a team, and based on their function you give them trainings, and make sure that your team members complete those trainings before they actually are onboarded to the project. Once everything is done, you start collecting the data, review it periodically for correctness, errors, identify errors, reconcile, clean the data, what we call, and address the missing data. And once you are done with it, you do finalize the database and lock it for the analysis. So when you collect the data, the most important thing is integrity of the data. So in quality terms, what we follow is ALCOA principles. So ALCOA is nothing but attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate. So attributable is, which means that data should clearly demonstrate who observed and recorded it, when it was observed and recorded, and what is it about. Then legible data should be easy to understand, recorded permanently, and original entries should be preserved. It has to be contemporaneous. So data should be recorded as it was observed and at the time it was executed. Backdated entries are not at all acceptable. Original, so source data should be accessible and preserved in its original form. So for you, source data is actually patient histories or case notes or lab results or imaging results. So this is your source data, and what you do is transcribe those data into the case report form. So your original, so source data has to be preserved in its actual form. If you don't have this source data, you can preserve the certified copies of the source data as a uh, proof. Then the data has to be accurate. So it data should be free from errors and conform with the protocol. Next. So this is a nice representation of reliability versus accuracy. So the first one is your data is both precise and accurate. The second was is precise but not accurate. The third one is there is no precision, but there is accuracy. And the last one is there is no accuracy and no precision. So the last one is the least favored of the group. So once you've collected the data, you have to manage the data. So data management, or what we call as CDM, clinical data management, is a field or a profession in it itself in the industry. So when you manage the data, the first and foremost is you determine the type of data. So now this is known to you, qualitative data and quantitative data. Then you determine your source of the data. So what are your source documents and what is your CRF, and how you connect source to CRF, and who is going to have access to your data. So access control is again very important. Mostly you all must be collecting the data on Excel sheets. So make sure that your Excel sheets are encrypted and passwords protected so that no one can play with your data, update the sheets. Or if you are using ECRFs, then you know that you have credentials, login passwords. Your passwords are protected, so each one has a different access IDs. So this is called as access control. And also make sure that who is going to enter the data. Are you the one who is going to enter the data, or someone else is entering the data? Are you going to do a single data entry? Or in industry we used to practice when we were in paper CRF, so double data entry, and the two people who actually enter the data eventually compare the errors, transcription errors. So that was a practice which was followed earlier. You may want to do it in your research. Data coding, so usually both ways of coding are done, numerical coding as well as the string coding. For disease and diagnosis and adverse events, we do use medra. And for drugs, we use WHO drug dictionary to code the data, because in pharmaceutical research, the coding is very important, because coding will determine the outputs and presentation of the outputs. And of course, at periodic interval, you do reconciliation between various databases, between source data and CRF, your data from the uh, safety database to clinical database, because in pharmaceutical industry there are various databases which talk to each other. So the pharmacovigilance database is different, your clinical ECRF is different, your IVRS or randomization system database is different, your IMP is different, your labs are different, your imaging is different. So all database are linked to your CRF, and each data is eventually feed into your CRF. So you have to periodically reconcile each database, so that there is always a reliability and accuracy between them. That's the purpose of reconciliation. So if you want to see a journey, it starts with protocol, CRF, database, then data validation procedure. So you have to also ensure that how you validate your data. So in pharmaceutical research, what we do is that we develop edit checks for each data. How you want to when you enter data, there are some automatic checking mechanisms. So age cannot be beyond X number of years, weight cannot be beyond this number of years, your HbA1c cannot be beyond this. So you can specify those checks, and if something which is entered beyond this unacceptable, automatically queries should be popped up, so that you do real-time validation of your data. And of course, there are manual data validation meetings which are planned between study team members, which ensures that whatever data which the researcher has entered is actually valid. So validation mechanism also has to be in place, and this has to be signed and certified by the respective team members in pharmaceutical world practice. So once your database is ready, you have to actually do a user acceptance test, UAT. So UAT is something which is very important. It is also officially documented that once all the acceptable users are able to perform the task which is assigned to them, the database is considered to be go live. These are some industry terms, just for your knowledge only. When you become investigators after completion of your DM, the pharmaceutical industry people may say this word. So this is just for your understanding. So once UAT is done, the database is activated and can be considered as go live. So go live is meaning that you are able to now enter your data for the real patients. The prior steps becomes on a scenarios, hypothetical patients. They are not actual patients, but after go live, you are able to actually enter the data for your real patients. So in 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 ECRF, so initially what you use is a paper CRF for the designing part. Once your paper CRF is finalized, the data manager does annotation. So annotation is assigning a proper term, a standard term to each field in the CRF. So if you see on the left side, even there is a fixed term for study ID, subject ID. So even the terminology, the string is specific, and this is across all programs, all sponsors, all types of studies. This cannot change. So if you and this is called as data dictionary. So the data management team prepare this dictionary for an investigator's understanding. We know this by convention because this is implemented across our program. So it's easier for us to implement. But as an investigator, this is uh, just for your knowledge. So this annotation depicts the particular field which are there in the ECRF. Of course, once you enter as an investigator, if you enter the data, this won't be able, you would be see the actual terms, but this is at a back end what data manager sees in their system and how they generate and run with the data. So their algorithms, their coding is based on the text, the annotations, and not based on the real terms which are visible to front end people. Okay, front end people means us like study physicians or you as an investigator or monitoring team. Okay, next. The tools which are available in designing the databases are MS Access, MS Excel, which is you must be using, Oracle, Medidata Rev, CleanTrial. These are standard systems which are implemented by sponsors across the pharmaceutical industry. Then the structure of the database. So each record in the database has a unique identifier. And you know that if it's a digital, then it is a unique term 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 or digits. So 1 will depict say city, 2 is street, 3, 4 house, 4 to 7 is an individual. So it depends on the convention. Again, it has to be defined into your data dictionary. Each variable is annotated, which we already see. In industry, in clinical trial, what we follow is CDISC standards. So these are standards for data integration and information interchange. So CDISC has standards, so and we follow all in designing our databases. Each variable is coded. For example, yes, no is coded 1, 2. Auto coding of the data is already implemented into the algorithm. Edit checks, as I already told. Duplicate checks also are run now. So if you sometimes if you decide to forge the data and by any chance you enter identical values for multiple patients, we have edit checks mechanism which also checks the duplicates. So there are some algorithms which are built on duplicate checks also. They will identify potential forging of the data or manipulation of the data. Then data integration, I already explained. From multiple sources, it has to link to a single source so that it can generate a common comprehensive listings. We also built into automatic unit conversion, because sometimes if you do multi-centric study, one lab has mg per dl, other lab has millimole per liter. So we also built into some unit conversion mechanism. So if you enter say creatine clearance, the EGFR will be automatically calculated based on MDRD formula. So this and once you enter your weight and height, the BSA will be automatically calculated. So this how we build the database. And we also ensure that the linked databases also are consistent in them in itself. So this is through the reconciliation. Then also we may want to make sure that audit trail is ensured. So audit trail is nothing but whatever happens is in real time. So contemporaneousness of the data. So even if you make a deletion into your database, it gets picked up that at this point in time, this person has deleted this entry and made a new entry. So everything is there into the database. So audit trail is very important from inspection perspective. So this is to be ensured in any computerized data. So in industry convention, pharma convention, what we call as computerized system validation. So CSV is a very integral part of the study management. And usually as an inspector want a system to be compliant with 21 Code of Federal Regulation, 21 CFR regulation. So when you are dealing with a database person, you have to ask 21 CFR compliance certificate, and this certificate is to be renewed periodically. So it doesn't happen that you run a study for 5 years on a single certificate which is 10 years old. So the certification for your database also has to be periodically renewed based on the updated compliance 21 CFR compliance rules. So this is very important. And finally, when you are done with the study, you log your database. What you do is you generate the outputs in terms of tables, listings, and figures or graphs, and what we conventionally call them as TLFs or TLGs. Then, of course, we have seen this everything, but now I'm giving you a flavor of project management. So how you run a project. So when you prepare a plan or you want to write a grant or proposal to an external agency, for example, funding agency, say DBT or DJST or research society, what you want to write here is the purpose of the study, then scope of the study, it's going to be single center or multi-centric. There are some stakeholders, you want to define them. For example, investigators, ethics committee, institute, funding agency, regulator. What are going to be timelines of your project? how you are going to run it. Is going to be a single year or 6 monthly study, or it would be running across the years, multiple years? What are deliverables of your projects, or what are the outcomes of your project? How many publications you intend to plan in a year out of the uh, your research project? Which conferences or scientific meetings which you are targeting for presentation of your data? When you are planning to prepare your thesis, are you going to prepare any guidelines, institutional guidelines? For example, if you are doing a project in antibiotics sensitivity, are your findings going to be implemented in any stewardship program developing antibiotic management policy of an institution, or they are just going to be there as a research project? What is the funding mechanism of your project? Is it self-funded, or are you going to use any research grants? Then comes the project management. So uh, of course, from the project management institution definition, it is defined as the use of specific knowledge, skills, tools and techniques to deliver something of value to people. Then these are the stakeholders actually for any project. You may want to flesh them simultaneously. So the leader of the project is project manager, who has of course, who knows all the nitty-gritties of a project, and also can give a bird eye view to the higher management. So for you, it could be yourself as an investigator who is the project manager, leader of your project, who can give all the aspects of your project, and also can give a bird's eye view to the, say, ethics committee or head of institution, or your guide. There are, of course, a project cannot be completed on a basis of a single person. You cannot be a single warrior. There, you need a team to execute a project. So you have to know the team members. Then other managers, if at all available. There are some resource managers. So who is going to give you the ancillary supplies which is required for the study? If you are relying on your drug supply from a pharma company, then this could be your research manager, who are your point of contacts. There are some executives which are identified, senior management. For you, it could be your institution, who is, or the funding agency for that example. If you are taking money from DST or DBT, these are the people whom you are answerable to. You have to submit a periodic project reports to them, so to release the next set of grants for your project. And of course, the sponsor or company owners, the institution in itself, and investor funding agencies. The key to success to any project is knowing the project inside out. You know your project by heart. Okay, identify the requirements, and you have to be qualified, of course, and you are, for, I mean, there is no doubt about it. You know the critical milestones where your project is going to be there. So for us, in pharma, we identify the project. Once the project is, or a protocol is approved, we identify the milestones. So for us, the milestones are: first patients, first screening visit; first patient, first randomization visit; X number of patient completing X months of follow-up; or if there are interim analysis planned, first interim analysis, second interim analysis, and corresponding DSMP meetings. Then third and the last milestone is last patient, last visit. And the most important milestone is database lock. So this is how we determine our milestones. It depends on your nature of the project. You may want to determine the milestones and time frame to achieve those milestones. Communication strategy between various people, it cannot happen in your mind. It has to be formally determined, that who's who is a document basically, which determines the communication strategy. You as a team manager or a project manager would know the strengths and weakness of the team members. So strengths, you play on the strength and you cover up the weaknesses, or you reinforce weaknesses with some ancillary mitigation measures. And use of project management tools for tracking the deliverables, and yes, managing the risks. So move and update on the go is something which we call be agile to change the strategy. Executing a project, decide a team, kick off meeting, demonstrate the project plan to the members, demonstrate the milestones vis-a-vis expectation from each stakeholders. Potential risks and mitigation steps have to be identified first. And of course, you have to have periodic project meetings, review all the milestones periodically, and update the project plan as and when required. So as I said, agility is something you cannot run a project on a single plan or 5-year project on a plan which was approved 6 years ago. So the plan is constantly updated based on risk. Some risks are internal and some could be external also. You may never know, the external environment may change, your competitors may change, your funding strategy would get changed, the project priority from higher management get changed. So the project plan has to be very agile, very fluid, so that you can accommodate all the changes into the project, and review the risk and update as required. So some risks are identified at baseline, may not be constant throughout them, because that becomes obsolete with your robust implementation of mitigation steps. But there are some new risks which are identified based on changes internally or externally. So risk register, what we populate in our teams, is something which is constantly updated. So risk register you may want to create for your study and update it constantly. And risk register alone is not sufficient. We have to also assess the nature of the risk and the impact of risk on study level, or if you are running multiple studies at a program level and at an institutional level. So if I'm talking from a student perspective, you could populate a study level, project level risk. But if I'm talking from a perspective of a head of department, then she or he is managing multiple studies, multiple students thesis. So she may want to review the risk at a project or program level. And as a dean of the institution, I may want to I see a lot of research happening across various departments. So what is the impact of this risk on multiple projects and running in various departments? And an ideal situation for this would have been a COVID-19 crisis. Imagine a pressure on the dean of the institution, where COVID-19 suddenly struck and all the research was diverted to COVID-19 protocol, and the rest of the research was stopped or halted for some time. So this again, a lens is different and a way of looking at it is different, but the document is remaining the same. So we have to make the risk register from the scope of the person who is looking at it. And yes, you have to implement quality control through monitoring and quality assurance to various audits of the deliverable throughout the project. And lastly, I mean, you might have heard the name of Henry Gantt, who is a scientist who actually invented a Gantt chart, what we widely use in project management. Of course, there are other softwares and tools are available. Even Microsoft Teams also has a basic project management or tracking mechanism, or to do something which you may want to play with. But Gantt chart is something which is widely used in industry. So if you see a project on the horizontal axis or x-axis, what we call is a timeline for a particular deliverable. So if you see a gray mark above, is an activity which is subdivided into horizontal bars, and on a y-axis you see the activity, and a color depicts a one person who is responsible for that activity. So for example, I am responsible for a blue colored activity, uh, person X is responsible for green, person Y is for yellow, and likewise. So, and there is a faint connecting line you could see between first and second bar is a linkage or dependency. So you cannot start a second task unless a first task is completed. So that is called as a dependency. And a person name is also mentioned, that this task is dependent on the John completing the first activity. And the proportion which are mentioned is the level of completion of the activity. So the first activity it shows as 24% completed by John. Because it is linked with the second activity by the design team, it is 0%. Brandon's team is completely absent because they have not done anything. And the diamond is showing a critical milestone. So completion of design is a critical milestone of the project. And the second set of activities, once the design is completing, the building part of a system, and its launch is considered as a critical milestone. So this how a project can be uh, tracked in a Gantt chart. For us, it could be the project, say randomized control trial for say 6 months, The activities could be developing a protocol or study documents, then creation of database, ethics committee submission, regulatory submission, and recruitment. So each has a dependency on its own multiple tasks, and you track it with a person responsible for who's who and review it, say, weekly or fortnightly. This is how our project meeting reviews happen periodically. And if a person is not fulfilling the milestone, then of course the mitigation strategy and or say kappa, corrective actions and preventive actions, have to be built in to uh, make the project successful eventually. So lastly, to summarize the talk, it eventually boils down to these points. So if for a project, you define a research question, write a protocol, collect data, analyze and interpret the data, publish. Of course, if you don't publish, it will perish. So publish whatever positive or negative findings. And lastly, I would end my talk with this quote of mine: plan for success, not for failure. Thank you so much, everyone. I would request any question if you have any.
Any question? Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. We have learned a lot how to design, how to plan a proper clinical research study. So we are moving on our next lecture. So our next lecture for the workshop is on biostatistical consideration in designing a research study. I welcome our speaker, Dr. Bhaskar Krishnamurthy. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Clinical Pharmacology. He is a member of Institutional Ethics Committee. He has a 10 years of experience in clinical research through academia and industry. His main area of interest is in antimicrobial drugs. He has many publications in international peer review journals. We welcome you, sir.
No, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Audible, okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we can able to see your screen.
Yeah, it is visible. Okay, wonderful. So, very good afternoon to one and all. So, before I begin, I would, at the outset, I would like to thank Nitya Madam for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic, that is statistics or biostatistics rather, with respect to designing a research study. The challenge for me being this is a postprandial session, and after almost the entire day, so I can figure out what could be your condition. So if it is possible, can we just switch on our videos for a minute and wave hello to each other? Yeah, hello to each other. Yeah, can we just wave? Yeah, how are you, everyone? Good.
Hello.
So now that hopefully we are awake, I will proceed with the presentation. This is the outline. So I thank Dr. Unnati for my introduction. So now with the introduction done, I would move on to the methodology, that is the outline of my session. These are the various topics under which I will discuss, or rather we will discuss. And importantly, I would prefer, or I would like if this session is an interactive one. So rather than going off to sleep, I would request that you, I will ask questions and you are supposed to answer. And if you don't answer, then I'll pick out the names and then you will have to answer. So if you don't, if either you unmute yourself and answer, or you can type it in the chat box if that is the case. I also, if you have any queries in the middle of the session or in the middle of the talk, you can always interrupt me and ask me, or you can put it in the chat box. I request one of the organizers, Dr. Shruti, can you please moderate the chat box in case there are any comments or any questions coming in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let us move on to what is statistics or what is biostatistics. Anybody has any idea what do we mean when we say statistics or biostatistics? Come on. I need answers. Anyone, you may be wrong, doesn't matter. Any answer? Okay, if no one is volunteering, then I'll pick up. Dr. Arjun Shah, are you there? Dr. Arjun?
Bhaskar sir,
Yeah,
Dr. Amit Singh has replied, statistics applied to biomedical research.
applies to biomedical research. Okay, let's hold on to that thought for a minute. Anybody else? Anyone in the chat box? Yeah, I think somebody is answering. Yeah. Okay, anything that you feel statistics is something which is very difficult to understand, deals with abstract things, whatever. Anyone? There is one Dr. Oppo Reno 2Z. Dr. Oppo. Okay, fine. In the interest of time, then let me move ahead. So statistics, as we know, it is a branch of mathematics. So it is not something that is only related to biomedical science or research or anything. You have statistics in economics also. You might have read it in newspapers, the profit in Q1 compared with Q2, Q3, and so on. There is statistics in politics also. So there are a lot of disciplines which use statistics. And what is the purpose? It is mainly involving collecting, analyzing, reporting, and interpreting data. So whatever data that we get in a study, how do we collect that data? How do we analyze it, report it, and interpret it? This is what is included in this statistics. Of course, statistics, as we saw, it is a branch of mathematics. There is a large, it encompasses multiple fields. Within that, we have something called as biostatistics, wherein bio means living. So this is something related to human studies or studies on living organisms or clinical trials. So for the purpose of today's lecture or today's session, I am using statistics and biostatistics interchangeably, but whatever I am meaning, it is with respect to biostatistics. Now let us try to analyze things in a different way. All of us have see this TV serial Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma. In this, Tarak Mehta has a very famous dialogue. Problems to hai sabke saath, par nazariye ki hai baat. Meaning, if you have a problem, you change the way you look at it, and it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. In fact, you may end up coming up with a solution. So now we realize statistics is a problem because we don't understand it, we don't follow it, or rather we don't know how to use it. So in order to give you a different angle to change the nazariya, how we look at statistics, I request one of them. Can someone read this? Dr. Unnati or Dr. Shruti, anyone? Can you read what is written?
Yes, sir. सभी बच्चों को हेपेटाइटिस का टीका लगाया।
Hello, Dr. Unnati, your voice is breaking.
Yes, sir. सभी बच्चों को हेपेटाइटिस का टीका लगाया जाना चाहिए।
Yeah, so what does it mean? What does it mean? Can you explain?
It's explained like for all the students, for all the grades children, hepatitis B vaccine.
Okay, fine. All children or all students need to be vaccinated against hepatitis B. Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Can you read this now?
Sir, this
possible? Okay, anybody understands Marathi? Anybody can read Marathi and explain this? Anyone?
Dr. Bhaskar, this is Dr. Nitya here. Maybe in the interest of time, we should go ahead, please.
Fine. I'll go ahead. So this is, if you can see, this is the same script, but you are able to read one and not able to read the other or understand the other. So my dear friends, this is the first thing that we are going to learn today. Statistics, though we say it is a science, in reality, it is a language. It shares a script with English, but it is a specific language in the sense the terminologies that we use in statistics have a specific meaning. When I say population in English, it has a totally different meaning. When I say population in statistics, it has a defined meaning. The same way when I say normal, when I say probability in statistics, it has a totally different meaning. So that is why even though we do consider statistics as a science, a more a better approach rather is to learn it as a language. Now we are all using this stethoscope at some point of our lives. There was a question which was asked to me during my first year of MBBS. What is the most important part of the stethoscope? And the answer is, it is the portion between the two earpieces. That is the person who is using the stethoscope. Stethoscope at the most is a tool. We only use it to auscultate. But what we are listening, we should be able to interpret that. Same way, statistics is a tool. It is a tool that is used to arrive at a result. Statistics is not the result. Okay, we use statistics to arrive at something, and that's something we should be able to interpret. And that is why protocol designing is a very important aspect of research. And almost 1 hour session was devoted to it because failing to plan is planning to fail. You first plan out the protocol. You have to know what you want to do and what is the result that you are getting out of it. Then only you would be able to make sense of the data that you get. And lastly, there is something called as statistical significance and clinical significance. Now, this was a study that was done on suvorexant and published. If you see, there is a change in the subjective total sleep time with the highest dose of suvorexant. The increase in sleep time is 25 minutes. So now tell me, will an increase, and this is statistically significant, okay? It is P less than 0.001, statistically significant, wonderful. But will an increase in sleep by 25 minutes have any clinical significance, or is it clinically relevant? Of course, for a clinician, for a resident in a clinical branch who is sleeping for 5 minutes in a day, increase in 25 minutes makes it 30 minutes. So that's almost like 6 times. But we are not talking about residents in clinical branches. We are talking about general population who is speaking for say 6 hours in a day. So 6 hours and 6 hours, 25 minutes or 6 hours, 10 minutes is not going to make any difference. So my suggestion to you is whenever you do any study, concentrate on what is the clinical significance. Do not dwell on statistical significance, or rather like previously sir said, sir, data is not coming statistically significant. How do we make it statistically significant? Please do not do that. Okay. So what did we learn today in the first part? Statistics, apart from a science, is a language. We need to use it as a tool, and we need not run behind statistical significance. What is more important is the clinical significance. Wonderful. Coming to why do you need biostatistics in a research study? Naturally, we need to describe whatever data that we are getting. If we have data from say 100, 150 participants, we cannot display all the data. We need to summarize it. We need to show something called as a mean, standard deviation, or whatever. So we want to describe what is the data that we have obtained. Naturally, if I want to conduct a study, it is not possible to conduct the study on the whole population. I need to draw a sample from that population, conduct my study in that sample, and then generalize the findings, what we call as inferential statistics, which we'll come to in some time. So this requires statistics. Again, when we measure a particular value, like for example, we are measuring hemoglobin in a group of say 100 women. Let's say I repeat the study once again in the same 100 women. Will I get the same value? No, I will not. These values are going to differ. So statistics understands that there is something called as uncertainty involved whenever we are measuring something. And to capture that uncertainty, we create something called as confidence intervals. Of course, we cannot practically measure 100 times. We use formula and we calculate what is called as the confidence interval and we plot accordingly. Then you estimate something called as whether the result that I have obtained in a study, is it by chance or is it more likely to exist? And this is what we call as p-value. So earlier I said not to run behind statistical significance. What is the meaning of statistical significance? In very, very simple words, statistical significance means that the probability of the result that you have got is by chance is very low. How low? Less than 5%. Because conventionally we have kept p-value as 0.05 or 5%. So there is a less than 5% probability that the result is by chance. So more than 95% probable that whatever result that you have got is actually existing. So that is how we estimate the by chance probability using the p-value, and we do something called as hypothesis testing. We define a null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, and then we do some tests to check, to accept, to reject that or fail to reject that. Naturally, this you might have experienced. You read articles published in journals, and most of the times you don't make any sense of it. Why? Again, because it is the statistics language that is used in these journals. So once you get hold of the terminologies, once you understand what they mean, then you can easily interpret or make sense of whatever that you are reading. And lastly, of course, to understand what could be a possible bias or a confounding factor that is likely to affect the study, and how to adjust for these biases and confounders, that also requires statistical knowledge. So now there are two statements that I'm giving to you. In the last OPD, I saw 3 patients of type 2 DM. All of them are in the age group of 45 to 55 years. Second statement says, type 2 DM generally occurs in individuals aged above 45 years. What is the difference in these two statements? What is the main difference in these two statements? Answer, the upper statement is what is descriptive. It is describing the patients that you have seen in the OPD, whereas the lower one is inferential. So based on what you have seen in the OPD, you are inferring something about the entire population. Of course, your inference may be correct, may be incorrect, but you are inferring something. So that brings us to the next topic, that is what is descriptive and what is inferential statistics. So the name itself says this is no rocket science. A descriptive statistics is something which deals with a group or a sample that you have drawn from the population, and you are describing the characteristics of that group. What is the mean age? What is the age distribution? What is the sex distribution? What is the occupational status? And all that regarding the population. And based on this data, we are extrapolating or we are inferring what could be the characteristics in the population. So this is what is known as inferential statistics. So to depict it in a diagram, from a population, we draw a sample, study this sample, describe this sample. This is a descriptive statistics. Based on these results, you infer the data, and that becomes inferential statistics. So for inferential statistics, you need something called as sampling techniques, which I will discuss later in this session. For a descriptive statistic, you may not need a sampling technique. Why? That also example we will see. But definitely you need appropriate sampling technique for inferential statistics. Now the result which we are getting in while describing a sample is what we have actually observed. We have say measured hemoglobin of 30 women, and this is the measurement that we are getting. So this is a factual result, and therefore we are less likely to be uncertain about the value. But when we are interpolating that to the population, then there is a likelihood of an uncertainty, because our sample may not be a true representative of the population, or even if it is, there may be some unknown factors in the population which can account for variation. So the uncertainty here is more, and that is why the result that we get is called as an estimate. The term here we use as estimate because we are estimating, we are assuming or supposing that this could be the value in the population based on the value that we are getting in the description of the sample. The sample is described by measures of central tendencies, which include mean, mode, median, and dispersion, which is range, standard deviation, coefficient of variation, etc. Whereas inferential statistics, we describe using something called as confidence interval and hypothesis testing, which gives us a p-value and correlation and regression. The final results in a descriptive sample, they are presented in the form of simple table, chart, or graph. Whereas in inferential statistics, we describe it in the form of a probability. We say that the probability of this value in the population is so much. And generally we define a range. Correct? So this now, let us see, I want to estimate the scores obtained by a class of 30 students in the examination. Now this is very simple. I have a class of 30 students. I give them a test and I get the scores and I plot them. So this is example of descriptive statistics. And as I said, I don't need to sample here because there are only 30 students in the classroom. All the 30 students I'm able to measure. So descriptive statistics may not need a sampling technique. I'm here able to estimate or measure all of them. And based on this, I can say what is the what is the range of the scores that the class has obtained, what is the most commonly obtained score, how many are above this score, below this score, what is the mean score, what is the standard deviation, all this I can describe. So this is what is example of descriptive statistics. Now I want to estimate hemoglobin of patients attending antenatal OPD. Now here, is it possible to measure all the patients who attend antenatal OPD? Practically no. Right? We can measure only on one particular day or in one particular week or so on. So here what we do is we draw a sample of these patients based on certain inclusion-exclusion criteria. And that sample we measure, take the blood samples and we measure the hemoglobin and we arrive at something called as a point estimate. So the result that we get when we draw a sample from the population and we measure whatever we want to measure, the result is a point estimate. Why point? Because it is a single value. Why estimate? Because as we saw in inferential statistics, the result is an estimate. So this is an estimate of the value in the population that we have got from the sample. And as we saw, it is uncertain. So how do we account or how do we capture this uncertainty? By defining something called as a confidence interval. So generally we plot a 95% confidence interval. We define a lower limit and the upper limit. And we say that I am 95% confident that the value in the population lies within this range. Okay, if this is a 95% confidence interval, then I am 95% sure that the value in the population is within this range that I have obtained. To put it in other simple words, it means that if I repeat the test 100 times in the same population, 95 times I will get the result within this range. That is the meaning of 95% confidence interval. And then based on this, we can plot the distribution and we may or may not get what is something called as a normal distribution. So here we are getting a normal distribution. The mean value, which is the point estimate, is at the center. And we have plotted, used the formula with the standard deviation and we have calculated the confidence interval and this is the interval. Okay. Now a PG student is doing a thesis to compare ultrasound and histopathology for diagnosis of peripheral vascular disease in patients presenting with intermittent claudication. Is this descriptive or is this inferential? Is this descriptive or is this inferential? You can put your answers in the chat box. You can even write B or I if you want to, if you don't want to type the whole thing. Descriptive, okay. Inferential, okay. Descriptive, okay. Wonderful. So most of you are saying descriptive. Very good. Why? Okay. Why not inferential? Any idea? No. Okay, let me give you the answer. It is both. In this particular scenario, it is both, because I am describing, obviously, I cannot study all patients presenting with intermittent claudication, right? In the world, there are so many patients with intermittent claudication. All of them are not accessible. So I will draw a sample of them. That sample I will describe. I will do ultrasound and biopsy in them. And based on that results, I will first describe the result in that sample and then extrapolate it into the population. So this particular project involves both descriptive and inferential. So now you realize this is something which you have been doing for the past 2.5 years, right? When you have written your thesis, you have actually done both descriptive as well as inferential. Good that you realized it today. So moving on to the next, that is sampling methods. So why sampling? This has already been discussed. We have a whole large population in the world. We cannot study on each and every one of them. So we draw a sample. Sampling methods broadly classified into something called as probability sampling, non-probability sampling. What is the major difference? In probability sampling, each participant or each individual potential participant has an equal chance of getting selected. So there is a probability that every participant can be selected, and that probability is equal. Whereas here, that particular probability is not equal. It will be more clear when we come to examples. So let us see examples of the probability sampling methods. We have something called as a simple random sampling, where we just use a table of random numbers. We just pick up a number and that particular number of participant is selected. So this is something extremely random, right? From the entire, say, sampling frame of so many individuals. Say if I get number 34, so number 34 is picked up. So each and every individual or each and every participant has equal probability of getting selected. Then we have something called as a systematic sample, where every third person or every fifth person or every nth person, as we say, is selected. So let us say in the OPD today, I say every fourth person who presents with, say, a symptom of chest pain, I will enroll. So every fourth, eighth, 12th. So that way, this is a systematic sampling. Stratified sample is when you have something called as a strata, which is likely to affect the study. Like for example, suppose I am studying outcome of, say, diabetes. Now, diabetes, we know that type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes are different. So in my entire sample, what I will do is I will stratify that. Instead of taking everyone, I will take out of, say, 100, 80 will be type 2, 20 will be type 1. So accordingly, I can study whether type 1 has more incidence of complications or type 2 has more incidence of complication. So I can stratifying with respect to the type of diabetes. Similarly, a much more easier example would be stratification with respect to age. Say if it is outcome of a tumor. Now, age above 50, less than 50. So I can, that is a stratification in individual strata, then I can determine the outcome. And then we have something called as a cluster sample, where a cluster, instead of the individual, here it is the entire group that is getting randomized. So this could be an entire village or an entire community or an entire household. So generally we do this in surveys. In surveys, we randomize households rather than individual persons, and that entire cluster is taken as one unit. So in cluster sampling, the unit of randomization or the unit of selection is not an individual, but an entire population or entire community or a group of individuals. And then we have something called as multi-stage sampling also, which has been previously discussed. We can do cluster and then select randomly within the cluster or multiple stages of sampling. So multi-stage sampling is also included in probability sampling methods. So this has already been discussed again. Let us quickly brush through it. Population, the entire target population which needs to be studied or to which the data need to be extrapolated. From that, the accessible population become the sampling frame. From that, we using the inclusion exclusion criteria, we will draw the sample. So let us take an example. I want to determine prevalence of anemia in pregnant women in Mumbai. So what will be my population? Pregnant women in Mumbai, right? All the pregnant women who are residing in Mumbai are the population. Naturally, I cannot enroll all of them. So I have a sampling frame. These are the accessible women. Either they are attending antenatal OPD in KEM, or if I'm doing a community-based study, then in a particular geographical area, like say residing in Dharavi or residing in a particular area. There I will apply my inclusion-exclusion criteria and I will select a random sample among these pregnant women. And my ultimate study will be conducted on this sample. Okay, so now coming to the non-probability sampling methods, we have something called as convenience sample. Right, this is where we randomly select, rather we say non-randomly select anyone, whoever is convenient. Like the first person who comes to the OPD, okay, select. And second person comes, he wants to go medicine, okay, not selected. So whichever is convenient, I will select them. That is convenient sampling. Purposive sampling is also called as judgmental sampling, where I use my judgment. Okay, I use my judgment and then I say that, okay, this is a group or other, this individual has more likely to show a complication, so I will select, or this individual is not likely to comply or adhere to the treatment protocol, so I'm not selecting. So that is called as judgmental or purposive sampling. Then we have something called as a snowball sample, where this is generally used for those conditions which are very sensitive, like for example, HIV patients. So here the people usually do not come forward for recruitment. So what we do is we recruit one person and then tell that person to recruit others. So first one participant is recruited, that participant will recruit 3 more. So like this, the sample goes on increasing like a snowball. So that is why this is called as a snowball sampling. And lastly, we have quota sampling, where we divide individuals into different quota, and within the quota, we select as per convenience. So this is generally like in stratified, we do a random selection. Here, this is a non-random selection within individual quota. So of course, now we have had a brief idea of both of them, which is better. Any day, probability sampling is better for a study. Why? Because there is an equal chance for each participant to be selected. The selection bias or any other confounding factor bias can be reduced. The sample is more likely to be a representative of the target population to which I want to generalize the results. And it is ideal for something called as quantitative research. So sir, if probability sampling is method, then why do we have non-probability sampling methods? Because these are easier, they are cheaper to perform, less time consuming, and these are usually preferred for something called as qualitative research. So Dr. Jeffrey has spoken about qualitative research. We generally use the convenience sampling methods for these kind of studies. So just to recapitulate, what did we learn today up till now? Biostatistics is needed in research. Yes, why? To describe the data, then to capture the uncertainty, then to test the hypothesis, and to test whether whatever we have got, it is by chance, to infer the data, and to make sense of whatever is published in the journals or in the articles. Descriptive is where I have a sample, I'm just describing the sample. Using those results, if I infer the data, then that is inferential statistics. And sampling methods, we have probability, wherein every unit or every individual has equal chance of getting selected. Non-probability is where the chance is unequal. Probability methods include simple random, stratified random, systematic, multi-cluster, and multi-stage. Non-probability, we have convenience, we have quota, snowball, and judgmental or purposive. Okay. So moving on to the next, measurement of study variables. Is everyone still on the same boat, or somebody has fallen into the water frantically trying to catch up? Everybody is fine? Can you just put an okay in the chat box? Yeah, wonderful. Great. Oh, so many okays. Very good. So many are awake. Awesome. So let's move on to measurement of the study variables. So let us take an example. There is a new drug, Naya-Keftor, which is to be evaluated for cystic fibrosis. Okay, very good. Naya-Keftor is a new drug. The outcome is a reduction in the fecal fat levels. I am measuring the fat excretion in the stools. So my study variable here will be expressed as means. Okay, I have a population of say 50 participants. I measure the fecal fat levels and I calculate the means and I compare it with control. This is my means as an outcome. I can determine the percentage of patients who develop pancreatic insufficiency. What is this kind of a variable? Now this becomes a proportion. So I'm using what proportion or what percentage of patients develop pancreatic insufficiency. So I can say that with Naya-Keftor, there is a reduction in the percentage of patients who develop pancreatic insufficiency. I can also measure the time to development of pancreatic insufficiency. This is what is called as a time to event analysis. So my study variable can be expressed as mean or as proportion or as time to event. And the analysis will depend on which of these I'm choosing. Okay. So again, the means, rather, whenever we are using the continuous data, we have mean, median, mode, we have range, variance, standard deviation, coefficient of variation. This is something which is already covered many times, so I'm not going into detail. Using this, we plot something called as a distribution, and then we see whether it is a normal distribution or not normal. What do we call a not normal distribution? We call it skewed, right? We don't call it abnormal. This is not English. Normal opposite is not abnormal. This is statistics. Normal opposite is skewed. And skewed can be either left skewed or right skewed. Okay. So yes, not normal distribution. So the distributions can be normal or not normal. So now moving on to the sample size calculation. Again, when do we do the sample size calculation? It should ideally be done before the study, right? It is not that let us start the study and then depending on how many we are getting, let us see what to do. No, that is an absolutely wrong approach. So let us now discuss sample size calculation. What all are needed for this? So primarily we need four things. We need something called as a level of significance, that is the alpha error value. We need something called as power of the study, that is 1 minus beta. So whatever is the beta error, 1 minus that is called as power of the study. Then what is the standard deviation of that particular variable that we want to measure? And what is the effect size? Effect size is the difference between the parameters that is considered to be clinically significant. Okay, so this is something called as effect size. So from where do we get this? Normally, whenever we submit thesis or we submit any project, this is something where we get stuck up. We ask hundreds of people and we get hundreds of different responses. So let us see how do we go ahead with this. Now, alpha and beta are generally assumptions. Okay, the usual criteria or the usual assumption is you keep alpha at 5%. And you keep beta at 20%, which gives power as 80%. Okay, of course, alpha can be kept lower also. You can keep it 2.5, 1.25%, whatever. Power can also be increased to 90, 95, whatever. But these are the usual. Alpha maximum allowed is 5. Beta maximum allowed is 20. So the power lowest that is acceptable is 80%. Now, what about standard deviation and the effect size? From where do we get it? The best place is to check for published literature. See whether there are any RCTs or observational studies which give you that this is the standard deviation or this is the effect with the existing treatment or control. And what is the benefit that is likely to be clinically significant? So if you get something in published literature, very good. If you don't get that, you can do a pilot study. Pilot study can be done. You can see what is the response and based on that you can do. If that is not feasible, suppose you don't have time for a pilot study, you don't have resources for a pilot study, then what you can do is based on the clinical experience, you can make assumption. Now, this is where many people get stuck up. Because when people approach me and ask for sample size calculation, ask help for sample size calculation, and I ask them, hey, what is the effect size that you need, that you estimate to be clinically significant? And then they ask me, sir, how is it possible to know that? because that is what we want to find out. How can we assume that? How is this? You should. So basically, my simple answer to this is there are many things which are done on assumptions. The entire branch of statistics is based on assumptions. In fact, when you selected your career as a resident in KEM or Nair or JJ, that was also based on an assumption that the institute is good, right? If you already knew that a particular institute is bad, their working environment is horrible, the people are not cooperative, it is extremely toxic, then naturally you will not take up that particular institute. You assumed that the institute you are joining would be good. The same way, when you did an arranged marriage, you assumed that the person you are marrying was good, right? You make assumptions. So when you can take such big life decisions based on assumptions, this is a small study here, come on. You can always make an assumption that 10% or 10 milligram per deciliter is what I want to be clinically significant. Okay, so whenever you want to plan a clinical study, you see what is the response with the standard of care and make an assumption that, okay, benefit of this much is what I want to be clinically significant. That will go a very long way in calculating your sample size. So let us take a few examples to illustrate this point. We have continuous data with means and one study arm. Naya Keftor is given. So the assumption is made that the clinically meaningful reduction is 1 milligram per 24 hours. Okay. Literature shows standard deviation is 3 milligram. Okay. Alpha is 0.05, that is 5%. Power is 80%. Wonderful. So this is the formula to calculate sample size. No need to remember the formula. You only need to know what all you need. You need alpha and beta value, and using something called as a random distribution table, that is Z table, we get the Z alpha and Z beta values. Your sigma is the standard of deviation. Your mu1 minus mu0 is what is the effect size. So based on this, you put the values in this formula and you get the sample size. Okay, so sample size in this particular example, we have alpha is 5%, so Z alpha is 1.96. Beta is 0.2, that is 80%, so Z beta is 0.84. Standard deviation 3 milligram per 24 hours. Effect size clinically meaningful difference 1 milligram per 24 hours. So value we are getting is 71. Simple mathematical calculation, no rocket science. Okay, now my question is this for a single arm or for all the arms together? Can you put the answers in the chat box? Is this for single arm or all the arms together? Anyone? All the arms together. Wonderful. Wonderful. So let me tell you, here the assumption that we made was, this is a one study arm, single arm. Okay, this study has only one arm. If it has more than one arm, then the formula will be different. Okay, so this is only one arm that we have. We are comparing the single arm with the population. So the answer here is, it is a single arm. The total sample size is 71. Okay, wonderful. Next, now let us take proportions. Again, one arm. So literature says that 95% of patients develop pancreatic insufficiency. This is a hypothetical scenario. Okay, please don't blame me if the value is actually different. Okay, on new drug, that is Naya Keftor, we expect it to reduce to 90%. This is an assumption. I am telling, if the pancreatic insufficiency reduces by 5%, the proportion of patients who develop reduces by 5%, it is clinically significant. Alpha is 0.05, power is 80. This is the formula for the proportions. Again, we need alpha, that is Z alpha value. Beta, say we get the Z beta. The pi 0 minus pi 1 is the effect size. And then we have, and this is the formula. Okay, so 0.05 is what is our effect size, and we are getting total sample size as 238. So again, simple mathematical calculation, put in the formula. No need to remember the formula. Only you need to know is what are the parameters that you need to know. Okay, so this is again a single arm. Now coming to the most common type of study that we do, two study arms. There is an experimental arm, there is a control arm. Okay. Again, now here The clinically meaningful difference that we are assuming is 2 milligram per 24 hours between the test and the control. Estimated standard deviation 6 milligram per 24 hours. Alpha 0.05, power is 80. Now the only difference here is we have multiplied this by 2 for the 2 study arms. Okay, this is the same formula that was there for the single arm. We are multiplying it by 2. The other parameters are the same. We have alpha, beta, we have the effect size, and we have the standard deviation. So again, putting this into the formula, we get a total of 142. Okay, so here it is 142 combined for both the arms. Okay, since we have already multiplied this by 2, this entire thing is for the, this thing within the bracket is for the single arm, and we are again multiplying this by 2. So this is for both the arms. Okay, now again, proportions, 2 study arms. Same way, let us assume control group 85% are developing pancreatic insufficiency. With the test group, it is reducing to 55%. Alpha 0.05, power is 90% this time. Again, this is again simple formula. Why simple? You don't need to remember. Just need to know alpha, beta, and what is the effect size. Put the values in the formula, get the Z alpha, Z beta, put the values, and we get this in each group. Okay, so here the formula is for each group. So total, since we have 2 arms, this becomes 90. Okay. Now coming to the observational studies. Now here also we have a simple formula. Again, don't need to remember this. Only you need to know alpha, beta. Once again, you need to know what is the number of controls per case. So generally for a cohort study, this will be 1, because we have one person, what do you say, in the study cohort and the this thing. For case control study, here we have to define whatever number of controls, and then what is the proportion of exposure in the population, and what is the assumption in the sample. Put the values in the formula and you get something. Okay, so today I think you realized that most of you would have done observational studies and you use the formula for single arm study, right? That was actually wrong. This is the formula which you should have used. Anyways, no need to go back and correct it. Already done. Let it be. Now, what about dropouts? Isn't there a possibility that if I recruit 50 participants, some of them will drop out? Definitely, right? So let us see how to correct for the dropouts. We use the formula N, that is what is the calculated sample size. We divide it by 1 minus D, where D is the expected dropout rate. Like in the previous example, the same example that we took, 2 groups, the test and control and means. Now we are expecting 20% dropout here. So our 142 was the sample size divided by 1 minus 0.2, that is 0.8. So it is inflated to 178. So this 178 minus 142, the difference is going to account for the dropouts, right? So you always expect that there will be dropouts in your study, and you try to incorporate that within the sample size calculation so that later on when patients drop out, you are not in a problem. Lastly, there is something called as unequal allocation that we do. When do we do this? When the evidence, when there is some evidence in the literature that the test drug is likely to be beneficial, and we have a condition where a standard of care is not satisfactory. So classical example could be advanced stages of tumor, refractory tumors or metastatic tumors, or certain conditions like non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, where the existing standard of care is not very satisfactory, and whatever drug that you bring about is likely to be beneficial. So over there, it is ethically more appropriate to allocate more people to the experimental arm. So it could be 2:1 or 3:1 or whatever is the allocation. Now, this is a practical problem which we face. Too large, the sample size is too large for the thesis. Of course, you can give this advice to your juniors. What you can do, you can reduce the power of the study. Earlier, guide was telling 90-95 karna hai, get it down to 80. 80 se kam nahi karna. Still, the sample size is large. Then you can increase the effect size. So effect size is anyway based on assumption. Instead of 10, make it 30, make it 50. Still, it is very large. Then you carry out something called as interim analysis. You say, okay, I will do a long study, which will be like 2-3 years. And within that, I will do something called as an interim analysis. Still, your sample size is large. Then what to do? Last option, change the topic. और क्या कर सकते? Look out for a new topic. So as a rule of thumb, whenever we see as the sample size increases, now these are different types of distribution. The magic figure that we say is 30. Why? Because any distribution around the figure of 30 is becoming almost normal. So that is why in any study, if you have a minimum sample size of 30, you are safe. Your data are more likely to be normally distributed. You don't have to worry about the analysis. Okay, so try to achieve this figure of 30 at least. This will give you a good insurance that analysis can be without any problems. Moving on to the last topic, that is how to choose an appropriate statistical test. Again, an area where many of us falter. We just give it to the statistician. We don't know what the person has done. We take the data, take it to our guide. Guide asks us questions and we don't know anything. So let us see, how do we choose an appropriate statistical test? We need to know what is the type of data, whether it is quantitative or whether it is categorical. And this is the reason why the first topic that is taught in any biostatistics research methodology class is the type of data. Because unless and until you know what is your what your data are, you cannot calculate the sample size. You cannot choose an appropriate statistical test. So first understand what is the type of data that you are working with. Then you see whether your data are paired or unpaired. How do you differentiate between paired and unpaired? Very simple. If one observation is affecting the another observation, classical example, if you want to understand, before after data are paired. Why? Because suppose you are measuring the reduction in blood glucose following treatment with a new drug. Now suppose blood glucose of the patient was 130 before treatment. After treatment, it will come down to say 110, 110 or 100, whatever. But if the blood glucose was initially 160, then it will come down to something like 120, 130. So the decrease here is 30. But if you see, the decrease in the second patient was the absolute value was still high because the value was higher before. So your post observation depends on the pre-observation. So any pre-post observation becomes paired data. So one observation depends on another observation, then we say they are paired. And of course, if that is not the case, then it is unpaired. Like we have two independent groups, right? They are only measuring, say, what is the, just give the drug to two groups and measure blood glucose after 6 months. So that becomes unpaired data. Then what are the number of study groups? Do you have 2 groups or do you have more than 2 groups? And lastly, whether your data are normal or not normal. So if your data are normally distributed, then you use something called as a parametric test. And if it is not normally distributed, then you can use something called as a non-parametric test. Of course, non-parametric tests can also be used for normal distribution, but the parametric tests are much easier to perform and therefore we use them. So now coming to the types of various combinations. I have numerical data, unpaired, 2 separate groups, and data are normally distributed. I will choose something called as an unpaired t-test, also called as student t-test. The same data, if it is found to be not normally distributed, then what is the non-parametric counterpart? We choose something called as Wilcoxon rank sum test, also called as Mann-Whitney U test. How to remember? Very simple, U for unpaired. Okay, Mann-Whitney U for unpaired. So numerical unpaired data, 2 groups, normally distributed student t-test, not normally distributed Mann-Whitney U test. The same data, if it is more than 2 groups in the study, for normally distributed data, I will use ANOVA. If the data are not normally distributed, I will go for Kruskal-Wallis one-way analysis of ranks. So numerical unpaired data, more than 2 groups, normal distribution ANOVA, not normally distributed Kruskal-Wallis one-way analysis of ranks. Moving on to paired data. Now this was unpaired. Now data are paired. 2 groups, normal distributed, paired t-test. Okay, when it was unpaired, I was using unpaired t-test. Now paired t-test. When not normally distributed unpaired data, I was using Wilcoxon rank sum or man-Whitney U. Now I will use Wilcoxon signed rank test. Okay, so remember, signed rank is for paired. Again, how do I remember this? I say that when we are junior residents, JR, generally we are single. But when we become senior resident, SR, we get paired. We either have a girlfriend or we are married. So SR is paired. Okay, SR is paired and the other one, rank sum, RS, is unpaired. So this is how I remember. SR is for paired data, that is signed rank test. Then same way, more than two groups. Now it was unpaired data, I was using ANOVA. Here I will use repeated measures ANOVA. Okay, paired data instead of ANOVA, repeated measures ANOVA. And if the data are not normally distributed, there I was using Kruskal-Wallis. Here I will use something called as Friedman's two-way ANOVA. So that was one-way ANOVA. Remember, unpaired data was Kruskal-Wallis one-way. This is two-way. Okay. Lastly, coming to categorical data. Now, this is the easiest to deal with. You don't need to worry about number of groups. You don't need to worry about distribution of data. Only you need to see whether data are unpaired or paired. If it is unpaired, you will use chi-square or Fisher-Exact test. If it is paired, you will use McNemar test. Okay, chi-square can be used for 2 groups, 5 groups, 100 groups. You can use chi-square. Only thing is Fisher-Exact is when the chi-square has any single value which is less than 1 or the expected value is less than 5, then we go for Fisher-Exact. If the same data are paired, then we go for McNemar. Okay, so this in a nutshell is how to choose an appropriate statistical test depending upon the 4 things that we consider. So let us summarize again. What did we learn today? Data can be measured as means or as proportions or as time to event and accordingly analyzed. Sample size calculation has assumptions. We need alpha value, we need beta value. We need the standard deviation and something more important, there is the effect size. Effect size can be based on either literature or pilot study or assumption if neither of these are available. And we have appropriate formula for each type of study design. The choice of appropriate statistical test for data depends upon 4 factors. We need to consider whether what is the type of data, whether it is numerical, whether it is categorical, whether the data are paired or whether they are unpaired, what are the number of groups, is it 2, is it more than 2, and whether the data are normally distributed or not normally distributed. So with this, I have completed my presentation. Do you have any questions? Any questions from anyone? Okay, if you have no questions, then I want to ask you a question. Tell me whether this statement is true or false. You can type in the chat box. Is this statement true or false? True, wonderful. Then what about the remaining 17%? How do you know? How do you know? Okay, anyways, so I thank you one and all for the patient listening. I would like to pass on the baton to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your sharing your knowledge with us.
Wonderful.
So we are moving for the next and last lecture for the workshop, that is on ethical issue in conducting a research study. I welcome Dr. Renuka Mushi Madam. She is a professor at Department of Clinical Pharmacology, TN Medical College and INIH Charitable Hospital, Mumbai. She is a chairperson of the Institutional Review Board of PD Hinduja, Kokilabhai Kambani Hospital and IIT Bombay. She is a member of FSSAI Expert Committee to provide new options for conducting a human intervention study on novel or non-specified human food ingredients and products. She is a member of FSSAI Expert Committee for non-specified food and food ingredients member of the DEV subcommittee evaluate fixed dose combination considered as irrational. She is a member of 4 training committees or panels of the Pharmacovigilance Program of India. Welcome you, madam.
Thank you, Shruti. And I put my video on, but somehow I think my signals are not too great, so I'm sorry for that. And I realize that I'm the last speaker, and you must be really tired and drained out after all this, one after the other lectures with minimal breaks. So I will try to finish up as soon as possible. I think most of you all know, at least are aware of the ethical issues that can come in when you're not only do research, but also when you're practice. So we'll just go through that in very quickly so that we can all be done by latest 4 o'clock. Can I share my screen, Shruti? Okay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Is it visible as full screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, great. So what I'm going to just recap with you is the issues we face when we are doing clinical research, mainly the ethical issues, not the other way. So when you talk about ethics, we're basically trying to distinguish between right and wrong. If you go by the Hippocratic Oath, it is first do no harm. If you look at the 10 commandments, it says thou shalt not kill. So these are various ways in which ethics has been addressed. But basically, it's the norms that distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable behavior. So you have behavior that society may accept, and there's behavior that society may not accept. So ethics has been derived from the Greek word ethos, which means custom or character. It's contrasted with morality. Basically, when we went to school, we learned moral science. When we were taught how to respect our elders, respect our teachers, show that wish your teachers when you see them, etc., etc., which I know all of us have forgotten today. But that is ethics. That comes from within. You see a teacher you like, you'll hello them, you'll talk to them. You talk to a patient with respect, not treat a patient as if you're their god and they have to listen to what you say, etc. So ethics is a systematic study of values, and it is different from law. Now, when you see a policeman and you wear a helmet, that is law. When you wear a helmet because you know that you need to protect yourself and be safe, that is ethics. Sorry. Okay. I think I stopped. Yeah. So when you look at ethics, it is again, when you look at ethics in research, what you are trying to do is make sure that that research that is done provides benefits both to the society and to the patients, if not in the present, but at least in the future, and make sure that the rights and welfares of the participants who are in your study is protected. You make sure that they do not get harmed, that their privacy is maintained, the data is kept confidential, etc. That is ethics in clinical research. So the main point is that the right of the human participant to understand the nature of the research, the risk and benefits involved, and to agree or not agree to say yes in your study. Now, the problem with us is that most of us are primarily clinicians, and you also are doing research, maybe a dissertation, maybe an academic study. And the patient does not know how to differentiate between you as the doctor and you as the researcher. And that is where the whole issue of ethics comes in, because the patient feels that he cannot say no to you because you're his primary physician. And so he says yes to come into the study, even though he may not be interested in or willing to be part of it. But he's scared that if he says no, then you will not treat him well, you will not take care of him in your clinical practice. So the most important crux of ethics is that the patient has the power to say no or yes, and you should not be forcing him to take that decision. Because when you you do research, the main point is you are a researcher, you are not his doctor alone. You are a researcher who wants to do a study most of the time for your own personal benefit. Patient may not get any benefit, but the weighing balance is tilted in their favor. Unfortunately, because of the issue of therapeutic misconception, where the patient believes that If he says no, he may not be treated well by his primary physician, which is you, and you are doing the dissertation. So he says yes. So there is a point of therapeutic misconception where he doesn't understand the difference between research and practice and says yes just to keep you happy, which of course makes him vulnerable. Like today, all of you all are here, they're physically or just there on the video, I would say, just there, though not actually listening to all the lectures. The reason being that you all have been forced by MHS to attend to this. It was decided previously that the DM candidates do not have to attend this research methodology. Today, you all have been told without the certificate, you all can't sit for your exams. So everybody's coming and you all are doing this. So you all have been forced to be there, which is making you all vulnerable in a way. And that's how it goes. Where NUHS has the power to say yes and no, and you all have no choice in the matter. So this is one kind of an ethical challenge that comes in, even in clinical practice, which is what this is. Now, if you look at the ethical guidelines, there are lots of guidelines that have come down over the decades. First, starting with Charak Samhita, which is our Indian traditional, right from 700 BC, where it talked about ethics. Then, of course, we all have the Hippocratic Oath. And then if you keep going downwards, you see the different policies, Declaration of Helsinki, and of course, the Belmont report from the US, ICMR, which came up from in 1982 all the way to 2017, the ICH guidelines, of which GCP is one, etc., etc. We have a lot of guidelines that came that talked about ethics. Of course, most of the time, it's like people thought it was just a guideline, no need to listen, no need to follow, etc. Now, the Nuremberg Code, can anybody tell me, unmute themselves and just tell me, where is Nuremberg? I can see 80 odd people. So
UK.
Okay. Anybody
सारी
else?
बर्ग वाली चीजें
Please mute yourself.
Germany, ma'am. Germany.
Yes, thank you. Nuremberg is in Germany, and the main thing, this Nuremberg Code came up in 1947 after the World War II ended. All of us know the atrocities that took place during World War II on the Jews. And as a result, when the Allies finally won, they sat down and they, in addition to all the other convictions that took place, there was a doctor's trial that took place, which was where all the physicians who were involved in all these so-called scientific experiments that were done on the Jewish prisoners were put on trial. Of course, many of them escaped and were, in fact, I don't know how old you guys are, but I think a few years ago, 5 or 7 years ago, there was some of these Nazi doctors were found in South America, very elderly now in age, but they had all run away and hidden themselves up because they were scared of the repercussions. But during that doctor's trial, this Nuremberg Code, which had only 10 basic points and how clinical research should be done, was listed. Just 10 basic points. Now, these same 10 basic points are now becoming the thick books expansion, because as time has passed, newer issues have come up. The same issues have been enlarged and elaborated on to make people understand that, just in the name of science, you cannot do any kind of research. Okay. After that, of course, came the Declaration of Helsinki in 1964, and the latest version is October 2013. Again, the same thing, that you do research. Research should be encouraged, but not at the risk to the patient, not such that patients may be harmed. There are a lot of points that I talked in. Today, it's talking about post-trial access, use of a placebo, etc., etc. But the main thing that came up was the fact that there should be an ethics committee, an independent ethics committee that reviews the research project before it is initiated in any place. So the first time the word ethics committee came up was in 1964 with the Declaration of Helsinki, the first draft. Then, of course, I'm not going into history, but if you want to, out of interest, look at it, you can look at the Tuskegee syphilis study, which happened in the US again, in Alabama. And based on what the outcome of the Tuskegee study, which went on from 1940 to 1970, this Belmont report, which was by the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research, came out in 1979, which had three main principles: beneficence, respect for persons, and justice. We also have ICMR guidelines that came out immediately around the same time. So 1982 was the first draft, and we have the latest draft of 2017. And in 2020, of course, we have the how to ethics committee should review projects in the COVID pandemic. So in any pandemic. So in fact, this 2020 document, which is here, is a document that only India has. Everybody else has given guidelines, but the first document that actually came out on how ethics committees should review studies and approve studies and look at studies in a different mode, online mode, electronic consent, telephonic consent. All this came up in 2020. The pandemic has really taught us a lot of things. So when you look at the three basic principles, it is mainly respect for persons, which is autonomy. We're talking about the right of the participant to say no to participating in a clinical study. In case of those with diminished autonomy, like children, elderly, those who are mentally challenged, unconscious, etc., you have special protection that should be given so that in case research is done on them, the barriers are quite high. Beneficence or non-maleficence is basically the same Hippocratic oath. First, do no harm. You may benefit, even if the research does not benefit the patient, it should not harm the patient either. And justice is that every person should have a chance to come into the study. So if you're looking at an oncology study with a new drug for a rare disorder, in a rare cancer for which there's really no treatment, or you're looking at a degenerative disorder, neurodegenerative disorder, where you want, where there are patients who are desperate for some treatment which will alleviate their symptoms. Everybody should have a right to come into the study. They should not be selective on the part of the investigator, or selective for the country that in which it is done, etc. So when we say beneficence, again, as I said, it should basically do good or more important, do not harm the patient. Now, when we say risk, we normally talk that risk is mostly physical. Somebody can get hurt, somebody can fall sick. There are a lot of psychological and social risk also that must be looked at. So when you look at about HIV patients or the LGBT crowd, or we talk about domestic abuse, all these they come under psychological and social domain. So it's not physical, but the mental trauma that they undergo when people come to know that they're taking part in certain studies and then ridicule them. This is the risk that nobody talks about, frankly. These are the important risks that should be considered when you're thinking about your study. And of course, you look at the type of the risk, in the sense, the nature of the risk, how severe the risk is going to be, or harm is going to be, and is it reversible or irreversible. So when you're looking, we talk risk-benefit assessment. You need to consider all these points when you're deciding whether the study is going to benefit the society or not. Respect, as I talked about, is basically informed consent. We'll come to that later. Sorry. And justice is fair selection of the population. Like, I think 20 years back, it was considered that, all these MNCs are coming to India and doing clinical studies, clinical trials, because we are a drug-naive population. We are very innocent. We don't understand research. So we are guinea pigs for them. So this point of a fair selection of population today, of course, that does not stand, because most multi-center studies are not done only in India. They're done in a number of countries. Fair selection of individuals. So are you going to go to a municipal hospital? Are you going to go to a private hospital? What are the numbers in terms of municipal versus private? You'll always see that difference there is important in terms of justice. And justice is relevant in a lot of scenarios. Mainly is that when the study is done in India, are we going to get access to the drug once the study is done and the drug is approved for marketing? Because it used to be that companies would come, do studies here, and then of course not market the drug in India, because one, the cost, and second is, we got our data, and ultimately the main people who can afford this are sitting in the Western population. So it's important that if the drug is being done in Indian patients for a condition that is is seen in India, then that drug should also be marketed in India. And of course, we're talking about post-trial access. What happens once the study is over? Will those patients get access to these drugs? Will they not? So today, when you see clinical trials, a lot of, especially in these long-term clinical studies or oncology clinical studies, you will have, once the study is ending, they'll come up with a open arm study, or they'll come up with a study which can be, extension study, where they'll allow patients who responded to the main study to continue on the drug till the drug is available in the market. So you have these where a sort of a means of taking care of the post-trial access in patients who have responded to the drug. As I said, we have multiple guidelines. We have a law. Today we have the New Drugs and Clinical Trials Rules 2019, called as NDCT 2019. We have the ICMR guidelines 2017, which are Indian guidelines per se, the Indian GCP, which are all telling us how we should do clinical research and clinical trials. Of course, the international guidelines and rules are also there. But of course, we know how, if there's a rule, we know how to break it. If there's a guideline, we know how to violate it. So there are a lot of, these are all Indians except for the Guatemala study, all happening in the recent past, where ethical guidelines have been violated for the purpose of doing research or getting results. And you can always go online and check out these studies. There are all enough details available of that, which will just give you an idea of how, in spite of there being so many guidelines, so many rules, people know how to break them. So the two safeguards that have been kept is basically an ethics committee and written and informed consent. Two of the safeguards to protect patients who are participating in the research is the help of the ethics committee and informed consent of the participants. Now, when we say research participant, the first point we want to know is who is a research participant. Our assumption it is like, it is always a living individual. The point is, so many times we used to have this question asked to us that from forensic medicine. So if you're working on dead bodies, on corpses, should we take ethics committee permission? This is the first, if you say you're a living individual, a corpse is not a living individual. Do we need to take EC permission? The point is, it is somebody who was living and you are going to do an autopsy. It is always better if you're doing an autopsy for the purpose of your study. If you're doing it for medical legal reasons or for other medical reasons, it's fine. But if you're doing that and you're going to take some tissue and you're going to use it for your research, it is always better to approach the EC and in fact take consent of the next of kin. So direct or indirect, either you talk to the person per se, or you use his or her data, or you use his or her tissue. They become research participants and you need to take EC permission. Now, when you say ethics committee, the main reason for an ethics committee is a group of diverse people who are there mainly to protect the participant and to improve the quality of the research. So we need it, as I said, the EC make sure that the research that is being done, the projects that are being submitted are not going to harm patients. They meet the declaration of Helsinki, and more important, they become acceptable for publication in terms of the way it is proposed to be done is above, I would say very clearly available for people to see, and it is done in a right manner such that it becomes acceptable even for publication. Now, NDCT, as I said, the New Drugs and Clinical Trials came out in 2019, March 19. It is a huge document. Of course, online it's easier to read. 13 chapters, 8 schedules, and lots of tables, 8 tables actually. Now, if you see chapter 3 and 4 talks about the ethics committee. And more important, chapter 4 talks about biomedical and health research. Till 2019, biomedical and health research was thought to be totally under ICMR, separate, as you see, ICMR guidelines, etc. Today, it has come under the law. It's come as part of the regulatory guidelines, regulatory rules on how research should be done. And they actually devoted an entire chapter on biomedical and health research, which is all the kind of research we do in academics or we do as part of thesis. And of course, they say that you should follow ICMR guidelines when you're doing. But the fact that it's mentioned in a rule means it is quasi law. So there can be action taken if you do not do it properly. And you have ethics committees that have to be registered for clinical trials separately with the CDSCO, and those who are looking at biomedical research separately with ICMR. But ultimately, you can have one EC which looks at both kinds of studies, and then it has to be registered with both the Department of Health Research and, of course, CDSC. But the constitution of the EC again is important. If you look at it, the main point is that it's not just full of medical people. It has non-medical people. It has a lay person, it has a social scientist, has a lawyer, just to make sure that the research that is being done is, I would say, meant to benefit society in one way or the other. And of course, the reason they do not want any bias, any coercion, is that they said that 50% of the members should be outside the institute, so that the issue of coercion and bias is taken care of, conflict of interest is taken care of, etc. Chairperson has to be from outside, and the secretary is from within the institute. Now, as I said, all studies, any study, if you're not sure, approach the EC and ask, can I, do I need EC approval? If the EC says no, then they'll give you an NOC for it. But it's always easy and better to ask, because today journals are asking for EC approval, and we have seen many times when after the journal has asked, the authors approach us saying, will you please approve my study as a retrospective study, etc., etc. That is not ethically right. Okay, and as I said, not direct, but even indirect. If you are not talking to people per se, but using their tissues, using recording their behavior, talking about how they react to things, using their information, whether medical or not medical, all this requires an EC clearance. Now, the criteria for approval is basically the ethics committee looks at the investigator, the protocol, how you're going to take informed consent, which patients are you going to be selecting, is there any issue in your choice of participants you are taking, how much time is that investigator going to spend on the study, and of course, privacy of the patients and their confidentiality of the data. And ideally, of course, it doesn't happen, especially where dissertations are concerned, you need to start the study only after getting EC approval. You do not start the study before you get EC approval. Whatever changes you make, you need to inform the EC and get a okay from them, rather than just going ahead and so you submit one type of inclusion criteria to the EC, and ultimately your study, when you finally publish it, is entirely different from what you submitted. And ethics committees can write to journal editors and inform them that this is not the study that we had approved. Be aware of that. Of course, most ECs do not take that drastic step, but it can be done. And if the studies are not submitted, the safeguard, the protection offered by the ethics committee to support you in case any allegations are made is lost, because the EC has not even looked at your study. If you look at the ICMR guidelines, there are a number of conditions there. Like now they've got this table which talks about which studies are exempt from ethics committee review. So any study that is in the public domain, QC, QR, QA, audits, etc., whichever is in public domain can be exempt from EC review. So you do not have to approach, you can just quote the ICMR guidelines. And again, the type of review depends on the risk of the study. So less than minimal risk, etc. All this tells the EC that if you pick minimal risk, okay, that means the study is more of an observational type of study. You can look at it a little more leniently, but if it is minor increase over minimal risk or high risk, then you have to look at it with total scrutiny to make sure that no harm comes to the participant. Now, ethical challenges, numerous. I mean, you can just go on. This is just one small list, but there are numerous ethical challenges which you look at, you come to a face when you are doing research. These are some of them. Basically, the first question is, why are you doing this research? So clinical equipoise. If it's already known, the answer is known that drug X is better than drug Y. Why are you exposing patients to drug Y? You can go ahead and give them drug X. So what is the research in it? And I know we as an ethics committee have asked a lot of students this question: what is the novelty in this study? What is the relevance of the study to society? Because this is important that you have an idea of why you are doing this study. Again, risk-benefit ratio, please look at the risk also, not only at what is the benefit. Of course, in observational study, the risk-benefit ratio is very low. The benefits may or may not be there, but there are minimal risks, so these studies go through. But if you're doing any intervention study, the risk-benefit ratio has to be looked at in detail. Informed consent. Why do we take informed consent? Well, first, and comes under the principle of autonomy. The patient takes his or her own decision without any coercion, forcing by the investigator. It is a the informed consent document is a medical legal document. Please remember that, and can cause, if you do not take a good consent, your consent doesn't have all the risks mentioned in it, it can have repercussions and of course administrative. Now just a few definitions. Informed consent process is a process of the participant understanding what the study is all about, understanding what are his or her responsibilities, how many times he has to come for the follow-up, whether there is a follow-up, how much time he'll have to spend in answering questionnaires, etc., before he or she takes a decision. So that is informed consent process. The minute consent is given by either the participant or the parent or the guardian, that is the consent. Assent is given by children below the age of 18. Written assent by the children between 12 to 18, and oral or verbal assent between 7 to 12. And the informed consent document is two parts. One is the information sheet, and the second is the signature. So if you have done and written dissertations which have, or projects which with a clinical in nature, you will have taken a consent, and this is the informed consent document that you should submit. The reason being is that we think we are talking so legibly and so logically to the patient, but all the patient sees is this kind of jumble that he cannot make any sense of. So we think we are talking so much, so slowly, so nicely explaining everything, but this perception is that the patient has just not understood anything. So the main principles of informed consent is telling the patient what the study is all about, asking him questions to make sure he has understood what is the study all about, what are his responsibilities in the study, ensure that he's understood it properly, and of course the voluntary nature of the consent. It should be ideally written before the written consent, taken before any study related procedures are to be done. So even if you want to test his blood for, say, his blood sugar levels before you take him into a diabetes study, you first need to make sure he has signed the consent document, and ideally also given a copy. And who gives the consent? Ideally the study participant. If not, then the LAR. LAR is a legally acceptable representative, should be who is responsible for that participant and can take a decision for that participant. Translations. I don't know how you all do it. Most candidates we see use Google Translator, which makes a mess of their informed consent document, or you'll outsource it. But just remember, whatever you're going to tell your patient, all that you have to do is write the same thing down. And that is an informed consent document. If you've written everything that you're going to tell the patient down in simple language, that's enough. You don't have to outsource it and get somebody and pay that person per page, per word. I don't know how the rate is going on nowadays. It's not fair, but ultimately you're going to have to talk to that patient and tell him why you are taking him in the study, why you are doing the study, how often he'll have to come, what he'll have to do when he comes here, etc., etc. And that is what comes in an informed consent document. Now, in case of illiterate people, you need a witness. A witness has to be literate. That is important. So if you have a patient who's illiterate, who's going to put his thumb impression, you need to take a witness who is literate and understand. So if you like here at Nayar, we have a lot of Urdu speaking people, and we ourselves are not very comfortable. So we take a witness who knows and understands and can read, of course not read, but read Hindi, because we don't keep Urdu informed consent documents, and he will explain to the patient what we are telling him. So it's like a three-way dialogue where we'll explain to the witness what it's all about, the witness will explain to the patient what it's all about, and then get back to us on what the patient's opinion is, and then sign and date the informed consent document for the participant. Okay, but the witness cannot be somebody from our side, cannot be a ward boy, cannot be a nurse, cannot be a friend. We should not be witnesses. As I said, consent document is a two-part document, which most times most students only stick to part 2 and are very happy with it, when actually it is information sheet and consent. Okay, now just to break the monotony, can somebody tell me What is wrong with this signature page of the informed consent document? The patient is Rajesh Mane, the witness is Ravi Mane, and this is an informed consent document. So what, is there anything wrong with it or it's okay? One of you please mute and please unmute and say, give me the answer. Okay, Kushal says should not be related. No, that's not the right answer. You can, of course, witness will be from the, you have impartial and you have partial. Even if you take a witness from the patient side, that's acceptable. You cannot take a witness from the investigator side of not your friend, not the ward boy, not the nurse, nothing. Relations are allowed from the patient side. So when you say, yes, thank you, Sandeep. What to say, if you look at it, the patient has given it some impression and so also as a witness. You need a witness who is literate because ultimately he's going to read that consent document. So you need to realize when you have an illiterate witness, the person who's illiterate, who's come with the patient, you cannot take that person as a witness. You need to take some other relative of another patient as your witness. Sorry, even I open the chat with thanks. Now, research in children, as I said, assent from the verbal assent from 7 to 12, 12 to 18 is written assent. Parents can say yes for their children, but the final decision is that of the child. If a child absolutely refuses to take part in the research, it's not a life-threatening disorder, there are options available for the child. You should respect that child's decision and not participate. Sometimes it's only for the minor reason that they don't want to do blood collection and stuff. If you can convince them, nothing like it, but if a child is adamant that he doesn't want to take part, you need to respect the child's decision. So now can somebody tell me, okay, this is for a clinical trial. You enroll a participant in a vaccine study who's 17 years and 11 months. You take his sign on the assent form and his mother also signs on the assent form. But during the monitoring, the monitor asks for the mother's consent. Where is the mother's consent? And you show her that monitor that the mother has signed on the assent form. Is that acceptable? So, is that acceptable? How many of you all feel that this is fine? Come on, you can say plus here. Not acceptable. So Kirtana, can you please unmute and tell me why you think this is not acceptable? Kirtana, are you there? Because you replied. Kushal? Microphone not working. Okay. So basically this child is still a minor. Yes. Sandeep, you said LAR should have given the consent. Yes. The point is that here the mistake is on the assent form. The only person who signs is the child and the doctor, the investigator. Parents do not sign the consent assent form. Parents sign a consent form. So you have to take assent of the child in the presence of the study investigator and a separate consent from the mother or father, depending. They do not touch the assent form. You have to maintain confidentiality of that document. Okay, so remember that. So you cannot make parents sign this as a hair assent. They are anyway sitting with the child, so let them sign. That's not how it's supposed to be. And ideally, you're supposed to talk to the child one-on-one, not with the pressure of the parents, so the child feels that he has to say yes because his parents are forcing him to. Okay, and of course, we have a list of situations where the waiver of informed consent can be given in case of retrospective studies where the data is de-identified, anonymized biological samples, working in emergencies, and of course certain public health studies. The other thing to look at is standard of care. And many times it happens because then, especially when you do clinical trials, and the standard of care offered outside is much higher than what standard of care is offered in our country. So the question that comes up is that should we be offering universal standard of care, that is the best treatment that is available anywhere in the world, or the local standard of care, which is what would be offered to that participant anywhere, I mean, in our country. So again, it comes to the private hospitals or the public hospitals, what is the standard of care? It's ideal that the standard of care that is available in our country, irrespective of whether it's a rich person or a poor patient or a rich hospital versus a poor hospital, the standard of care must be kept uniform. But it should not be an inducement. Using placebo, again, today very rarely placebos are used in study. In the US, placebo is still used in phase 2 studies, but in India, placebo, unless there's no treatment available, the study is very stable, the drug disease is very stable, it is required as per regulators, you can use placebo. Otherwise, it is always better to use a standard of care as a comparator. And if you do use placebo, those who took part, like when Covishield first came out and we did the study, we had to compare them with the placebo. We didn't have anything else, COVID vaccine. And hence, when the study was, the unblinding was done of the study's participants, they were offered Covishield that they could take, if they wanted to. So that is when the government announced Covishield in the government program. That's when the participants were offered, do you want to take Covishield? And many of them said yes. So that is what is the condition when you take placebo as a comparator. And there are other issues also, which in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into, but there are lots and lots of ethical issues. We can keep talking about them, but they are important to know that it is not very easy to do clinical trials or in clinical research, but there are a lot of ethical issues that we need to address when we are doing such studies. We have vulnerable population, as I said, you guys also are right now sitting in a very vulnerable situation because you all have no choice. Similarly, if I want to do studies in children or I want to do studies in students, it's not fair at times because I am using my power of being their teacher to take them as participants. And that's when the ethics committee has to really come in a big way and protect these vulnerable population. If you look at this paper from JAMA, which is of course an old paper, 2000, what makes clinical research ethical? Please read it, and it talks very beautifully on the various issues that need to be taken care of when you're doing clinical research, such that it is done in a very transparent way and very ethical manner. Okay, now since I think all of you are bored, waiting to go, let's have a quick group activity for 5 minutes before we call it a day, at least for my end. So I can go ahead for the posters after that. I would like somebody to unmute and talk now. And can I have that? Can I have somebody giving me an answer to this question? Unmute and please talk. There are a few case scenarios that I put forward to you all. I would like you guys to think and answer. Do you all think this is fine? No problems? Nobody? Okay, then in the interest of time, I'll thank you guys and I'll stop sharing. And I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk in this program. And thank you very much. I'm done.
Is there any questions? Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your wisdom with us. We learned so much from your talk. Now I invite Dr. Jeffrey to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Um, Good evening, one and all. It gives me great pleasure to represent the Department of Clinical Pharmacology, State GS Medical College in KEMH Hospital, Mumbai, in proposing this vote of thanks. Words cannot express my gratitude. At the outset, our sincere thanks is due to Dr. Sangeeta Rawat, our Dean, and Dr. Shelly, our academic dean, for their kind and continued support for this workshop. Their valuable inputs have given shade to this workshop. I would like to thank all the speakers who have taken their time out of their busy schedule and contributed to this workshop by sharing their valuable knowledge. For organizing a workshop and to bring it to fruition, a lot of manpower and resources are required. I express my sincere thanks to all the staff of the Department of Clinical Pharmacology, CGS Medical College, for their time and efforts in organizing and conducting this workshop. I especially thank Dr. Nitya Gupta, a professor and head, for organizing such a concise and insightful workshop in a very short notice. Finally, the key to a successful workshop is participation. I, on behalf of the entire organizing team, extend a sincere gratitude to all of the delegates present here for making this workshop a success. We are aware that you had finished the university theory exams just yesterday, and it was difficult to join the workshop in between theory and practical exams. But almost everyone had joined this workshop on time today. Let me, on behalf of the organizing committee, end by wishing you all the very best for your coming KEMH practical exams that are due to start in the second. And we extend our best wishes to you all. I hand over to Shruti. She will give information on the post test.
Now everyone will get a link in the chat box. You will get 20 minutes for completing the post test and submitting the responses. I have just posted the link on the chat box. Your time starts now. This post test is compulsory for everyone. You have to can you see the link? Everyone can see the link now. So 50% passing marks is required in this post test to get the certificate. So please pay attention to the post test and submit it. This is 16:02. You have time till 16:22. If you have submitted your response, you can log off. You will get your certificates via email that you have posted, registered with. Everyone have 20 minutes. They should finish by 16:22. Those who have submitted their post-test response, they can log off. Those who have submitted their post-test, they can log off.